かは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ背中合わせで行くわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reseta. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala kasang Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Clear, power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL Philippines on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL Philippines Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your playoffs tickets now via the official MPL Philippines website. Host unforgettable events at Green Sun. Enjoy the Arcade Haven promo, available from Fridays to Sundays. Book now via reservations at greensun.com.ph. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
After 4 heartbreaking and gruesome days in the playoffs, it all boils down to this. Will the defending champions Onic Philippines reclaim their throne, or will the top-seeded Team Liquid Philippines be able to raise the Immortal Cup. Fans from around the world, get ready, because this is the MPL Philippines Season 15 Grand Finals. And welcome to the English panel. My name is Ian, together with Brigida, and of course, Brigida and the Brigadudes out there. How are you feeling?
First of all, I loved that introduction. I really felt the energy, and I am feeling just the same. I'm very ecstatic for this upcoming series, this best of 7 that we'll be finally witnessing after 4 days of, as you mentioned, grueling matches. And it finally came to a point that we also know who our representatives are going to be.
Yeah, finally. Fortunately, it's for them. It's Onic Philippines and, of course, Team Liquid Philippines. But, of course, these guys are all equipped with all-day 120 FPS system. The next-gen Infinix GT30 Pro is the new official tournament phone powering next seasons of MPL Philippines. So we started out with GT20, now it's GT30. I'm excited to get a GT40.
Yep.
I'm thinking ahead. I want the future, bro.
Yeah. Honestly, we've been revealing so much this season. You know, even yesterday we've had some very insane launches of the TT racing chairs and all that. I feel like there are a lot more to look forward to, especially for today, because this is gonna be a long night slash day of MLBB.
For sure. You're here. Chantel's over there. Everyone's here in the Champions Arena. We can see it's all filled up with enthusiastic, excited fans because it's going to be a heated matchup between Onic Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines. And of course, they're all equipped again with 120 FPS from the Infinix GT30 Pro. It's the new next official tournament phone powering the next seasons of MPL Philippines. Now, Brigida, we've gone through 4 days of amazing playoffs bout. We even reached, you know, two days of all 10 games, all 5 games. But of course, if you guys are also enjoying that, MPL fans and X-fans, you can get ready to witness the best student teams battle for glory at the Infinix Campus Cup Philippines local group stage.
Collegiate MLBB is just getting as exciting as ever. This will be live streamed from June 14 to 15, and the national finals will be happening on June 28, and that's only on Infinix Philippines Facebook page. So this is XCCPH. Hashtag where legends rise, and I hope you guys, if ever you are collegiate players, have actually signed up for this, because there is a massive prize pool awaiting you once you join this tournament.
Yeah, and not to mention, of course, experiencing the esports action live. It's fortunate for us to be casters, but I would also love to feel the hype of being an actual player. Unfortunately, I don't have the skills, and for sure, all of my co-talents don't have the skills also.
Yeah, we've been learning.
I'm dragging you guys down.
Wait, why was I included? Well, if anything, you know, I'm sure we're learning a lot from the games we watch, but it's just not that easy to pull off once you're the one playing.
Really not that easy, and their journey also is not easy as we take a look at our MPL Philippines Season 15 playoffs bracket in just a while. This is what we were pertaining to a while ago. The gruesome first 2 days. You were there, I was there, everyone was there, and we all know how long those 2 days were.
Yep, we've pretty much introduced and set things up for all of the matches that we've seen, in particular throughout the past 4 days, and all the more for these two teams that we're about to witness today, because Onic Philippines, they're the ones who got the best of Team Liquid Philippines the last time they met. So they broke the record. They broke how even their matchups were. They were initially at the 1-1 after ending the regular season, but Onic Philippines, it was very dominant. They took a sweep out of Team Liquid Philippines' hands, and now that they're finally meeting again in a best of 7, and it feels like Team Liquid Philippines, they've definitely gone through that much-needed reset, you know, like based on how they played yesterday. I'm really excited to see how things are going to play out in this best of 7.
Who could forget TLPH again reverse sweeping Team Falcons in their first matchup, and then after that they got dropped down in the lower brackets and crawled their way back to the first ever Game 7 lower bracket finals. It became a 4-2 score between a familiar foe, a familiar titan in Team Falcons. Unfortunately, yesterday they had to bow down, and TLPH stood tall and advanced to the grand finals.
Yeah.
Who, in fact, is actually our second MSC representative.
Yeah, imagine if Team Falcons went all the way through. Right? You'd be amazed at how strong their endurance is, at how strong their stamina is, because they've been playing for 5 days straight, if ever that does happen. But yes, now we do finally know who our representatives are, and they're slowly on the road to finally being immortals.
Yeah, and speaking of the road, the Golden Road, all of our champions in our 7-year history are now listed below. We have even back to Season 1 Aether Main, then Signal Ultra, Archangel, then our back-to-back champions for the first time, Sunsparks, where JP was, and then Brand Esports, shout out to Carl TZ, Blacklist International, the second team to achieve a back-to-back. OHEB was there, then RSG Philippines, shout out to Naisu, he's an OG Raider, and Blacklist International again regaining their championship status. Season 11 Echo, which brought Carl TZ his second championship, and of course, we also have AP Bren in Season 10, who then represented us for M5 World Championship, brought home the gold, and of course, Team Liquid Echo, who swept then Falcons AP Bren, then of course, our last champions, the defending champions, then Fnatic, now Onic Philippines, who are also the defending world championships as they breeze through the M6.
Yep, and if you look at all these former champions of MPL throughout the years, right? A lot of them have had actually really good records, be it in international tournaments, even for either main, like during the beginning or during the first year tournaments we've been having in MSC, and all the more for like the past 3 world championships that we've been seeing. It's always been a Filipino team taking home the championship, and that's again then Bren Esports, then Blacklist International so far, Echo as well, and now imagine like just how dominant the Filipino teams have already established themselves out there in the international scene.
Yeah, I mean, for MSC, we did have a 2-year slump wherein we lost to other regions, but now we will be having not just 1, 2, or 3, but in fact 4 MSC at EWC 25 representatives. Of course, the first 2 you will be witnessing now. That's going to be Onic Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines, going back after losing at MSC 2024 in the hands of then Falcons AP Bren. And of course, the champions, we have Team Navi, and we also have a second female representative in Team Liquid.
Yep. If you watched the Athena League, which took place a couple of days ago, it's been a very intense best of 7 series. It didn't necessarily reach game number 7, but it was a close fight all throughout. The shortest game was like the only game. There was only one game which took less than 15 minutes. The rest were either 15 and above, 20 minutes and above, and these 2 teams have showed a really great performance in that specific tournament, which I believe would make the Filipino fans
really proud.
The Filipino women competitive scene
my fellow
women fans, they're very confident and very encouraged to support them in the upcoming MWI.
Yeah, who could also forget it was a David versus Goliath matchup between then Smart Omega Empress, now Team Navi, after they defeated the back-to-back champions Team Vitality in an amazing matchup at MWI back at MSC at EWC 2024. It was a great match. I was able to cast it, fortunately. I honestly felt the emotion of these young girls, because they literally cried their eyes out, because it was such an honor to raise their trophy when they won it back last year.
Yep, they've been through so much. Imagine if you know the history of these women, they flew out all the way again from Cebu, right? Like I think it was
Cebuanos.
They were Cebuanos, so they really had to relocate in order to pursue all this. And it's also a lot interesting to witness MWI this year, because there are additional regions joining us. And for this time around, we'll have 2 representatives again, as you mentioned, from the Philippines, because during the previous year, we had only 2 representatives for Indonesia. So that was Team Falcons Vega and again, as you've mentioned, Team Vitality. So now Philippines will be having or sending out 2 representatives too, which makes things a lot more interesting, because from the initial 12 teams only battling out from the beginning of the MWI, it is now 16 teams that we'll be expecting to see.
Yeah, the more the merrier, right? The more that we can support our fellow esports talents, athletes, and of course the game that we love, MLBB, and apart from that, other esports titles. But I think we have a bit of reinforcements from the We Bear Bros themselves. We got Naisu, Leo, and Slick Thick in the house. How you guys feeling?
No, he's not Slick Thick if he's a We Bear Bro.
Oh, wait.
Right now, he's Renmar.
He's Renmar now.
Okay, I understand. But I know that this is something some of us have already probably put out there, like all our predictions, but I'd like to hear it one more time. You know?
Oh no! Starting with you guys.
Okay, I'll start.
joking.
Naisu, Daddy. I call you Dad because you're my dad. Naisu, I'll start because I'm the driver.
Pause.
I think I pause.
This is what happens when we let the kids go to the panel.
Yeah.
They're on their own. They're on their own.
Hey, I'm gonna take full control now. I vote for Team Onic Philippines.
What a swerve. Okay.
He's doing the Sigma thing. Okay.
Are you sure about it? Are you sticking with that?
Yeah, I'm sticking with that. I'm not gonna change unless I see the result of game number 1. I might change.
He doesn't have the sign.
Doesn't
count. That's
Okay.
so Ingan.
It doesn't count. Oh, you? How about you?
Okay. Oh! I am actually a liquid girly.
We all know that, Ree.
So you know what my answer is after all.
Okay, fine. Naisu, let's go with you.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and put it up. I'm going right here with Onic.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with the boys here. So good luck to Onic Philippines.
Leo?
The forecast I posted about a week ago says liquid,
Oh.
and I'm going to ride it out. That's it. I'm going to ride it out.
Okay, Redmar, before you vote out, we have 2-2. 2 for TL, 2 for Onic.
Yeah.
The tiebreaker is you, Slick Thick.
Where is my Falcons emote? Well, today I too am a liquid girly. Oh! By the way, this is actually my first prediction for Liquid the entire playoffs.
It is.
Oh.
Every other time I've predicted against them, it was against Falcons.
It was against Falcons,
And then
yeah.
for Onic, I predicted Onic then.
Wait, I have a question. How
Yes.
many of us got the finalists correct? I know I did, but
I
it was
did.
reversed.
I did. I got the crawl wrong, yeah.
Okay, same.
I never publicized my predictions, so I'm just going to say I've been perfect so far.
Okay.
What?
That works.
Oh wait, me too. I haven't publicized mine.
Okay, but you can publicize the new battle emotes. You can also get it for only 109 diamonds only.
You can get the new emotes from Rora, TLPH Twisted, and if you haven't gotten them yet, Onic Omega and TNC's battle remotes also return.
So show your support for your favorite MPL team and buy them now at the in-game shop. You can also support your favorite team now at the Grand Finals by voting down if you're for Let's Go Liquid, or you know what time it is. It's Onic time now, gentlemen. We all know it's gonna be a best of, and the girly, the liquid girly.
No, it's okay.
It's all gonna be a best of 7. And I think you guys need the rest. We're going to take it down from here. So thank you so much, We Bear Bros. We'll see you in a short while.
You made it sound like we're a bunch of seniors.
I know. We're their parents.
I'm 22.
It's so awkward to talk to those guys like I'm so old, but I'm actually younger than all of, no, not you, but all of them. It's like,
Yeah.
my Filipino instinct in me is saying to say,
Yeah,
you know.
but you know, for me, I'm just happy I have another liquid girly
Yeah.
with us.
You have 2 liquid girlies.
We have 2 liquid girlies in the English broadcast for today.
It's the Leo and Renmar, and again, yeah, Leo Renmar voted for TLPH.
But Leo did say he was a liquid girly.
Least.
But it's okay, it's okay.
So now it's just me, my daddy again, voting for the guys in yellow, Onic Philippines. I know they have it in them to be the 3rd back-to-back champions. And for you, I know you believe in every single one. The young GOAT is there, even
Hey.
Daddy JP. 3-time MPL champs for Carl Tizzy and JP.
Yeah, and I mean, it's an odd season.
Oh, yeah. Every odd season since season 10,
Oh, yeah.
Team Liquid, then Echo, always wins it. That's why they're always part of MSC. And since it's season 15, Brigida, oh my gosh.
But again, you voted for Onic.
But I voted for Onic, so yeah.
Yeah.
Still, TLPH versus Onic. You know, we called them Titans, we called them gods, but now the road to immortality will start now.
And by the way, if Onic does actually get this, they're breaking so many records so far in terms of statistics, in terms of the seedings and the matchups and all that.
Yeah,
and
4th seed, right?
Yeah,
Third seed.
them being a 3rd seed, winning the championship, that could be a first for them as well. So that's so many achievements, honestly. If you're Onic Philippines, like you get that, you get so much.
Yeah.
And you'll be a huge threat for sure heading into the next international tournament.
Not to mention a 3rd team to be the back-to-back champions up against Team Liquid Philippines. But I believe we have a lot of people here right now at the Champions Arena, so let's throw it over to our hosts.
I am now here with Victor Tan Kabuay, Project Manager of Philippine Esports Organization, and Attorney Manuel S. Plaza, the third Commissioner of Games and Amusements Board. We now have our official representatives for MWI and MSC at EWC 2025. How important is it for us to represent our flag and to show the greatness of the Philippines in esports?
Well, Jamie, dito natin mapapakita talaga na we have so much to offer the esports industry and we have the competitive edge to truly bring out our national pride.
That is so true. Truly bring out our national pride. What about you, Mr. Kabuay?
Well, on behalf of PESO, we're really glad to be here, no? To witness the excellence of our Philippine teams, especially sa larangan ng MLBB. So, one game, two champions, no? And inaanyayaan ko po lahat ng nanonood dito sa venue at sa online na ipakita natin sa buong mundo ang tunay na lakas ng Pinas.
MPL Superfans para ipamalas ang lakas ng Pinas sa tanggiting ng Pilipino. Here are your teams for the MWI and EWC 2025. It's Team Liquid. And Team Navi Philippines. And now for our MSC at EWC 2025 representatives. Team Liquid Philippines. And Onic Philippines. Sila ang magtataguyod at magbabandera ng sagisag ng Pilipinas sa Esports World Cup at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
They are the pride of the Philippines and the strongest contenders for immortality.
Defending champion who's still playing ngayong playoffs.
No retreat, giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, east to the southeast, taas ang matawag, crowded levels, every enemy we devour.
Is your second grand finalist, Team Liquid.
Malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, huh? Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Champions Arena. This is their final quest for glory. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 15 Grand Finals!
That was an amazing opening for our S15 Grand Finals. You just saw Team Liquid Philippines and Onic Philippines face off at the Champions Arena stage. Everyone's having the time of their lives. The Champions Arena is insane as we head on to a best of 7 to determine who will become immortal.
I got goosebumps just by seeing these two teams alongside our other MSC, our other representatives for the upcoming EWC. And this is just the strength of our region finally showing itself in the Champions Arena. But this is the ultimate test of strength for this season as well, Igan. We are about to witness in a few moments the first game of this best of 7 series. And I cannot wait.
And of course, all the way from topping the regular season to crawling back to the lower bracket, we have Team Liquid Philippines, Sanford at the XP lane, Carl TZ at the jungle, Sanji in the mid lane, JP at the roam, OEP at the gold lane, and after getting swept by Onic Philippines in our upper bracket finals, we saw them how they regrouped up against a familiar foe, a familiar Titan in Team Falcons. They had better drafts. We saw their versatility from regular season having a much more limited hero pool to now even Carl TZ flexing out the Fredrin and Alpha, and we're seeing a lot of this and that even from Sanford with the glues, the Hildas, and even the Fogies, not to mention the Terizlas.
There are so much things that were introduced to us by Team Liquid Philippines, and I agree. Their reset seems like it happened so fast, it was overnight. And Onic Philippines, they did take their time. Throughout the season, they haven't had that much of a perfect record. Their performance did not reflect much of what we saw from them, especially back in M6. But after they were able to finally find their groove, they barely let go of that once more. And that's something they found heading into the playoffs, and something they never let go up until this very point, which allowed them to take that one-day break yesterday because they were able to win the upper bracket finals, as you've mentioned, against Team Liquid Philippines through a sweep. So that is a very dominant performance that you have to take into account if you are Team Liquid Philippines, regardless of how much you've been able to reset. And again, of course, the overall stats that you have to look at for both of these teams. Team Liquid Philippines, yes, you did mention they're starting to show a little bit more in terms of their flexibility, but it's mostly in terms of going back to what used to work for them. It's by reintroducing some of the most common, some of the most familiar duos, some of the most familiar lineups and heroes and combos. But for Onic Philippines, they're a team who definitely goes way beyond that.
Yeah, way beyond. And speaking of way beyond, one of the players you actually want to look at is even Brusco.
Yeah.
Imagine rocking the Badang for 3 consecutive games in his very first matchup, then showing off his Cho, even stopping TLPH from actually winning because of a 3-man Jeet Kune Do, to signaling or finishing off their final match with an Angela. Imagine the versatility of the Bruiser, and that's what's scary about Onic Philippines, is that in a 7-game series, it's not just about what you can dish out, it's all about what you have in store for your opponents.
And I mean, even Coach Wynot, he himself did say that there wouldn't be this entire golden goat if it weren't for Brusco, if Brusco wasn't there. So you know how big of a piece Brusco was in terms to putting all of this together, in terms of just enabling Kelra to do his thing. And that's another interesting thing we could also probably talk about or look at when it comes to Team Liquid Philippines, because I feel like JP has been, if not the most versatile player so far in the playoffs, showing us so many roamers as well. You did mention Brusco, he did introduce the Angela, and I like how he did at almost a perfect timing, but you could say the same for JP. I feel like there's so much more that we can still see from this player of Team Liquid Philippines, and how well they're able to mesh everything up, like all their plans. What else could they have possibly for us in this finals?
Yes, they have to put it all out because it's the final game of the season, the grand finals, the best of 7. A lot at stake for JP Carl TZ to reach their fourth MPL championship, for Onic Philippines to be able to go back-to-back. So these decorated players want to add another trophy to their trophy case.
And actually, haven't we mentioned something earlier while we were trying to, or while we were still preparing for the finals, about JP and all his finals appearances whenever it's up against Onic.
Yeah, Renmar mentioned this, S4, S5, they were able to beat Onic Philippines in the grand final. So let's see if the story will stay the same. Will JP again defeat Onic Philippines? But let's head over to our Smart Ping test.
Hello guys, welcome to the grand finals. Napuno ba? Puno ba ang venue, Kirk? Shout sa inyong lahat guys. Thank you so much sa pagpunta at pagsuporta sa both teams. Thank you for the effort guys. Effort and time and love. Well, Professor, what to do? Guys, pinapapili kayo ni Kirk. Marry, kiss, or kill. I love you all. Kirk, sino yung pusong ligaw mo? Ikaw pa rin. Grabe, Team Liquid tsaka Onic, punong-puno.
Friend, yun yung laro. Hayaan yung laro yung, yung mag-flow sa atin naturally. Okay? Ikaw, JP, mag-iingat ka lagi pag kay Brusco kasi kailangan respetuhin yung mga yan. So, wag natin i-let down.
Huwag ka agaw sa batang.
Hindi na maulit yung agaw ni Ogwen. Ikaw, mid lane, wag ka pa-Prince. Huwag ka pa-Prince. Prince lane na tawag ko dun Prince lane mo nga yung mid. Yun. Sige, gold lane, magkapapasolo. Pero tignan nyo na lang mga mukha ng mga fans natin. Pero tignan mo mga pagod-pagod dyan, pre. Isipin mo pipili na haba. Sabay, papatalo lang natin, di ba?
The young GOAT, Carl TZ, wants to offer this matchup to his fans. And of course, King Kong, you know, the Sigma. Just showing off that he doesn't care about what matchup it is. He doesn't care about the atmosphere. Yeah. He has it in him to win this game and be the third team to have a back-to-back championship.
Yeah, and that's a smart ping test for this game. And ultimately, we've been discussing a wide variety of Infinix keys to victory, but now that we're down to the final matchup of Season 15, there is only one that both of these teams who've made it this far have to show us. Ilabas ang lakas ng Pinas. Directly translated,
show the strength of the Philippines. Many regard it as the strongest region. Not to mention won the last 5 World Championships. And now they are put to the test against each other. These two teams, again, S13 champions, Team Liquid Philippines, and S14 champions, Onic Philippines. M4 World Champions versus M6 World Champions. A heated rivalry, and it's just getting started.
From all the way, M4 to M6, they meet once again after having to regroup and revisit what's been going wrong, especially for the Calvary. I feel like even internationally, a lot are excited to see them again.
Yeah, and not to mention, this might indirectly or directly answer the GOAT debate that has been in discussions online, not just in the Philippines, but all around the world. The young GOAT versus the golden GOAT, the man with the most monikers, Kelra, and Carl TZ. This finals matchup will determine who is actually better than great. Oh, that was called back.
It was. And this is Kelra. We've been mentioning all the titles he already has under his belt. Be it the MPL Philippines Championship Finals MVP title, the MSC Championship Finals MVP title, the M-Series Championship and Finals MVP title. He has almost all of that already.
Oh, why are you voting for Onic? Because I'm about to flex Carl TZ now. Who could forget the S6 Finals MVP with Bryn, M2 MVP, the S12 regular season MVP, a Hall of Fame inductee, 3-time MPL champion, and 2-time M-Series champion.
That's a lot to list down.
That's a whole lot of papers.
We'll need a couple of sheets of paper for us to be able to write all of those things down. But yeah, this is definitely a chance for these teams to cement.
Yeah, and apart from that, you know, Keller is not even just going up against Carl TZ, he's going up against a familiar foe. one of his hated rivals all the way back to Season 7. No other than the Filipino sniper, Oheb, up against the Filipino savage, Kelleran, as we look at the player head-to-head stats, Bree.
Yep. A bunch of these are actually in favor of Oheb if you would look at their player head-to-head. And this is something that you would have to probably take into account, especially for based on the way Team Liquid Philippines is actually playing their games overall. Even just yesterday, I would recall, I'm sure you would recall, how it did feel like regardless of what kind of roamer JP does use, there is always this extra assistance that's provided to Oheb. There is always this attempt to just allow Oheb to either max out the energy shields, just do the double laning early on, and this is something you would say that could possibly be a very gold-centric playstyle that's coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. But on the other hand, this is Kellera, who can pretty much do so many things all by himself.
Yeah, we witnessed a lot of amazing plays from Kellera. I know for sure my throat actually suffered a lot from these amazing plays from the Filipino savage himself. But apart from that, of course, the people or the players that control also the tempo of the game. We have the two junglers, the young GOAT in Carl TZ and the Sigma himself, King Kong.
And I know we've been wanting to see so much of the old Carl TZ and the Lancelot, but that's something they're yet to show us if ever they are planning to, especially heading into the grand finals. We've seen more of it from King Kong, and it's honestly already been 2 games where he's decided to use this hero. So if it's just that, yes, Carl TZ and King Kong, they're both players with a very respectable hero pool. And that is something that'll probably be a little tricky whenever we head into the draft later on.
Yeah, for Carl TZ again, he just had his 2,000 kills achieved. I believe it was in day 2 or 3.
Yeah,
something like that. And apart from that, highest, one of the highest damage dealt and highest damage received. So it shows his versatility as a jungler. Not to mention King Kong. The whole story of the latter half of 2024 was his, and even the first parts of 2025 was how amazing and how fast he is when it comes to his farming. Even beat his record established at 9 minutes for level 15 jungler. What's the record again in, I believe it was in SPS, around 8 minutes or something seconds. He has to put it out again up against the young GOAT, Carl TZ.
This is why so many adjustments have been taking place, right?
Yeah, it's because of these guys.
It's because of these guys. It's because of this guy, especially based on the past few months and the way he's been playing the jungler role, the rotations that he's been doing here and there. But this is another heated lane matchup, you know? Like, this is something we've been observing all season long. Yesterday, all the more if you're a fan of the Cavalry, Sanji and his Farsa. There were just some insane plays that came in from this guy yesterday. But in terms of consistency, you must have to give it to Super Prince as well.
Yeah, consistently in Onic Philippines, one of the longest players there since Season 10. Remember his interview that he was fortunate enough that the organization did not give up on him. He was a pure cornerstone for their organization. And not to mention the way he controls and changes the games. People even started to say that you can get a lot of crazy builds from Super Prince. Remember the Farsa with the rapid boots, the Turbo Farsa, so we can expect a lot. But apart from that, Sanji also, the Lone Stallion. Is it just me, or me and Leo talked about how when it comes to Sanji, he always finds himself alone in crucial situations in high-stakes games. We witnessed that yesterday. Even in Season 13, we witnessed that when Sanji was the last man to push. And even in S12, when they got dropped by Blacklist, he was the last, then Orca remaining. So the Lone Stallion is up against the Monster Mage himself. Who has the better micro between the two mid laners?
Yeah, even just yesterday, you gotta check it out for yourselves if you haven't. The way that on the Lu Yi, he just decided to use the diversion to push to the top base first. Like that one too. Like there have been so many plays coming in from this player that you could actually build a highlight reel already from him, even just in the playoffs. But these are two players we've been discussing as well earlier. It's the roamers of this matchup who pretty much introduced so many picks already, especially if we're talking about Daddy JP.
Yeah, Daddy JP, 3-time champion one-time M Series champion, started all the way in Season 2 with Archangels, 1-2 with Sunsparks up against Onic Philippines. So in terms of championship matchups, JP versus Onic Philippines, it's JP all the way. He hasn't lost a single finals appearance with this organization.
JP might actually want to keep that record.
Yeah, he wants to keep it clean.
I feel like he doesn't realize that he actually has that record.
Yeah.
But if he does.
Was it Renmar who... I think it was Renmar who told him.
Yeah,
that,
I think...
Did you know that you haven't lost a single finals matchup against Onic Philippines? And JP was like, oh really?
Yeah, and it was Perks who reminded them that, yeah. You never lost against Onic Philippines. So that's something he probably is already aware about right now.
And for the side of Onic Philippines, again, Brusco, who could forget one of the most crucial plays that he had up against TLPH in the upper bracket finals. With a final attempt from the Calvary, a conceal, they charged in but got stopped in their tracks by Brusco's show. Wanjit Kundu turned things around to their favor, stunned 3, and was able to wipe out or at least get 4 kills and win the game with a sweep for Onic Philippines. But with TLPH having the luxury of getting the first pick side priority, they go with their higher win rate side. They go with red side.
Okay. So we'll be seeing Team Liquid Philippines in the red side for game number 1. And this is gonna be a very favorable situation if you're Team Liquid Philippines. But that still doesn't stop Onic Philippines from pulling off some of the most interesting drafts we could possibly see from them later on, especially considering that throughout the past few games, like, they've been brave enough to try a couple of things too. Even for Kelra, like they've been consistent on this entire Jushin 1-1 setup.
Yeah.
They even tried out the Clint ones, and the one time he used the Earthel, it was able to perform so well.
Yeah, so well, and they need all of that to be able to go up against a force like Team Liquid Philippines. And for Team Liquid Philippines, we can't forget about the performances of the XP laners. I was thinking about Sanford, but also Kirk also performed with the glue. That was phenomenal. I believe it was a spotless KDA 0 deaths, but a high kill participation. So a glue might be a priority for both of these XP laners. But as we head on to the drafting phase of our game number 1 in the MPL Philippines Season 15 Grand Finals, the Champions Arena erupting, as today we will witness who will raise the Immortal Cup. Is it the defending champions Onic, or is it gonna be Team Liquid Philippines? As we head on to the drafting phase, let's call in Slick Thick himself, Renmar Santa Cruz. Where are you at?
I feel like if you say that, enough people are actually going to believe that I've changed my name to Slick Thick. Hi everyone, still Renmar here. This is a major development for the draft, as this is only the second time this entire playoffs that Onic Philippines has actually drafted on the blue side. So with Team Liquid Philippines picking red, that's strategic. Not only to say that, hey, this is our preferred side, but to put Onic literally in an uncomfortable position. Again, only the second time Onic has drafted blue.
Yeah, although the one time that they were actually, I feel, forced out of it, it was a great draft coming from them too. I think, if I'm not mistaken, was it at the time they were actually able to bring out the Lancelot as well? We'll be double checking later on. But
I remember that when they drafted blue side, it was actually against Team Liquid, game number 3. That's when they surprised us with bringing out the Angela Bach shot together.
Oh, that too. So there are just so many possibilities that we can expect, even if Onic Philippines are actually drafting here in the blue side. But right now, looking at the bans so far, I feel like the joy may still be open as well. The Jushin is out there too, and Super Prince, by the way, used the Jushin already 7 times throughout the playoffs.
Okay, weirdly enough, Onic Philippines can do a massive swerve in this draft and pick up something like a Granger as the Joy's gone for the first pick, but usually it's a Jushin or Loyi here. More often than not, once we go to the red side, first 2 picks, Team Liquid actually has picked an OHEB pick for the first 2 picks red side 9 times already this playoffs. Most of the time, it's the Granger and/or Harith. So with the Jushin locked in by Onic, Granger plus a Sanford pick might be the go here for Team Liquid.
Let's see, Granger available here for the Filipino sniper himself. He talked about the glue that has been popping off for Sanford and even for Kirk, but there you have it. What Slick Thick mentioned, second pick red side for Team Liquid Philippines will be Oheb.
Yeah. So they're pairing it up with the Baksha, which is gonna be somewhat of a flex still if you're Team Liquid Philippines. JP used it twice as well, but that's the thing. I feel like it's only been JP who's been using the Baksha in Team Liquid Philippines so far.
Yeah, I think that's already a tell that most likely this is going to be going to the roam. As for the EXP hero for Sanford, they want him something with a bit more high impact. Let's see if any of these two teams are going to surprise and suddenly pick up a glue much earlier than it usually does appear in drafts. Both junglers still not picked. We might go into the second phase with one team not picking up a jungler just yet. But Dang's still open for Onic Philippines if they want to go down that route. Usually seen in the first side. But as we posed the possibility, they brought it up, a glue right away for Onic, and they pick up an Aerothel as an instant response to the Granger in lane.
Oh, you know, the last time glue was picked up by Kirk, it was a near perfect KDA. It was hard to kill him, but he was always present during the clashes. And I just noticed now that Onic Philippines banned out the Lucas, so the question remains, is King Kong in the grand finals ready to use the Lucas at the jungler later on?
They banned it out too, I feel. So could Carl TZ be considering the Hayabusa at this point? Or does, I feel like the Onic Philippines have set up so well if ever there is a Hayabusa coming out in this slot. Like the glue and the Irithel and the Jushin already, these three picks might be okay with this if they switch things up and pick up the Mathilda instead.
All right. Despite them usually putting the Baksha in the hands of JP, they pick up the Mathilda in the roam. Then okay, so it's still tough to see where this Baksha is going. There is a possibility that it might suddenly swerve and go into the jungle. Let's see if Onic will suddenly ban out an Alpha, because we saw Team Liquid Philippines bring out that combination earlier this playoffs.
Yeah. I feel like it's gonna work well considering that Onic Philippines 2 are yet to actually reveal much of their tanky or their other frontline heroes.
Yeah. I think considering that they're up against a Jushin in the center of the map, and then there is a Mathilda roam there, they might be encouraged to actually just put this Baksha in the jungle instead, so that you have a very safe river. With the Ling ban, they want the Farsa as an option.
The Farsa Mathilda too. That could be a huge pickup here if you're Team Liquid Philippines. Will Onic Philippines actually let that through? They ban out the Lui instead. So this feels like one of the best spots to bring out the Farsa, so they can save much of what they're planning to show us for this draft.
I am leaning towards the Farsa pickup here for Team Liquid, unless they really save the mid lane pick later and pick up show the Sanford and already show where the Baksha is going to be going. More tankiness is what Team Liquid Philippines needs. Trizla might not be the answer, but it could be one of the things in consideration. If they want mobility to take to the back line, maybe they put Sanford in more active, something like a Hilda. But the problem is you don't see the jungler from the side of Onic. And Onic still has the capability to go with a, hey, what if Team Liquid are just going Fred here?
Yeah, oh wait.
Because they can go Fred, Baksha, Granger, Mathilda all together.
Oh yeah, so they just reveal the Farsa instead.
Yep.
Sanford will have plenty of time to consider whatever his XP lane is gonna be later on. There are a couple of options still left there too for him, but Onic Philippines right now, we're looking at what King Kong is willing to play into this draft. Team Liquid Philippines, they've been banning out most of the assassins already, and them leaving out the Lancelot. It feels like they also have a way to answer back if ever it does show up.
Feels like a choice if they're going to go Lance here. And then if Onic decides to go for something with pickoff that can encourage Team Liquid Philippines to go full tanky, bring in a Fredrin, put in a Baksha in the EXP lane, so the kick will be a little bit more, well, for the lack of a better term, useless, because who are you going to kick other than the Mathilda and the Granger, and can you actually kick them? They go for the Joe, and they go for the Lancelot. If I'm Liquid, you pick Fredrin now or something equally tanky.
Yep.
Well, we got what we wanted. Lancelot from King Kong as Sanford picks up the Phobius. Drafts for the first game of the grand final set in stone. Who's gonna draw the first blood? Onic Philippines, the defending champions, up against the top-seeded team, Team Liquid Philippines. It's a best-of-7 series here in the Champions Arena.
This is gonna be such a test for Onic Philippines and for Team Liquid Philippines as well. The draft index, it's not that far for both of these teams. And the Phobius feels like it's just gonna have such a great time, considering that it's up against both the Lancelot and the Cho, plus the additional mobility that can be provided by JP as well. And that's not just onto the Phobius, but onto the other members of Team Liquid Philippines.
And now we head over to our casters for our Game 1 Grand Finals.
Thank you so much to the panel. What is up, guys? I'm Nice Dude. I'm joined here. It's us, the Wee Bear Bros. It's me, Leo, and Renmar to bring you the action. It's a best-of-7 for the Grand Final.
I love that Lancelot for the first time in the playoffs was something we foresaw.
Yeah. Finally. Seems like it's been a while since we've seen him pop up more consistently, but now we're encouraged to bring it out. Aggressive trades in the center of the map, an Onic typical play, especially if they have a Juicin and the Cho together at the center. The Lancelot pickup from Onic actually turned Oheb off from the idea of picking up a Purify himself, so that makes the kick of the Cho even more expensive. But there's a Lancelot, you really need the Purify for the reposition to avoid him.
I'm wondering if this is going to be a difficult one for King Kong specifically, you know, against this kind of composition that TLPH brought to Game 1, because there seems like it's utility overload, but then also so much tankiness to deal with.
Yeah, with all of that, Kelra, okay, has to go for the Warrior Boots first. King Kong actually still undefeated on this Lancelot, so let's see if he'll be able to make some magic here. In the past, it looked like the Lancelot pick wouldn't work, but it ended up working twice very cleanly.
Brusco catching JP. Early moments in the game number 1, it's Liquid crossing the river more often than the Super Fam.
Okay, so now as we kind of look at this, you know, most of these games that we've seen in the playoffs have been quite frantic. You know, in the early game, we've had some just brawls break out, but overall, when you get in this kind of endurance test of a best-of-7, just like we saw last night, for example, you really want to go ahead and try to pace your game out and the game plan here. But with both compositions, their game plans, do they change? Like, are they that different between these compositions, Renmar?
It's not going to be quite the same. King Kong already goes in.
Very low. Sanford pulled in by JP. Both teams considering maybe we should fight, maybe we should. A turtle dance begins.
Yeah, let's see if Team Liquid will still heavily contest, considering Sanford took a lot of damage.
Turtle currently 3/4. Here we go. Carl Teasy coming through. Feathered airstrike. Look at the back line. A lot of damage put on to Sanji. Down goes the Lone Stallion. First off the board. Sanford gets a jump on. Gets out of there. He falls. Kelra finds one.
Man, Calvary came all the way from the gold lane just to make sure that Onic Philippines was going to be able to win that one.
Unexpected rotation, incredibly well timed, but they got the gold lane.
Carl Teasy still wants to fight for it. And underneath, King Kong with a Phantom Execution. Liquid's going to pay for this hard. Carl Teasy running away. Desperation. King Kong takes down the young goat.
He couldn't use the guiding wind. Brusco goes in.
The Bruiser gets a kick in. And he's trying to take down Sanji. Wings by wings out. Close call. King Kong got 40 on him. The Apex Predator finds one.
Well, I'm going to take my words back. I said they were kind of frantic. Well, this one happens to be too.
That's how you set the bar for the Grand Finals. Action right away. Not willing to give up an unfavorable trade as much as possible. Both teams looking for wins through kills. Sanford getting the kill there onto King Kong was massive for Team Liquid, because if he didn't get that, they would have lost that entire sequence 100%.
This is interesting here, the matchup between Airthil and Granger. You know, Granger's got that advantage 72% times every time he's going to get the Airthil. So we're going to see if Kelra can make it work. But the fact that he got an early kill early on, and that's why he rotated, maybe gives him a little bit of an advantage to go up. I mean, he's barely ahead of Oheb right now, but he does have that Haas Clause, which is going to help him kind of sustain that lane a little bit longer. But still, it just seems like Brusco's really aggressive on this Cho, man. Like, is that the game plan for him the whole game?
Oh, definitely. He should be. He's up against a Matilda. He can't allow JP to set the tempo. So Brusco's just playing it with aggression. The good thing is, Onic Philippines are going with that aggression. They're not just letting him check and poke alone. Super Prince is always with him. Kirk is nearby, especially when the turtle was down at the bottom lane. And even King Kong is close enough to respond to anything that Brusco decides to do. So they're allowing the roamer to be aggressive, but they're ready to back him up.
Okay, well, right now, Turtle's going to come up here. We'll see how Brusco decides to go with it, but meanwhile, in the bottom lane, there's a little bit of focus here for now, but it is Sanford. He's on the Phoveus. I don't think you can do too much, even this 2v1. But Turtle's up now. You can see where Onic is around the map, but look at this from TLPH. They might be trying to make a play here.
Oh, Brusco knows that there might be more than just Carlteasy in that brush. Sanji wings by wings out. Carlteasy sandwiched by 3 from the Super Fam. Sanford pushing King Kong out. A little too low. The Sigma jungler calls it quits.
Okay, since the positioning wasn't good for either squad, they both just retreat. They now go for the turtle. Brusco will start things off. Good position already held by Super Prince in that middle shrub. Kirk is here as well. It looks good for Team Liquid. They can contest, but they gotta be careful because if they lose this big time, it's not gonna be good, as Onic already has a 1,200 gold lead.
Well, right now, all the junglers are both junglers on the other side of the map. Carlteasy finally making his way. King Kong gets his orange, but right now it's just a standstill for this turtle. That's not going to be the focus just yet. Kirk, that's what you call a zone there, man. Yeah. Just walk up on the glue against Sanji and try to force something out. Brusco, though.
Then there's strike by Sanji, pushing out Super Prince and the Bruiser. Very low. Liquid bursts that turtle down. That's 1 for the Cavalry.
Yeah, Onic decided to play for the macro instead. They got the tower in the bottom lane. I think they're going to make a big play for the center of the map, because they want the map control instead. They knew that if they faced Liquid in that turtle, it was a bit of a 50-50, leaning a little bit more towards Onic, but they just decided to play it safe, push towers instead, and now let's see if Onic can expedite the farm of Kelra.
I guess in the grand scheme of things, going for the turret and going for some map presence is going to be better for what Onic wants to set up for. Oh,
what is Kirk doing? Just crossing over from the back like that. Doesn't get punished either.
Maybe that's why. Because he's on the glue.
Yeah.
He's been playing like that for a while.
That's a flicker and a kick. Oh, the pullback. Not going to be enough. Oheb gets taken down. The Venom Airstrike. The reaction from Liquid. Taking out King Kong 1 for 1.
That's a core for core. Gold for jungler. What a kick though by Brusco. Cross not done.
The young gold ain't done with you. Super Prince, Crimson Beacon out of here. Look at the back line though. Kirk gets dunked on. Finds that grab underneath the turret. Whoa. The pullback. This way, that way.
What is happening? Everybody is everywhere, especially when you have a Matilda in play.
Yeah, Kirk had to jump out of that flight like DP Cooper. It's like, I'm out of here, man. I got my money. I'm good. A good decision by Kirk to, that he remembered that he could just let go of the grab. He would have been brought all the way under the tower. Great little play there, sequenced by Sanford and JP to actually think of that possibility. As we look at the items, I want to look at the EXP laners. Dreadnought armor on the way to Dominance Ice Chop Suey build. A Silence Robe is also in for Kirk, so he does have magic resist. While for Sanford, no full item just yet. He went for the Silence Robe. And on the way to a Dominance Ice.
Circling Eagle out of the Bruiser, just checking for range. Gets punished hard. Taken down in 40. Stopping Kirk from just gallivanting all over their side of the map. Prince pushing back. Push by the Filipino sniper. But down bottom, they didn't see. King Kong was working on a lane of his own.
Yeah, King Kong's still pushing. He's been doing this majority of the game, so he gets that tier 2 down. Turtle is gone, so Lord's going to be up here in just a second.
Go, JP.
Oh, JP.
Full-on fight breaking out here. Oheb gets hit, gets choked down. Taken out by Kelra. Carlteasy looking for some retribution in the back line. Shutting down the Golden Goat. Now Friends up next on the docket. Where's Friends going? He doesn't have his own flicker. Gets taken down by Daddy JP. Kirk gets the grab on the 40. What are their plans here with the Kirk attack? King Kong looking to punish. Thou shalt not grab my XP later. 40 obliges, keeps on fighting. Phantom execution in. King Kong very low. Can JP and Carlteasy do this? Sanford gets him. Serving up a kill to Carlteasy. Kirk still alive throughout the exchange.
What a sequence by these two. And Team Liquid Philippines, their shields, their tankiness, their sustain. It's the X factor here, as Onic made the right call, but Team Liquid were just way too tanky.
And all of these decisions from TLPH brings them now to this point. Onic Philippines, do they want to try to delay this or stop this? They don't have a jungler, so this should just be for TLPH, but there's a whole lot happening and Brusco's in trouble.
Ain't no time to dance. Liquid secures the Lord in just a jiffy, and now Calvary bumps right into Kirk. Kirk obliges with a spread, looking for that grab. Super Prince wailing away at the turret. Slow rolling. Prince finally takes it out.
Can we just take a breath for a moment? I feel like for the past 4 minutes, it hasn't stopped.
Yeah, potentially we got 6 more games. So very clear right now, Onic playing the macro, pushing turrets because they know Team Liquid Philippines are so strong, playing the 4-man, 5-man team fight. JP's timings with the guiding winds have been on point. The shields he's been able to dish out so far have been at the perfect time that when we think King Kong's about to get an execution, just a little bit more basic attack from either Brusco or Kelra will finish the job. Suddenly, you see a shield pop up for members of Liquid.
Calvary setting up the gank from the flank. Oheb slowly but surely following through, pushing through mid, taking it down. Is this Grant the purple? Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah, they're going to take that. They take more, too. They get another tier 2 down for the first tier 2 down with that Lord push. Now TLPH in charge of this game. What does Onic Philippines need to happen here? Because I feel like even King Kong really hasn't been able to do much other than push on the other side of the map here.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about Onic is they are very close in terms of the gold. Kirk, Super Friends, highest in the damage dealt department, though that isn't really the best sign for them. That means they need just a little bit more farm for Kelra, or more importantly, a little bit more time, because as these engagements go on longer for Team Liquid Philippines, you're wondering, hey Onic, where's your damage? It's because Kelra is getting picked off earlier in the fights, when these fights are going way longer. So Onic need to do a better job of taking care of Kelra, because Team Liquid are doing a great job of finding ways to access the back line late into the fight. Just when Kelra thinks, hey, I'm safe, I'm gonna keep doing damage, suddenly a Basha comes rolling in.
Yeah, that's one of the problems it seems like, is there's, again, the utility and the mobility that the lineup that TLPH has is difficult. Like if you're in Kelra's shoes here and you basically just have a couple options to get away, you really have to rely on the team to be able to back you up and give you that space to maneuver around these team fights. But, you know, you throw a Baksha on the other side, and sometimes that off angle that a Baksha can come from is enough to mess things up.
Look at the total heal on Sanford and JP, the sustain that they have. King Kong, Super Prince, and Kirk are being able to provide healing for themselves as well, but not in the level that JP and Sanford are. Look at the items here. Still not that far off of the Granger, though already up to the Sky Piercer, Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike for Oheb, while Kelra does have the GDS, so it seems like he's also understood the problem, that once he pops his ultimates, he does need more mobility, more space for himself, so good third item there for Kelra.
Okay, still standoff here. Lord's coming up in a couple seconds.
BOD for Oheb.
Yeah.
Onyx is going to start feeling the pain.
They're going to feel the pain, and I'm wondering, again, if they want to go ahead and decide to do this, because for the majority of this one, King Kong's been elsewhere, right? Pushing, focusing on objectives. Will we see him actually approach and try to contest a Lord here?
That's a catch-22. Again, you want to protect Kelra. Your main damage source is Kelra, but he's supplemented by King Kong. That's why it's been so difficult for Onic to find the winning fight for the past 5 minutes.
Okay. And even with that, you're seeing, you know, Sanji, that's all he has to do. Pop a Feathered Airstrike, and you're kind of left to the whims of that. You know, as soon as that Feathered Airstrike drops down, you just disengage. So what it feels like is Onic Philippines is just trying to buy the time that they need to allow Kelra to get basically fully item locked. And let him loose.
Brusco.
He gets retreat. Kelra's there.
Oh, Lord. 2v3 coming down. Brusco gets bombed by Oheb point blank. Kelra running away, doesn't want to pick this fight here, and just as quickly, the Calvary disengages.
You can tell Carl Teasy made that call once he hit the Retribution onto Brusco, and he was slowed down. Great rotation there by Team Liquid Philippines to pick off a key member for this objective. Look at Carl going for King!
Oh, and now Sanford joins the fight. Kirk looking to disengage for his jungler. That's too much pressure. Kelra takes out Sanji off camera! And this might have been all to Onyx's plan, or is it? The Lord still standing, they're dancing.
Oh, Kirk goes back in.
Oh, 40! Gets a little bit of help. Might get popped here. Still alive. Calvary takes the Lord off camera. 40 gets taken down by the Sigma jungler. Oheb, one over Kelra. Another for the Filipino sniper. The monster is quelled.
There was 2 fights all around the map, but the objective goes to TLPH. What a smart move from Carl Teasy.
Team Liquid understood they needed to get back onto the objective. They left Sanji to the mercy of Kelra. That split fight caused by Sanford and Carl, but Carl went back, Liquid went back to the major objective. They made the right call when they almost were their own reason for losing that.
Yeah, again, Sanford, the fact that he was able to survive that long to allow them to get back to that Lord, that's what helped them. And not to mention, again, this is a Baksha. He goes around the map before you even know it, but this top turret doesn't go down just yet. So Onic Philippines will hold on to that, but they'll lose some more space unless this tier 2 doesn't go down, but TLPH might make a move still as they have this pressure. I don't think they want to force anything just yet because Sanford and Oheb don't have those battle spells available.
Early in the playoffs, Liquid got stomped by Onyx Superior Macro. 15 minutes into game number 1 here, it's clear that Liquid learned their lesson. Liquid will not allow Onyx to do that anymore. Liquid has more trading tools, and that's what making the Super Fam struggle. It's like, we sent this, we did the right things, but Liquid just seems to have more on the board.
Yeah, this is coming off of a draft where they knew and expected what King Kong and Onic would pick for the jungle in one of their last 2 picks on the blue side. They manipulated the draft incredibly well that they called back to a meta that they won a world championship with back in M4. Tanky, sustain in the jungle, provide space for your mid and gold. But a lot of these kills that Team Liquid are getting are, I wouldn't say they are low quality, but they are somewhat lacking in aesthetic quality. They are just brute force fights though, and if you get kills that way, resources that way, then who are we to complain?
Yeah, sometimes that's just gonna work. Trying to get this base turret down, they'll get out with the wings by wings, and they're still going.
Kirk here forcing the Fed Air Strike. The response from Sanji. Look at how deep 40 is. The grab. Enough stacks for Kirk to get onto the Apex Predator. Kirk goes down. A kill served up to Oheb. That's a man down for the Super Fam, making this defense all the more difficult. Lord in 30.
Carl is more than enough to stop Kelra from fighting. The fact that he has a blade armor on him means that Kelra can't even poke him down to send him back.
Yeah, this is interesting too because TLPH has done damage to pretty much all the base turrets of Onic. They just haven't gotten any down yet. Lord's 20 seconds away. So depending on how they want to play this, it just seems like it's impossible for Onic Philippines to really look for that angle. This is why we see Brusco doing this. You know, he's trying. This is one of the struggles of being on a Cho. You have to be able to put yourself in that position where you can get a kick, but can you even find it?
Onic is uncomfortable. That's safe to say. They're working the map and they can't win fights. Even more, the Calvary is uncomfortable because this is not the Liquid Stampede we know, right? But a Stampede is a Stampede. Kills are kills, objectives are objectives, and Liquid can afford to take the slow right now.
Oh, King Kong.
But do they want it? They find King Kong with a circling eagle, forcing a phantom execution. Carl Daisy coming in. Ka-chow, he is speed. Liquid, straight on collapse.
Kelra.
To Onic. Look at Kelra from the back line. Kelra. I wonder if they know he's hiding in the river brush. Crimson Beacon from Super Prince. The ride by Kirk. He disengages, calls it quits. Kelra right now in the sights of Calteezy, but Kirk bites it first.
Kelra waited and he was right there, but it was not the right time to jump in. And so with Kirk gone, TLPH has a take on the Lord here. Will Onic Philippines delay it or stop it? Half health on the Lord. King Kong zoned out.
All right, there's a Thorn Rose. Gets a few beats out of the jump down. A few bullets missed, but the flickered forward by Oheb.
Just at the right time to be aggressive. Oheb is now 6, 2, and 3. It's long, it's scrappy, and it's putting Onic in a very uncomfortable spot. All the little scraps that Onic has to deal with, and it's way too much. Team Liquid, the gallop is slowly turning into the Stampede.
Slow but dominant push here by Liquid across the map. Free Lord scored. 18 minutes in, it's evolved.
It's evolved at this point, so TLPH off of what was a gallop turning into a stampede already. They're getting ready to possibly stampede to a victory. With this one in a comfortable lead ahead, 5.2K It doesn't seem like Onic Philippines has an answer. How are they looking on the defense side of things here, though?
Oh, it's going to be tough. You see that even though Kelra's full build, he's barely scratching Carl Teasy. And once Carl shows up in front of the Irithel, Kelra says, all right, I'm going to bring you down. Wait, this hurts. I need to stop basic attacking you. What do I do now?
Estimated Onic lineup in base clearing power, about 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10.
I'm being very generous.
That's
Again,
very generous.
It's mainly Kelra who's doing this. Like, have you seen how slow even late game Zushin clears?
Even with the items, it's not going to do that much. But right now, they're going to have to buckle in. The Lord's still making its way up top. They'll clear out these waves. Bottom base turret does go down, though. So TLPH, Kelra taking a little bit of hits here. They'll go ahead and disengage. Keeping Sanford on this side, the Lord's going to go ahead and charge and take out the top turret. TLPH looking for their own window.
Whoa! The forward push on the better airstrike. One salvo catches him. Brusco gets caught by Circling Eagle. Deep inside, Onyx base. Frizz gets picked off. The mid inhibitor has fallen too. This is looking bad for Superfam. Base at half health. There's still a bunch of waves in. Sanford jumping into the skies.
Oh, they're going to have to work out. They're going to have to disengage as they're stopped in the base.
This might be dangerous. Liquid have to check their range. Better airstrike coming through. Salvos on the Brusco. King Kong taking down Sanji.
They're able to defend, but there was a wave pushing in. Kelra's back. And that's it for TLPH pushing in the base.
They break the formation of Liquid around the feathered airstrike. King Kong gets Sanji down at the nick of time. And with the minion waves crashing in, Liquid had spent too much already to continue their push. Still, the problems are prevalent for Onic. Way too tanky are the front line, but the hope is there. And I think King Kong now has to put his eyes onto the head chef of the Baby Cakes Bakery, Sanji.
Too much, but I'd say it was something Liquid could have afforded. Again, it's just Sanji. If it was some way, somehow, Oheb that died, then maybe they're in trouble. Maybe they could get punished, but at this point, again, sitting at, oh my god, 1,000 stacks, almost max Sky Piercers. I'd say they're in good shape. Well, Caltese gets caught out here, gets hit by the chokeout, slammed to the ground. It's just Kirk, it's just them.
Yeah, this has been the story, like Renmar mentioned. Even if you get Sanji, Oheb is the big problem here. You don't even have really the tools to get to him when he's just on the back end. And if you do, he's got a guiding wind to get him out of that. So here's a Divine Glaive picked up. I know they have 2 Malefic Roars over here too, one for King Kong and Kelra, but I'm still wondering, like, is that enough to penetrate through these tanky big boys in the front line? And that's why Carl Teasy is just walking around.
Kirk jumped in, gets dunked on by Sanford, gets picked up by Oheb once more, squashed.
Oh, Super Friend's in trouble. He's going to take a couple shots, but look at the angle, Carl Teasy too. Lord's up, so they have a decision here. Without Kirk, though, I feel like Onic won't be able to do much here.
The young goat has gone from hunting down heroes to just clearing bushes. He wants this Lord to be clean.
He did say before that he just wants to be anything his team needs him to be, whether it's the Carl that gets kills or the Carl that cleans waves, holds the front line. And Carl Teasy and Liquid look like they'll get this without that much of a problem.
Oh, Circling Eagle spent in. Dad makes the call. They're coming in. They're closing in on our Lord take. Clean for Liquid.
It was a clean take. And there's really nothing that Onic Philippines can do there. Even if you think, oh, King Kong can do something crazy and try to get a steal, ultimately that's not going to happen with a lineup that TLPH has.
The Matilda has empowered this lineup so well in the past 22 plus minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna say it, it's JP's fault and he can be damn proud of that.
Yeah, he's played this Matilda phenomenally. 2-0-12 right now. They're fully loaded and they're gonna walk into the base with this Lord here. Let's see if Onic Philippines can defend.
Feather airstrike starting it up. Kirk jumping in. Look at that big knockout by the Bruiser. A lot of damage coming through. King Kong slicing, dicing, puncturing the base. The Lord, it's onto them. Brusco gets the immortality pop. The Lord still wailing away at the base. Brusco trying to get the attention of the waves and of Liquid. Down goes Brusco. Oheb gets to kill Super Prince, doing his darndest to clear the wave.
Oh, they're still going though. This might be it. Triple for Oheb.
And the base is next. Liquid first on the board. Game 1.
In a race to 4 laps, Team Liquid gets the first one. It wasn't a stampede, but it was a smooth and gliding ride led by Daddy JP's Matilda.
A great game 1 to start off this grand finals. We're going to have to throw it back to the kids on the panel. Ingan and Brigada, take it away.
From getting swept in the upper bracket finals against Onic Philippines, Team Liquid Philippines draw first blood in a Game 1 win. It took them a while, but they still got the job done.
And despite it taking them a while to close out the game, majority of it was under control for Team Liquid Philippines. I honestly don't know where to start because we've seen a lot which took place in that game. A lot of changes, I believe, especially their casters. They feel weird about this kind of stampede. You know, it's not the typical kind of stampede, but we have to give it to this guy. The MVP has to go to him.
You don't know where to start, so let's start with the daddy himself, the MVP. A perfect KDA of 2015. Imagine getting 15 assists, 100% kill participation. Who could forget after, you know, his jawhead performance up against Onic Philippines in the upper bracket finals? Almost a 0-8 at a certain point in that game, and now bouncing back with a crucial Mathilda that literally controlled the pace and the outcome of the game.
And this is something we mentioned before we headed into the game. The way this Mathilda is going to enable so much of their lineup. We saw how Sanford on the Phobias was able to make King Kong have such a hard time already on this Lancelot, constantly trying to chase after him. But I feel like one of the first things that happened in this game, which really established how much of a different kind of stampede this is, or this game was gonna be, was the early kill onto Sanji. And that doesn't necessarily speak for Team Liquid Philippines getting the early leads, because it was Brusco. He initially showed how threatening he could be on the Cho, just constantly canceling Sanji out, but that never happened again, mind you. It did take a while for Sanji to get back into the game, in a sense that he was able to show us the amount of damage that he already had, the amount of zoning that he could already provide, but all the while he was taking his time, it was the other members of Team Liquid Philippines making things happen. Even with a lineup like this in Onyx's hands, which considerably has such a high amount of mobility, the way they're constantly able to take advantage of the circling eagle, the guiding winds, baiting out skills from Onic Philippines, then suddenly fetching their members to go back and say that, oh, we're not going for the full commit. It just paved the way for Team Liquid Philippines to constantly fight on their terms. Whenever they did not want to fight, they have a way out. Onic Philippines, on the other hand, had a very difficult time fighting on their terms. They could barely set things up for themselves, especially as one of the first targets all the time. It seems like it was always Brusco that Team Liquid Philippines was after.
Yeah, there were actually 2 instances where Onic tried to look for a proper angle, which was from the back. The first instance was Brusco, but unfortunately, Team Liquid Philippines was prepared for that. We didn't see the show, that's why Onic Philippines got 1 member down, and of course, the Kelra attempt in the mid lane. That for Team Liquid Philippines, they saw it coming. They read Onic Philippines like a book, even down to the draft. That's why we have an amazing win from the Calvary, 817 kill scoreboard in 23 minutes. That's our Game 1, folks.
Yep, Game 1, which had endless team fights happening all over the map. And it's not just non-stop team fights, it's multiple team fights happening at various areas of the map as well. I feel like we've had a couple of moments in the game where the camera couldn't focus on what's happening all at once, because there were 2 team fights happening at the same time, both as equally important, but you have to choose one.
Yeah, there was actually one crucial one when Sanford got to Onyx, preoccupied onto him. That's why Carl TC was able to secure the Lord. And even if Kelra actually got the kill onto Sanji, it was all part of the plan of the Cavalry. They looked at the bigger things, then dissected the micro, and they were able to split up Onic Philippines and play to their strength as one unit. They almost all the time, they rotated as a 5-man unit. That's why our MVP JP has a 100% kill participation.
Yeah, and this is also, like what you mentioned right now, was probably one of the biggest things, which tells us that this wasn't exactly the same as the kind of stampede we saw yesterday, because it wasn't entirely Sanji making things happen just yet. Sanji was a huge part of how Team Liquid Philippines was able to take the advantage over and over again in their previous series. But this time around, it wasn't Sanji alone doing majority of it. It was everyone coming together, and mostly, of course, our best wingman, which is JP again on those 15 assists. Which is why, you know, Oheb got to a point where he got the 1,000 stacks already on his pass.
Yeah, Leo was freaking out with 1,000 stacks, and who could argue with him? Because again, our BPI Rich Kai will go to the Filipino sniper himself, the regular season MVP, well-deserved performance. GPM of 869, quite low compared to his previous GPM yesterday, which went up to 1,000 because, again, it's 23 minutes long. But still, you cannot count out that when it comes to the Filipino sniper, he's always got bank.
He definitely has the money.
Yeah, he has the money.
He has the money right now.
Yeah, there's no hiding that now, and I think it's time for us not to hide anymore. That's why, Brigida, you can take the floor this time.
All right, so we will be diving a bit more onto the specifics of what... Oh, wait, my cue card's upside down. But we will be diving into the specifics a little bit more of what took place in this game. There have been a lot of things that we have to take note of. First, of course, starting with the gold graph. So if you were to take a look at the gold graph, this 2-minute mark was that moment wherein they were able to actually set things up for Onic Philippines. Onic Philippines, at this point, they were able to cancel the feathered airstrike. They were able to deny Team Liquid Philippines from getting the better positioning in terms of the first objective. And this was where they probably felt that they had control, at least for the first few moments of the game. Because again, they were still on the Cho, they were still on the Jushin. You could play these two heroes in the mid lane very aggressively, and you can just really rely on them to take control of the mid and the river side. But that was something we barely saw happen once again, especially when Team Liquid Philippines decided to focus their resources on the more important aspects of the game, because they were just, again, heavily focused and centered onto activating OHEB. Even Carl knew that this was simply what he had to do, because OHEB, he was just the guy that JP had to constantly be beside by, and he just had to constantly provide that additional movement. So there was just too fast of a farming that came into play for OHEB, especially throughout the first few minutes of the game, where it felt like Onic Philippines were clearly struggling to look for those setups, to make the presence of this Cho felt, to make the aggression of the Jushin felt, and to overall just allow them to do things, because they're the ones who are expected to establish the early game. King Kong, you know how he plays the Lancelot. It definitely takes some time for him before he decides to join the fights. And that exactly is what Team Liquid Philippines were able to answer back to. Now, looking at the item progression, there are some key pickups here which I would like to take note. Of course, first would be that blade armor pickup coming in from Carl TZ. I believe it was between the 5th and the 8th-minute mark, wherein he was able to already pick up that blade armor, which, mind you, was the first item. He decided to go for at least the Molten Essence first, and then immediately towards the picking up that blade armor. So the moment he was able to get his hands on this item, you just knew that Team Liquid Philippines could play aggressively every single time. He was constantly on the hunt for Kelra. You barely could feel at that point, and at that very unfortunate point where Keller also barely had any items yet, that he was able to dish out any damage against the members of Team Liquid Philippines. And it came to a point even where Kelra, at the 22-minute mark, and that's like a minute before the game actually ended, had to pick up the Sea Halberd himself. So there was just so many things. There was just too much sustain in the side of Team Liquid Philippines that he had to answer back to, that not even a full build Irthel could actually match nor respond back in the late game against this lineup that they had. There were some moments where Onic Philippines nearly were able to turn things around. Some of the punctures in, punctures out, Thorn Rose, and Phantom Executions coming in from King Kong towards the late game, but those weren't enough, especially in terms of how they were able to hold out everything when Team Liquid Philippines were clearly knocking on their base. Now, if we look at the draft stats and the draft recap, you really have to acknowledge the amount of damage taken by both this Baksha and this Phoveus. This was a surprise that came to us, because we did say that based on the previous games that Team Liquid Philippines played, it's kind of a tell that the Baksha will definitely be going into the hands of JP. But they decided to switch things up again. After every single night of going to sleep, they wake up and think that they want to reintroduce something again. So it is Carl TZ making use of the Baksha, who just served its main purpose of tanking the damage clearly against the members of Onic Philippines. So you could barely feel anything. I mean, considering the fact that they barely have any burst damage, that their power spike is definitely going to come in later in the game, Team Liquid Philippines were just able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, again, down to the draft, they caught Onic Philippines off guard. Clearly, Team Liquid Philippines came prepared. They don't want any sweeps. They want to start out strong and gain the momentum that they have. And now, the Calvary, the top-seeded team of the regular season, looking at the 1-0 lead in a best-of-7 series over the defending champions, Onic Philippines. But guys, we have a lot much more in store for you guys. That's why let's throw it over to our host, Hans and Jamie.
Maraming salamat sa ating panelists. It is currently 1-0 lamang ang Cavalry. But before we begin or continue all of that matches, here with us today are our representatives para sa darating na MWI at EWC 2025 Champions Arena. Please give a warm round of applause para sa Team Navi Philippines and Team Liquid. Jamie, it's so nice to have them today.
Hans, I'm so happy to be standing right next to them. As a woman, I'm in awe of what they have achieved. I mean, right next to me, we have the champs over here. So ladies, I think you deserve the spotlight. Why don't you introduce yourselves to everybody here at the Champions Arena and sa mga team bahay as well?
Hi, my name is Lexa. I'm the 6th man of Navi. Hi, I'm Amor, mid laner of Navi PH. Hi, I'm not Ayanami, the explainer. I'm Shinoa, the gold laner from Navi. Hi, I'm Marai, the roamer of Navi PH.
I like it.
I'm Keishi, the gambler of Navi PH.
Oh, there we finally have it. I assume that everybody's complete. Now, for Team Liquid Philippines, kindly introduce yourselves, ladies.
Hi, I'm Ramesif Core. Hi, I'm Daiki, explainer of Team Liquid. Hi, I'm Misuna, roamer. I am Soju, roamer. Hi, I'm Zaishi, mid laner.
You gotta give it there.
I'm Klapo, gold laner.
All right. There we finally have it. And, you know, for them to be immortalized as our representatives para sa darating na MWI at EWC 2025, I would like to call on right here with us the Chief Partnership Officer from CBZ and Perspective and from the Executive Board of the Asian Esports Federation, Mr. Jobert Yu, to present Team Navi Philippines their trophy, and of course, Team Liquid their quest for qualifying para sa MWI Championship. Ladies, really a tremendous job. Well done, Jamie. Again, there's a lot of things that we need to talk about.
I know, while they're with us here, I'm sure you inspire a lot of women and girls out there. So we want to ask you a few questions. Unang-una, how does it feel to be representatives? How significant is it for you to represent pro women players in the international stage? Let's start with Team Navi. Who wants to answer this? Go ahead.
For me, personally, napaka-meaningful po neto sa amin. Representing women in esports scene, lalo na po sa EWC, napakahalaga po nito sa amin. Tsaka napaka-importante po, lalo na nung nanalo kami way back last year po sa EWC, na naka-break po kami ng record and nakagawa po kami ng history doon. Kaya sobrang grateful po namin kasi nabigyan po kami ng chance na mag-champion po international. Kaya mas lalo pa po namin pagtiyagaan na ma-defend po namin yung title namin next EWC.
And we will be rooting for you guys. We hope you will be able to do that once again. Kitang-kita naman yung passion nyo para sa MLBB. And you know what? Joining you guys at MWI, of course, we have Team Liquid as well.
For sure. For Team Liquid, Zaishi, I want to know more about your thoughts in this one. Because again, this is a major tournament, the MWI. Lahat, inaabangan to all throughout the year. So what does this mean to you knowing na isa kayo sa magre-representa ng Pilipinas sa darating na MWI?
Being the representative po for MWI means everything, not just for me po, but for all of us. Talaga po dito sa tournament po na to, pinagandaan po namin. Madami po kaming sinacrifice na efforts, time, and dala-dala po namin yung suporta po talaga ng Team Liquid, mga fans po, pati po yung mga family po namin.
There we finally have it, Jamie. Muli sa buong Champions Arena at sa lahat ng nanonood sa kanilang mga tahanan, suportahan natin ang Team Navi Philippines and Team Liquid as they are our representatives para sa MWI at EWC 2025. Ladies, maraming salamat for being here with us today. And now, I think it is time, Jamie, to toss it over to our panel.
Thank you so much, Hans and Jamie. And wow, we have such a star-studded cast here in the Champions Arena. Of course, our representative for MWI, Team Navi, who gets to defend their crown at Riyadh. And of course, Team Liquid, who's about to join them.
They did mention how big of an achievement it is for them, especially considering what they were able to do and achieve last year. The last time they were able to join MWI, you would remember that moment, right? You were casting that too, and our match MVP for that game as well. That stellar performance we've been seeing from Shinoa, who was also there earlier. So this is the exact same lineup that we saw last year, and it's just all the more exciting because it's with Team Liquid as well. And these are female players, by the way, who've been here for quite some time. I remember even Ramichi, like I see her a couple of times whenever there's a tournament, and now they're finally given this chance to fly out to Riyadh.
Yeah, if Brigida has her Brigadudes, Shinoa has her Shinoans out here, and I'm sure there are a lot of Brigadudes and Shinoans here at the Champions Arena. So guys, play anytime and anywhere with Smart's Powerall at 99.
Now with 10 gigabytes for all apps plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or only TikTok plus calls and text to all networks.
And of course, guys, we have our Smart Power pose. You gotta do our MVP pose, Daddy JP. You have to cover your ears. Other side, brother. Other side. But I think he already won. It deservedly went to the Cavalry, of course.
I mean, he stood up for it.
There.
See? Like, it's probably on the right side if it was mirrored. But it's pretty much the same. It was a very accurate way. And I like how it's JP who we saw there because, again, he is indeed the match MVP. So, I mean, the game MVP. So, you know, it's just so nice to see how they're just so enabled by that Matilda. I don't think it'll get through in the next game, but let's see.
Yeah, and of course, guys, we would like to, if you want to play anytime and anywhere, of course, there's, again, Smart's Powerall 99.
Yep, not with 10 gigabytes for all apps plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or only TikTok plus only calls and texts to all networks.
More data, more GG, still just at 99 pesos for only 7 days. So load now. And of course, from esports content to your favorite Filipino movies, Watch App is finally here.
Go to watchapp.ph and load Video 10 to stream your favorite movies and shows. No apps needed, smart data only.
After one game, one stream muna, load... I have to translate that. After one game, one movie first. Load Video 10 and hop on watchup.ph. Now, I know you guys talked about your favorite movies. I'm just going to quick shout out mine. I think it's She's Dating the Gangster. That movie made me cry so hard.
Oh, really?
I don't know why.
Okay, so for those who aren't familiar, there are probably subtitles by now, but it's a Filipino movie. So you guys could check it out for yourself if ever you're interested to know what kind of movies makes Ingan cry.
Yes, and of course, again, the story still stays the same. We have 4 representatives who will be representing the Philippines at MWI and MSC at EWC 25. We have Team Liquid Philippines for the men's and Team Liquid for females, Onic Philippines, and Team Navi, the defending champions of MWI.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, just look at the achievements that these teams already have under their belt. The M4 World Championship, Season 11 and 13 for Team Liquid, or then Echo, which is why we say when it's odd numbers, you know, they kind of tend to get the championship. And for Onic Philippines, they got M6 as well as Season 14, the most recent season of MPL Philippines. So it's been a very consistent showing of prowess from Onic Philippines, I'd say. Like in the past months, it's always been them dominating wherever they decide to go, and now they finally get the chance to do the same if ever once they get to Riyadh.
Yeah, especially for OM and Carl TZ, finally a chance for that coveted, the missing piece in their trophy case at home, the MSC trophy that they really, really want. That could tie up their achievements with the gold standard himself, Kelra.
Yeah, these guys who we're seeing right now, just have so many achievements
Yeah,
already.
honestly, if you want to see my notes, it's full of their achievements. I mean, we only have 10 players over there, but man, oh man. And again, another chance at adding to their trophies, but still, we're still here in the Champions Arena for the Grand Finals, the best of 7. If you guys just tuned in, TLPH, unlike the upper bracket finals, they finally won a game. So no sweeps for today so far, because we never know. Again, best of 7 series. And how do you think Onic Philippines, the defending champions, will respond?
I believe they just have to go through a reset and some revisiting, especially in terms of the way they draft when it comes to the blue side. It was sort of expected since this wasn't something they've been able to do often into this or throughout the playoffs. But now they are actually able to resume to being on the red side. So this might be a little more comfortable for them. And it's just really being more attentive, I guess, like to the possibility that can still come out, because there's just this trend which happens recently, right? Like you get to forget about some heroes, such as the Esmeralda, that you have such a hard time. You're going to forget about some heroes. Earlier, I feel like it was the Phobius or even the Matilda, and then you had such a hard time.
Yeah.
So you just have to be willing to play into these kinds of drafts or be prepared enough once you actually let them go.
Yeah, that's honestly the hard part with these two teams. You have to consider a lot, not just the meta picks, but also their specialty picks. Now, but Onic Philippines actually going with the red side, so things could change. This might be the major adjustment compared to the blue side, wherein they had almost 65 or 68% win rate. It looks much cleaner and better for the Sonics right now.
Yeah, Coach Why Not looks
Over
like
there.
he is actually happier with this, but that's how Coach Why Not usually is anyway.
Yeah.
You know, like he's always all smiles, he's always very cheerful, and he's that guy. He's a very reliable coach for Onic Philippines, so I believe they will be having plans heading into game number 2.
Speaking of game number 2, moments away from witnessing what will happen as we enter in the drafting phase. Once again, let's call in our resident slick, thick Falcon guy. Renmar, are you here?
Yep. Is that title gonna get longer as the series goes on?
I think so.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see what happens there. Look at the instant respect by Onic. Banning out the Matilda right away, of course. I think now as we head into the next game to the series, we won't be seeing the Matilda show up anymore.
No more. I don't think we will be seeing that anymore. And I feel like so far, Onic Philippines, they've been heavily banning heroes away from JP, at least, and even in game number 1, like there was disrespect on the chip, but now it's both the Matilda and the chip.
Yeah.
So the Lucas ban that was taken out earlier, it might possibly be available for this game.
Yeah, which with the chip and Matilda Prio bans on the side of Onic, it seems like this might be one of the main things that might hold Onic back in drafts, wherein they need to commit bans under the chip and Matilda, which the roam hero pool for JP is massive. There's a lot of heroes you can put there where it won't be that much of a problem. It'll be tough to find a bad roam pick. While for Team Liquid Philippines, with them instantly taking away some of the best picks that King Kong can go for now, there might be a chance that at the end of this draft, King Kong might end up again with another pick that will struggle.
And the Jushin too, which Super Friends, or at least has been the go-to pick for Super Friends. So it does feel like, at least for game number 1, and now that we're heading into the draft for game number 2, Team Liquid Philippines, the way that they're drafting is forcing Onic Philippines to actually go for a different route. And that's something we've been asking from Team Liquid Philippines, and now suddenly overnight they're just able to do it over and over again.
Okay. I wonder if we're going to see a gold laner rush for Liquid. Maybe get the Harith right away for Oheb. I mean, there's a lot still available on the board, but they might lean towards that route. Harith, Lo Yi.
Lo Yi's still there,
but the Kalea is open for the taking for JP.
Yep. Kalea, Lu Yi, or if ever they do want to rush the gold lane pick, despite the Harith and the Ranger still being available, however. So they'll have plenty of time to decide on whichever they want to go for later on. Now they decide to pick up the Kalea instead, which, by the way, JP has not shown us just yet here in the playoffs.
Still could be flexed at the XP lane at this point. You know, we even saw Jushin flap TC on the XP lane, so Who knows? But Onic instead goes with Kelra's pick. It's going to be the Harith, and let's see who they're going to pair it with.
So, no Kalea game for JP this playoffs.
Yeah.
However, for the season, he has only been able to play it once.
Yep.
2 victory, anyways. So at least that's one thing good going for them. I wonder if they'll pick up the Baksha or... excuse me, not the Baksha. Oh, why am I blanking the hero that I wanted to mention? You know what? Just pick up the Granger already, Liquid.
Are you talking about the glue?
Glue, yes, thank you. Oh my goodness.
We always forget about glue.
No, it's funny because his image was already in my head, but for some reason the name just would not link up to it.
So what if we asked you how he looked like?
Like Jello.
Then we'd still get it, but there's the Granger that Team Liquid Philippines already decided to pick up. Not revealing much just yet, but this might have actually revealed.
You know, I actually had a theory that what if Liquid just plays the entire series with tanky fighter junglers already? They know Onic love to play those assassins, so why not go for the Bakshas and Friends of the World? But now they have to deal with the low yi of Super Friends. And when you play a lineup that has to revolve around the Fredrin and you guys want to play close together, that's what Low Yi loves to play against.
Yeah. Although Team Liquid Philippines, they can still opt to consider some of the potential answers they might want to go for. I feel like even just the Kalea, once you time the tidal strike well enough, could deny a lot or momentarily delay whatever aggression or Onic Philippines will be planning to do once they go for the diversion plays. But one of the best direct matchups will be taken out here, though. The Farsa won't be available for Sanji.
You know, Renmar, what if the one you mentioned, Onic does the same? They put the Baksha instead at the jungle, then pair it up with the Luyi Arlot again. Same concept with the Fredrin. We never know. Kirk might get his hands on his Arlot again.
There's a terrifying possibility for the world because that means we've just fallen back to Fredrin and Baksha's arms again.
It did happen the other day, though.
Yeah. Like, hashtag we are so back, but what the hell? Lucas, though, is still open for Onic if they want to pick it up, or if it'll actually be available for them. TLPH might still ban it out. Brusco and a Baksha roam with Revitalize, paired up with a Lucas in the jungle and the Low Yi. That's a powerful combo in the center of the map that Onic can build a really good early to mid game around.
Yeah. And that'll be terrifying if you can send out the Unleash the Beast. If you could just send out the Lucas to wherever, because he feels like one of the scariest heroes to go for the backlines. It's almost always a sure kill whenever that happens. And Team Liquid Philippines will have to decide between that or the Link because it's pretty much the same. And the Link can go for that same idea either way if it's just about taking on the backlines. And that's what Team Liquid Philippines wants to prevent so bad. Like, OHEB being within reach of Onic Philippines.
Sanji's running out of picks. Valentina would not be a fun time. The main mid laners are gone. Valir still on the board if Sanji wants to use it. Sicilian, yeah, Sicilian would actually pair great up with a Fred and Granger.
How about the Novaria? He used it, I believe,
against the Luyi
once or twice.
All right. So Leo actually mouthed something to me right now that I wonder if it could show up. He's suggesting, what if an Angela gets picked up by Sanjali? Oh! Angela banned it out! Or yeah, Team Liquid banned out the Angela. They turned off the possibility of Onic playing that route.
Yeah.
Good call. Oh, you mentioned the Novaria, by the way, Ingan. So, you know what? I can see it happening.
Yeah, I can too. It feels like it answers to pretty much some of the problems that can come out from Onic Philippines given their draft so far. Like, you would like to at least have some information on where the Luyi is going to come out from. And they pair it up with the Fulvius as well, so the Harith will be having a much better time.
I think this encourages Team Liquid Philippines to just go Sicilian here, but their center of the map might be quite vulnerable. If they want some equal amounts of range and control, I'm still leaning towards either the Valir or maybe even the Veil. One of those at these points, a unique choice. I think Sanford can go for something with damage. They can go for an Arlot.
Arlot or...
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, excuse me, no, they can't. There's a Fulvius on the other side. The Arlot would not be good in this scenario.
neither is the Benedetta for Sanford, so it's going to be a damage XP.
The Terizla's there.
Oh, yeah.
If they want to, like, that could be a direct answer to the diversions, and they paired it up with the Fredrin one time as well. Oh, but they go for the glue.
See, you guys forgot about the glue. I said this in the first phase.
Yeah, we did.
Forget it again. I said Novaria.
Yeah, nice one. Nice
and
one.
Bree said Ling.
Yeah, all right. So did she? Let's just say she did. Yes, bring it up. Predicted the last pick Ling earlier.
Well, it was either the Lucas or the Ling, right?
Yeah, it was.
That they had to ban out against King Kong, and King Kong goes for the Ling instead, which, given the fact that this is a Novaria, we'll have to play a little more careful now that they have that kind of assassin in their lineup.
So still an assassin for the Sigma jungler himself, King Kong, up against Carl Tizzi, who has been putting up 2 utilities. And so far, looking at the draft index, it seems like it's still leaning towards TLPH.
Yeah, the matchups look pretty balanced so far. The EXP, the gold lane. And now that we have this Novaria Luyi in the center of the map, we'll see how it goes and who gets the better, especially in terms of pulling out the map drone.
We Red Rose, you got this. Game number 2 on the way.
Thank you very much, Ingan and Brigitte. We do got this, and welcome back to the English desk. It's us, the We Bear Bros, and we're jumping into game number 2 here.
Would have gone sideways if Liquid did not ban the Angela.
Yep. They would have been trapped into the very strong combination that Onic themselves showed against Team Liquid in game number 3, their upper bracket finals matchup. It's a good read by Liquid. But the Ling, I don't know, maybe it's because I was hoping a bit too hard on the Lucas, that I kind of wish it was a Lucas, but still, the Ling provides the solution to reaching the Novaria, reaching the Granger.
Yeah, reaching pretty much the back line is what King Kong's going to have to do. And I feel like that was kind of the idea with the Lancelot in the previous game. It's just he wasn't able to because the front line was so good. Maybe this time with a Ling's kit, it's a little bit easier, right?
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have diversions, which you can consider on later for that, too. Look at this Sanford, 6-0, by the way, on the glue that we forget about all the time.
Yeah, undefeated on the glue. So let's see if Onic can put a stain on that. Yesterday, a stain was placed on the jawhead of JP, which was 10-0 heading into the playoffs. Now has 1 loss there, while Onic have a pretty even spread with their heroes. And yeah, with what you mentioned about the Ling and Lo Yi, Onic has hella super macro.
JP jumping in, looking to give Brusco a little something. There's a blaze going up already. King Kong wants to draw his blood. JP walks away. King Kong overextending so slightly.
Was that a mistake or?
It was Carl Tizzi being able to just knock him up at the right amount, the right time. That enhanced basic attack you can get as a Fredrin. Great timing by the GOAT.
My turn to protect you, Dad.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt, though, because you know how valuable an early kill can be for one of these types of junglers like a Ling, the assassins that really scale up quickly on this. They might still look to make some plays early on for Onic Philippines, but man, look at this.
Good echo thrown out by Sanji, setting it up. Very low, Daddy JP, Kirk draws first blood. Oh, but Carl Tizzi goes ahead and gives Brusco his first death as well. And another one, Sanji sniping from downtown.
This feels all too familiar. After seeing this for 2+ years, we're seeing it again in the grand finals. This is what you get when you're playing Assassin against a lineup that's hella tanky.
Yeah, that's, I don't know. I know we mentioned earlier this playoffs, like Throwback Thursday. I don't know how much we wanted to put that out there, you know, because it does feel like we're bringing it back.
I hate to be a part of the minority, but I'm enjoying this.
Are you?
I fell in love with the utility jungler meta, and I'm still in love. I'm happy this is happening again.
Yeah, that's when we really get to see the chess match that MLBB can become. JP, though, might get caught out.
Got 2 on him. Brusco and King Kong crossing through. Echoes spots 2. I don't know if they know Super Prince is here. Pixel Brush held down. Little Wanderer up next. Carl Tizzi. The senses. Dashes and retries.
Whoa, that was smooth, making that Fredrin look like a Lancelot.
I don't think he meant to do that. He wanted to slow him down, maybe.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he still got something really good that he wanted for his team.
The perception on these athletes.
My goodness. So, seems like Onic right now are just going to be stuck in this weird Groundhog Day scenario of, hey, let's go in for a fight. Oh, no, we lost. Hey, let's go in for a fight. Oh, no, we lost. And then they just try to play the macro.
I was like, what do you mean Groundhog? Like, and then I had to think about what they do, yeah.
It's a movie that his dad showed him.
Okay.
I only heard about it from my older cousins.
See, I haven't heard about it about anybody because I'm so young. Anyway, back to the game here. Again, like you mentioned, Onic Philippines struggling. And we saw this as a preview just in the last game, too. So it was the same thing. We were wondering, you know, exactly when does Onic Philippines pop off here. Diversion's going to be used. Oh, that is a fast Brusco. And anytime they decide to do that and actually send Brusco through those diversions.
Whoop.
Oh, hold on. Kirk.
Sanford getting that grab on the Kirk. Kirk spending the flicker, barely dodging the Appraiser's wrath. And here comes the Cavalry. Kirk goes down.
What can Onic do, man? It's just so tanky. They don't have the damage. Their cores are literally farm-based. I think they have to double down and accept they are not going to win objectives early on, and they really just need to put farm on the hands of King Kong and Kelra.
It seems to be a really big issue. Every time the glue is available, you know, as the second objective gets secured by TLPH, you just can't escape the glue, and it's surprising because you see how the draft patterns are going and the ban patterns, and there's so much focus on the roam in the jungle that leaves up a lot of options for the XP lane, but every time glue's in play, it seems it's hard to escape. So Calvary getting the focus now. Again, a lot of pressure here.
They're forcing a response from Kelra. Already down to 1/10 of his health. Dropping that Zaman Force behind tier 1. It's JP still holding on to the Tsunami Slam. Kelra spent his Purify, loses at tier 1 down bottom.
Sharp rotation, trade though as Onic gets the tower up top, but Team Liquid Philippines have extended the uptime for Kelra. It'll take quite some time until we really start feeling damage on that Harith. Yes, Harith is still one of the fastest scaling gold laners in the game, but he's up against a Fredrin and Glue. At most, Kelra might need to put himself in risky scenarios so that he could deal damage onto Oheb, but he's not built for that because he had to pack Purify. It's not the flicker Harith that we see in the past that dives after the opposing gold laner.
Not to mention how difficult it'll be once Oheb has his eyes on him. You're a Harith, you're a mage. You can't afford a wind of nature. In comes the Cavalry. Purify undoing JP's Tsunami Slam. The pull on a one. Brusco gets taken out by Oheb. Free pop-off here. Carlteezy pushing the advantage. Sanford following through. The rest of the Cavalry behind them.
Carlteezy wants that buff. Not going to get it though as King Kong secures it. Still a fight.
Got another grab. The flicker by Kirk though, punishing Sanford.
Okay, quite expensive. Diversion out to the center of the map. This could be the opening that Onic was looking for. Sanford a little bit too greedy, a little bit too deep, but still have to acknowledge the fact that Liquid control the river.
Again, you look at TLPH.
Whoa, they're going again! Carlteezy almost single-handedly taking down Kirk. And JP very low. Zaman Force spent in by Kelra. Can they take down Dad? Carlteezy holding their ground. Sanji with the echoes.
Goodness.
And that's enough of a warning shot for Liquid to score the last turtle.
Turtle number 3, and Onic can only get towers. They have to call back to their past and banana split this map up as Liquid Philippines are playing a playstyle that they shut down years ago. They're just all clumped up together, and it's working out so well for them because it's a deadlier version of the ultimate bonding experience.
Essentially, it's that, and you're seeing it happen. Even when down a member, they're still able to confidently take these fights because of just how much pure crowd control they have and the tankiness that comes with this lineup, with the Fredrin, with the glue, and even for JP. The way that they're able to support JP in that too just showcases how good TLPH has been throughout the playoffs even and the regular season.
And eventually it'll come to a point wherein Onic will be throwing back to M6, KL. Double sniper, double poke lineup that, oh my God!
Whoa.
Team Liquid ID showed Sanford! Starts to pick up, takes down Fritz all the way in the back. The grab on the Brusco. Zaman Force, the response from Kelra. Tsunami Slam on the one, down goes Brusco, and Sanford survives. Kirk diving in, King Kong from the back line. JB finally falls.
There's no way. I was gonna say Sanford gets away out of that, but they're still gonna fight break out.
Inside the purple buff. Can they do this? The pit was lethal for Kirk. Kelra gets out of there.
It was started out by Sanford and Sanji. Sanford gave the vision. Sanji landed the stars. And the duo that took over the world as kids are now staring down the gods as men. The Glue and the Novaria together have been sublime in this game number 2.
And that's the thing, man. Again, Oheb has so much space, just like he did in Game 1 to work with. Half the time, Sanford's bringing the targets to Oheb to capitalize the kills. Again, regular season MVP Oheb here, looking to have a similar game from Game 1, if not a better one. Onic Philippines has to go ahead and some way, somehow, find an adjustment to these team fights breaking out.
Oh my God, 2,000 between Oheb and Kelra. Oheb, early on in the season, shouting, "I have no money." Look at this. How many times has he scored PPI rich guy all season long?
The storyline of the season. Oheb crying out, "I got no money, it's fake news."
You can ask my mom, my coach. We call Cap Oheb.
He's loaded in game right now, and this is a Lord for the taking here.
Very fast. Liquid is blitzing it. Kirk and Brusco knows they can't afford to do this. They collapse on the 2. Echo thrown out. Kelra gets it. Oh, slicing through that lineup of TLPH.
Go! Oh,
Salmon Force, look at that back line. Tempest of Blaze on the Oheb. King Kong shutting him down. Still no kills for Liquid. Down goes 4. The Super Fam dismantled the Cavalry.
What just happened? In a matter of a second, Onic Philippines comes back and wins and turns things around in this game.
They finally hit their power spike. Team Liquid clumped up together. King Kong, perfect entry. Kelra with the damage. Onic are online and Liquid are worried.
Kelra dropping that Salmon Force underneath. Tier 3 up top. Penetrated the base of TLPH. Echoes thrown out just to make sure that Onic are truly retreating. But the gold lead swings. Suddenly, it's now Onic up by 500.
And I don't know if that was just the matter of they got outmaneuvered when Onic Philippines came in and King Kong saw blood and he was able to go for it on the right targets. That was a massive just kind of mistake on positioning for TLPH.
Yeah, exactly. We got to see there one of the biggest problems of a lineup that wants to stick together going up against a Loyi that we pointed out in the draft. The duality procs, those little pullbacks that you can dish out along with a great amount of damage paired up with the Salmon Force of the Harith means that Team Liquid Philippines are just receiving lots of magic damage. Yes, they have Athena shields and Radiant armors, but then at this point, the magic damage burst of the 2 heroes combined is just overwhelming.
For a huge part, I think it was just Liquid, eyes on the Lord, and they didn't keep tabs on Kelra. They keep tabs on King Kong. Brusco here, put down to a 1/10 of his health. Echo's thrown out. Oheb gets a kill. Now Super Prince calling it quits. Diversion out.
Defensive diversion on out, but man, look at the range that TLPH has. That seems to be a big problem when either you're getting shot from a distance from Sanji or Oheb. And now they're on the defense here for the base. The shield's gonna pop in the mid, but Lord was handled. So ultimately, Onic Philippines, they found themselves more time, but they have to keep King Kong pushing across the map as well.
It's crazy how disgusting Sanji's damage is, because for majority of this game, he's mostly just had the glowing wand and the blood wings. He just built up the lightning truncheon. The fact that he went for the magic penetration boots and he did pair up with rupture as well, maybe that's where that damage is coming from. But then at the same time, he has so much forward vision that he can maximize the damage right at the end of the animation of the Astral Echo.
This is what you guys
the
are
Star
talking
Shatter.
about. Yeah, the Shatter is it's tough to deal with, but look at the gap is still there. You guys pointed this out earlier on. Kelra's still, what, 2,000 gold behind for Oheb, but at some point, this Harith will come online, and I still think a part of the game plan for Onic to turn this game around into a win has to be utilizing Super Friends here. The diversions are going to be key.
Yeah, that's the scary part here, Joseph. The fact that Kelra will still go online, I'd argue he is online. I'd argue those 3 items right now are enough to punish Sanji and Oheb. Diversion play, back into the purple buff pit. Onic, I think they're positioning. They want to contest.
Yeah, this is good for them. Once they get the vision that Glue is actually up top, they might go for... no, they can't. King Kong needs to get his orange buff first.
Oh, and TLPH knows this. Carlteasy will bring this out, but I'm not sure if they commit to it just yet. They'll hold it for now. It's going to go and reset on the Lord. So they got the information. King Kong didn't even get his orange. He's just waiting. He knows, possibly knows the purple buff too for TLPH is up. So maybe they make a play. Maybe they just want to go for this tier 1 turret to open up some of the map. But again, TLPH is playing good defense on controlling things to have it in their favor. Now the big thing once again is Super Prince's diversion is up. They can go ahead and get into a better position. We'll see how TLPH plays against this. Now it's Onic Philippines starting up this Lord here, holding it about half health. There they go, Brusco.
The Super Fam dogpile on his major objective. Lord at about a fifth of its health. Finally collapsing on Count Easy. King Kong secures the diversion set up. Brusco gets popped by Oheb. And they're not done. Liquid once more, but Onic says we're out of here.
Great move by Onic to run right away. They even committed the diversion to make sure Kirk and Super Prince would be able to run. You saw Carl trying to chase after Kelra, but just did not have enough speed to catch up to him. And of course, King Kong on the lane just flying away. Fantastic call by Onic. They pushed back Carl. They broke the formation of Liquid so easily. And even though a massive Astral Echo by Sanji meant Onic were vulnerable, they held on, they stood strong, and now they can break base turrets.
That was masterful. I think one of the best Lord heists I've seen all playoffs long.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, man. Diversion doesn't mean necessarily aggressively, even on the defense, like just to get out of there and throw Brusco, the Bruiser, into the fire is going to be fine. You know, if that's the game plan to get you the objective, it buys you more time. You now get a couple of extra turrets down too. And it gets to a point where Onic Philippines should be in fighting position, but you're seeing a preview of TLPH's defense that they can actually still pull off with this lineup. So it might be a couple more minutes before Onic Philippines can actually get into the base to end it here.
Yeah, Onic needs to keep this formation tight. Just sent King Kong to the far lanes just to manage waves. You don't necessarily need to send him to break towers. Just pull one or two members of Team Liquid Philippines to clear minion waves, and then that's your advantage already made for the major objective fights.
As is, there's a natural advantage for Onic given that Lord is spawning away from long lane, and long lane is penetrated.
Yeah.
So Onic has to double down on that fact and say, hey, Liquid, if you don't watch that lane, we can go for a split.
I think that's what was so important earlier on when they got that turret down, when it was TLPH that got the Lord, right? That moment earlier on in the game could end up being one of those decisions where it ends up being a victory, because we already know what's going to happen. King Kong is going to be planted over there, right? And putting pressure on that side, that weak lane right now for TLPH. So a big part of it is how do they defend against that?
Here's what's scary, Joseph. It doesn't have to be King Kong.
It doesn't have to be.
Sanji knows Super Prince can do just the same.
That's true.
He tried to do that the other night.
Have to watch out for the Lo Yi. Maybe that's something the Team Liquid Philippines might overthink in some scenarios too, right? It's like, hey guys, we have to be careful. Some of us have to stay back, you know, and then that even gives Onic more space. So let's see how Team Liquid Philippines will decide to play this. They're gonna have to accept one gambit at some point. That can't win everything in this scenario. You're gonna have to make a play, but their play right now is just pure defense. Lord's gonna be up in 10 though. That minion wave up top is the biggest eyesore for Liquid right now.
You can see the positioning too Onic Philippines is going to do. This is playing around. Whoa! Here it is.
They find 40. 40 flickers out. Gets that spread, and he's holding his ground here. He's committing to defending this long lane.
They get a flicker out, so that's at least something. For now, though, the Lord's going to be started up by TLPH.
Oh, Lord approaching half health.
Wow.
The rest of Onic coming through. Brusco first to the pit. Oh, they spaced out. Cole! Cole commits to it, taking down the Lord, but he gets popped by Carl Teasy, by Calra, and that's it. A body for a Lord. That's a good deal.
What do they do from here, though? Do they just push it in? I know they got the Lord. TLPH, are they going to be fine here?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. They're going to be down one man. Onic Philippines can play this aggressive, try to play for the turrets. They can allow the Lord to just push out of the base while they spend time just trying to take towers down with their own minion waves. But I think they have to pull back just a little bit. They don't need to go all the way back past to their side of the river, though. Unless... are Liquid actually going to force them all the way back?
I guess so. It just seems like there's not really an option for Onic Philippines to go and do much, but deal with the Lord unless they force a fight. They're going to push him back a little bit more, though. Just deal with the Lord, try to maintain control.
The slow approach to this fight, just waiting to break out. Sanford finds Kirk, gets that grab on him, disengages. Here comes Carl Deasy, coming in from the flank. Oh, Onic are collapsing down on the 40. Spread. They were just slowing down Onyx advantages.
All right, so Onic were not pushed back towards their side of the river. Towards the center of the map, not so bad. King Kong has been full built alongside Kelra for quite some time now. Of course, Carl Teasy playing the utility jungle. We don't have to look at the gold of the Brethren. The items are good on the way to the immortality. Now that he has Guardian Helmet, should be even tankier. He can initiate now confidently if it's not going to be Sanford or JP. Meanwhile, Oheb has already been full built as well. Does have the Wind of Nature as the Ling is his big problem. But he doesn't have a lot of magic defense. So if Calvary can penetrate the formation of Liquid and reach Oheb, that Granger's going to be a sitting duck.
And Kelra's pretty much fully locked in. Not sure if he's going to swap some items through later on, but ultimately it's come down to this. They've bought enough time. I mean, we were saying that the Onic Philippines had to do that. Well, they're almost at the 20-minute mark. This next Lord that comes up is going to be crucial, but I think the game plan is still going to be the same because nothing has really changed since that last Lord take.
Yep.
There weren't any extra turrets taken down, but they basically built themselves up to where they need to be. Even a couple more immortalities for Onic Philippines could change the course of some of these team fights. So even for TLPH, the biggest advantage they have right now is the vision provided by Sanji. Sanji can go ahead and do that. They've got tanky enough front line between Sanford where they can actually scout things out. And as the game progresses here, you know, Sanji's poking ability is going to be a problem alongside then when Oheb can sweep in. As long as JP gets some of the purifies down, I would say, from Onic Philippines, they should have an advantage in the team fight, I would say, around the next Lord here.
Good read on the map by Sanji. That's vision. Won't stop any major sequences, but that's a bit of info considering that they're close to the purple buff. Where's this diversion going, man? Oh, no, it's just there. Okay. Thought it was an off map. I couldn't find the
the little
the indicator of where it was.
You know, sometimes I feel like it pops up and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if that's just me or if I'm just colorblind.
Luyi does show herself in the map for a brief moment as she casts the diversion. So Liquid knows that Onic are playing with this Lord, meaning they're using it to bait. And I don't know, Liquid looks like half and half. Like they want to contest, but they don't.
Again, they're just stuck right now. If earlier Onic in the early to mid game was like, oh, we just keep losing fights, we keep taking them. Now, Team Liquid Philippines, it seems like they're worried of a fight that they might lose. They're being so cautious, so defensive. I mean, rightfully so. The one time they slipped up in their positioning and it led to this with Onic in full control of the game for the past, what, 10 minutes now? Yeah. So it's understandable, but then again, at the same time, gonna have to pull something off somehow, some way. But Onic, also to credit them, they're not giving those openings to Team Liquid Philippines. They're playing as a unit incredibly well. They're holding the right areas. This vision again provided by Sanji. Let's see how well Team Liquid Philippines can contest this. And again, Sanford stuck up top.
This is the dance that we're used to seeing. A little bit different. A little bit of different. Oh, whoa!
Super Friends from nowhere! Just taking down Oheb. He didn't see that coming. A man down is Liquid. Here comes a Super Fab collapsing down onto the Calvary. Forced them back out of here. Tempest of Blades by King Kong taking down Carl Teasy. Oh, JP with a defensive maneuver, the Tsunami Slam, but it's a little too late as JP goes down. Sanji, the lone stallion, left alone once again.
Well, Oheb didn't even get to blink and he was taken out, and now Onic in control. They're going to push the waves in.
Diversion again by Super Friends.
Sanji's trying, man. Sanji's just buying time, but he is just delaying the inevitable. In mid, King Kong, Kirk and Kelra taking care of the waves.
That's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Super Fam, the defending champions are on the board, 1-1.
The monster under your bed does not exist, but the monster mage sure as hell does. The diversion of Super Friends makes this an even game.
Man, as soon as I was saying the choreography changed in the dance, it turned into crumping. I don't know because Oheb was gone. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our panelists, Brigida and Inga, to break down the game.
And just like that, it's a best-of-5 series once again between these two teams. An amazing comeback win for Onic Philippines. And now we're looking at the tie scoreboard, 1-1 for our grand finals.
That was such a beautiful tutorial of the multiple ways you can actually make use of the diversion, and it's not always to start a fight.
Yeah.
When they knew that they weren't necessarily fully online, it was just them making use of this diversion to keep themselves out of trouble whenever they were able to already get whatever they wanted.
Yeah, nice to actually mention this also, that it doesn't have to be as aggressive, the diversion, as aggressive as the Kelro right now. MVP, a perfect KDA 406, kill participation of 77%.
He was clearly able to play the game this time around, finding the right targets and being well supported. And I'd say not by Brusco entirely, but more of by Super Friends. Like, the moment you put these two mage heroes together in the side of Onic Philippines up against any hero of Team Liquid Philippines, you can pretty much rest assured that the damage will be enough to take down even Carl, even JP. And that's the thing, like, if it was such a great game for JP earlier, this time around it felt different. It felt a lot more difficult to pull off the setups, considering that there's this much amount of burst damage coming in from Onic Philippines.
Yeah, at the start of the game, you know that TLPH was in full control, especially with how Carl CZ was rotating and securing objectives, down to getting the 3 turtles and a lot of kills, even down to the point wherein he was able to get Kirk with 1 energy eruption. And it came to a point where it looks like Onic was going to look at a 0-2 a deficit right now coming into the series. This is what the moment I was talking about. Carl TZ stopped the recall of Kirk there, and of course the crucial astral echoes of Sanchi that has played a huge part on why this game dragged on for so long, just like game number 1.
Yeah, and that moment happened after the 9-minute mark, which was exactly the time when Onic decided to fight. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the moment where Onic just decided to engage against Team Liquid Philippines, who were just trying to repeat the same exact process they've been doing, which is bursting down the objectives, because whether or not Onic wants to engage in a fight, they will be having enough resources either way. But this particular team fight that we saw earlier was different. Team Liquid Philippines weren't necessarily able to poke down with the members of Onic Philippines just yet. And Onic Philippines, their line of their heroes, they have this kit that's allowing them to chase after Team Liquid Philippines whenever they want to. It's unlike when they had the Mathilda. Onic Philippines can go after you this time.
Yeah, and as we can see, Onic Philippines, we still have to credit Kirk and Brusco for being the main sandbags of the teams. If it weren't for them, you wouldn't see a perfect KDA from Kellera and from King Kong. And look at the game, 22 minutes, 20 seconds in. The scoreboard, again, is very quite low compared to the game time that we have, 10-13. But that was, it also came to the point where in almost the astral spheres of Sanji were non-existent, because Brusco was willingly catching them.
That's true.
You could see that it doesn't do any damage towards the late game.
That was probably one of Brusco's assignments towards the late game.
Yeah, just block the balls.
That was his role, to block all the astral meteors, the star shutters that will come in from Sanji, because he's already well equipped. Like, yeah, to some extent, there is the Divine Glaive, there is the Lightning Truncheon. When Onic Philippines is grouped together, there will be some damage that the other members would feel every now and then, but it wasn't enough anymore. Comparing it to Super Prince, who, 1, gets to position himself wherever he wants to, even in places Team Liquid Philippines probably wouldn't expect him to be, and 2, provide the necessary amount of damage with just the diversion rotation. You could already expect him to burst down whichever hero, and that was especially Ohem.
Yeah, exactly. Not just the dispersion rotations, but the diversion. Onic Philippines pulled off a TLPH-like play. If you know, you know. The game, yesterday against Team Falcons, wherein they bursted down Super Marco with the Clint immediately. And this is what Onic Philippines did to win the game. They latched onto Ohem, was able to burst him down. No need for the Lord, and it was an inevitable end that TLPH had to face. Their defeat was nearing as Onic Philippines trims down the series from a best of 7 to a best of 5. And as we see, our BPI rich guy, the most fitting esports athlete for this job.
Yeah, the most aesthetically pleasing esports or player, as they'd say, to be the BPI rich guy. It's again King Kong, who tried to do this earlier on the Lancelot too, but I feel like there was more decisiveness coming in this time around for him. He was on the Ling, And once he had the items, once he felt like he had the damage, he made that call, that 9-minute call, which we will be talking about a little more later on, that changed the flow of the game entirely for Onic Philippines. When he decided to be part of the fights, when he decided to be more active in terms of what happened, then we felt the shift. Then we felt that Onic Philippines, they're able to take on Team Liquid Philippines a lot more this time.
Yeah, it was an amazing effort for Onic Philippines once again, but I think it's time for you to take dance floor again, Brigida.
Okay, so we will now be talking once again about the gold graphs, the item progressions, and all relevant statistics to talk about which took place in this game earlier. And to start things off, of course, we have to look at the gold difference timeline. So if you would recall, the early game was pretty much in favor of Team Liquid Philippines, and that is from the first minute up until the 9-minute mark, which we've been constantly highlighting throughout this game, because it was through the 9-minute mark that Onic Philippines were able to shift the tides in that game. Earlier on, it felt a lot like San was activated. The San duo was back. There were just so many beautiful plays that were coming in from the glue, from the Nevaria. They were able to sync things thoroughly that it almost felt like Kirk was on the road to being shut down twice in a row for this entire series. And I feel like if we do look at the item progression later on, there will be a lot more to back this up. But it was a very dominant way of Team Liquid Philippines grouping up together, not until Onic Philippines was able to go for that 9-minute team fight, not until Onic Philippines was able to make sure that Super Prince was able to essentially deny whatever ideas they wanted to do with their lineup, because again, this would be the primary strength of the Lu Yi. And that's exactly what we saw, which King Kong 2 made sure he was able to capitalize on by doing the late entries, by doing the follow-ups, by doing all the disruptions onto the backlines of Team Liquid Philippines. And now we are going to dive into the item progressions. And I feel like we have to take a look at the 6-minute mark, because there is such a significant difference in the way Oheb was able to farm in contrast to Kelra. Oheb, by the 6-minute mark, actually already had his Hunter Strike. He also had the Sky Piercer already in his item builds, whereas Kelra, it was so difficult for him because actually it was more on the 7th-minute mark too, where he already got his hands on that on his first item. So it was clearly Oheb leading in terms of the gold lane matchup. It was clearly in favor of Team Liquid Philippines. But then again, all it took was Onic Philippines and that one successful team fight to turn things around. So this is how the patience that comes in from King Kong would be a little more rewarding, unlike what happened earlier on the Lancelot game. This is him being a little more snappy in terms of taking on the fights that he feels would be of great benefit towards his team, especially considering that Team Liquid Philippines were slowly getting the momentum once again. They were slowly setting things up for them, but that was something they did not allow to happen once more. And this is also probably the beauty of what we saw took place in the draft earlier, which we will be recapping right now. There was a need to take out the Angela, because if not, there could have been an option to take out the Ling, which I feel was a hero that much better answered back to Team Liquid Philippines lineup. Yes, there was the Kalea, there is the Tsunami Slam, there is the Tidal Strike, but there is also the Tempest of Blades. Yes, there was the Energy Eruption, but there is the Tempest of Blades, and there was a little bit more reliable of that mobility that's reliable for King Kong here, the Flinch Poise and all that, which allowed him to let Oheb and Sanji have a much harder time. He could just bypass the glue whenever he wanted to, which, by the way, took a lot of damage whenever he went down. There were a couple of times where he actually survived much of the attempts, but this doesn't change the fact that Onic Philippines clearly in this game were able to play around with angles once more. And there was a shift. There was a clear understanding that Onic Philippines showed us. They fully acknowledged what Team Liquid Philippines wanted to go for over and over again, and that's where they decided that they too had to change things up.
And after all that, we're down to a best-of-5 again. It's not going to be a grand finals if it's going to be a sweep. TLPH, Onic Philippines showing that both of them can pack a punch. And if you're going to look at what's at stake here again, it's for Carl TZ JP to finally get their 4th MPL Philippines Championship, tying Eson, former Blacklist, and of course for Oheb and Kelra to kind of settle their Gold Lane rivalry. But again, as we are in the Champions Arena, we have a lot of in store for all of you guys. So let's see what's next with our hosts.
Maraming salamat sa ating panelists. It is now 1-1. Buhay pa ba ang Super Fam? They are A-OK and are looking to extend and break that momentum once further, Jamie.
But before we witness another intense game, I think we need to have an intense conversation with someone who is here straight from Indonesia.
Straight from Indonesia, joining us here right at the Champions Arena. Please give it up for MPL Indonesia's Mirko. Mirko, are you over there?
Hey, Mirko!
Salamat malam, brother. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
You know what? We want to talk to you about MPL Indonesia. How is it there so far? I know that the playoffs is approaching. Do you already have at least 2 representatives in mind that you want to see at MSC?
I definitely do, man. Yeah, MPL Indonesia is getting quite hyped as well. We ended the regular season with honestly some really good matches. They're set up properly for the playoffs. It'll be on the 11th to the 15th of June, by the way, for everyone who wants in the Philippines. 2 reps. I got 2 answers. Okay, I got
all right.
the answer and I got the objective answer. Which one do you want to give?
Okay. You know what? Let's get the biased answer out of the way first.
All right.
All right.
Best team in the world.
Can you hear us now, Mirko?
Bigatron, best team in the world. That's what's gonna happen. All right.
All right.
That's the biased answer.
All right.
That's the biased answer.
Okay, so Bigatron is one. Who's the other?
I think Onic, bro. Onic ID.
So that's Bigatron and Onic ID for Mirko, Jamie.
What about your objective answer, though, Mirko? Who do you think will win this season for MPL Indonesia?
All right. So RQ Geek Fam, they're number 1, number 2 in MPL Indonesia. We've never had a champion that didn't come through first or second place from the regular season. It's always been upper bracket teams, kind of similar to PH. So the objective answer, right? It has to be among it's RQ or Geek Fam should be. I think Geek Fam will make it though. I think Geek Fam are definitely the best team in the regular season so far. The way they ended it, it was great. So Geek Fam is up there for the first rep. Number 2 though, I'm thinking between RQ and Onic, and I gotta say, Bigatron.
Still Bigatron. Okay. Well, you know what? I've been briefed, Mirko. I know you're a big fan of theirs, but let's talk about MPL Philippines. I know you're keeping yourself updated. It's a big day for us over here. Grand Finals. Any predictions on who will take the Immortal Cup home?
Yeah, I want to know about
Do you
this.
really want my prediction though? Do you really want to know? Like, I think the fans in the building as well don't really want to know because it's a mere curse, bro. I don't know.
Okay. It's up to you. I think we don't want to give the pressure to ourselves, but we're giving the pressure to you as of the moment. Is it gonna be a mere curse or a mere bless? It's up to you to find out.
Okay. You know what? I want TLPH to win. So,
okay.
Onic Philippines will win. 4-3.
Ooh. Okay. So in your heart, you want Team Liquid Philippines to win.
Yes,
but
sir.
objectively speaking, you're saying Onic will win.
Yes,
okay.
100%. Yeah.
Loud and clear, Mirko. We got your predictions in. Now, why don't you invite everybody watching right now to watch not only MPL Philippines, but also MPL Indonesia? I know the playoffs will happen in June, right? Go ahead, Mirko.
11th to 15th of June, guys, catch MPL Indonesia. I'll be casting there. I think almost every day will be in the panel, on the desk as well. So come and join. Watch the best team in the world win. And this team, hey, be careful, Philippines. I'm joking, by the way. I don't even know if they're going to make it past day 1.
We shall see.
Mirko, why the downhill emotion all of a sudden? But you know what? It's nice to have you here, Mirko. I just have one more question. I want to know more about MSC from last year and MSC from this year. What do you think is going to be the major difference?
I think the group stage is going to be fun, man. There will be a new format. I think it's already kind of like revealed to the world, but you guys will find out about it, I think, very, very soon. There'll be a video explaining it, and the format is kind of brutal for the group stage. Yeah, you guys just have to wait for it because single elimination, we already know about that. The group stage is going to be brutal.
like
That's the
it.
difference.
I like it. Mirko, it is so nice to be here with you today. Hopefully you're doing well there, and we'll catch you in MPL Indonesia and MSC, all right? We'll see you next time, Mirko.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
bro.
much, Mirko. June 11th to 15th, watch MPL Indonesia. Now, more than the upcoming MSC and MWI tournaments, also watch the 5-part documentary on Esports World Cup to be released on June 6th. And this is entitled Level Up.
You know, that is also directed by the Emmy-winning filmmaker, RJ Cutler. The documentary features personality-focused stories with a second episode featuring Team Liquid Philippines' Sanford.
Episodes will be released weekly in the lead-up to EWC 2025.
You know, it's nice to be able to have a conversation with Mirko and what he thinks is the best team in the world. But at the same time, he also gave his predictions. So let's keep the ball rolling together with our panel.
You know, win or lose, I'm happy to be Sanford. I have my own episode in the documentary series of EWC directed by RJ Cutler. And of course, we just witnessed the walking mascot of BTR, the one and only Mirko, who in fact gave his prediction.
His mere curse.
Okay.
According to him, he did vote for Onic Philippines because in his heart, he actually wants Team Liquid Philippines to win. And now we have additional Liquid girlies.
Yeah, so let's see if it's going to be a mere curse or mere blessing. Because wait a minute, he voted for Onic to win. So that means... No, he voted for Team Liquid to win. So that means Onic for him is going to win.
No! He said he wants Liquid to win.
I'm not sure, but
so
one
he
thing for
went
sure
for
is-
Onic.
I'm actually not sure, but one thing for sure is red side. TLPH this time will be on the red side with a 66.66% win rate as we head on to game number 3. Again, the score is tied for both of these teams, 1-1. TLPH scoring at game number 1 and a comeback, and a clapback rather, for Onic in game number 2. So let's see who's going to get the momentum once again as we head on to our game number 3 draft. This is the grand finals between Team Liquid Philippines and Onic Philippines. And now we're going to call on former Reptar, Renmar, Falcons guy, and now Slick Thick. Where you at?
Oh man, the title's really getting longer.
Yeah.
Okay, I've accepted my fate.
Imagine if it goes to game 7.
Oh my. Maybe then just call me Renmar because I feel like Ian might have an aneurysm or something and be trying to come up with a longer title. So Onic taking away the Matilda and Lucas together. They really want to turn off a very solid combination for the tanky fighter jungler, the support type of roamer, while Liquid are respecting the capabilities of Onic with flexing the Kalea. Again, prolific in the roam, equally as it is in the EXP in the hands of Kirk.
Yeah, so far I feel like some of the other options which are left open include the chip as well. It's been consistently banned out, at least for the past 2 games, and that's also not to mention the Jushin. So I feel like there are a bunch of mid-duo heroes that might actually get through or get past the first few bans, not unless they consider it this time around. Okay, there you go.
No Jushin games for either Sanji and Super Friends. So let's see what's the final ban for TLPH. The Joy's still up for grabs.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to double down on the whole trade around the mid lane. We saw that was a big factor in the storyline against of Team Falcons versus Team Liquid Philippines, excuse me. You also have the main trade around the Granger, Harith, Irithos of the world that you have to take into consideration when it's especially these two going up against each other.
Oh yeah, and the Luyi too.
Yep, Loyi.
Still out there. So they're carefully thinking about what their last ban is actually gonna be.
You know, by the way, I find the lack of Badangs disturbing so
Yeah.
far. It's like we've seen an entire playoffs with Badang.
I don't know if it's...
Maybe this time it's going to show up because the Bakshi's gone.
Oh,
you,
yeah.
you need another strong, buff dude with muscles.
Now it's a Badangable game. A lot are open. Chip, Louis, Joy. Who else is open?
The gold laners. They're all out there.
Yeah. But the thing is, if Onic decide to go for Joy here, Team Liquid Philippines just pick the Fredrin in the 3rd slot. Because Team Liquid Philippines can surprise and pick Loyi as one of the first 2 picks. So if ever, let's say, for example, this is Joy, Team Liquid Philippines can go Harith, Loyi, Fredrin for their first 3 picks. You're already showing your main course though, but then you can still play around the idea of getting the best possible matchups in the Roman EXP. So Onic said, that's why we don't want to join. We'll pick up the Harith. Team Liquid Philippines don't need to pick up the Granger. That can go in the third slot here. And they need to consider the low E though.
That's the thing. Does Sanji willingly pick his hero in this part? Because I feel like for the past few games, it's almost always the Jushin, if ever it does show up, or if ever Sanji's pick does show up in the first phase. Because if not, they often leave it for second.
Yeah.
Because the Farsas are still out there, the Eves are still out there too. Earlier, he even had to use the Navaria.
Exactly. So, it's Team Liquid going for the Joy. And Liquid will double down on the chip.
Yeah.
Okay. This could be deadly.
Joy chip, it's likely to be a Joy chip Ranger now for Team Liquid Philippines in the first
Oh.
You know, the last time we saw a Luyi chip matchup, Team Liquid Philippines versus Team Falcons, it felt like a pro match.
Yeah, I felt like this was Team Liquid Philippines. I understand the chip. They doubled down on the idea they could not give the Joy and Harith together. But then again, even if that happened, they could have gone Fredrin. However, the Fredrin also would have suffered against that kind of matchup.
Yeah.
So they were stuck with these two as the first two picks, and Onic ended up with 3 really great picks.
And we did mention that it is likely going to be the Granger here. Unless Team Liquid Philippines switch things up, but they don't. So it's quite telegraphed for now.
Yeah.
At least in the first phase for Team Liquid. Now they have to minimize the other heroes that can complement Onic Philippines lineup really well. The Glue is still out there too.
Yeah. The Phobius.
And the Phobius as well, as you mentioned, but they banned the Badang.
Oh, finally we get to see him in the draft.
In the ban.
In the
Yeah,
ban.
in the bans.
The red band side. So Team Liquid Philippines opting to take out the Badang, as mentioned by Renmar, no Baksha, so it's a Badangable game. But for Onic Philippines, they take out one of Sanford's used heroes here in the playoffs, and Terizla out of the picture.
Doubling down on the heroes of Sanford. Because even if Onic decide somehow to give the Phobius, should still be okay for them.
Yeah, I feel like the Phobius earlier too, like in this kind of lineup might be immediately bursted down and will struggle overall. Especially the amount of hold so far with just the Luyi and the Fredrin. But they ban out the Edith for Kirk.
What are they thinking about it? I mean, yeah, they already have enough magic damage. You didn't need to go Edith in the EXP lane. Are they just doubling down on something like a Phobius? I don't know. If Onic banned the Phobius, there's a good chance they might actually be considering the Arlot in their lineup. Paired up with the Loyi and Fredrin, and then the Rome. Can be anything, really.
Even available for
Oh, they banned it out.
Phobius.
The combo that Team Liquid Philippines used just the other day might come out now in Onyx hands.
The Arlot.
Oh. So the Farsa's still out there, but like, is that something Sanji's willing to pick in this lineup? So
I mean, should.
You need to.
Should be okay, but I'd want more crowd control instead of burst. You already have the Joy, you have the Granger. Yeah, you want to set up the burst so that the Joy can go in to finish it. So yeah, their mid laner can come later. They pick up the Glue here. And Leo whispered into my ear again. He's suggesting that Angela might pop up.
Let's see, because even Brusque already used it in the upper bracket finals. Paired up with the Baksha and with the utility roam jungler in Fredrin could still be a viable option for them. But apart from that, the Arlot that you guys mentioned.
Yeah, Onic can go faster. They can go Arlot Cho as their last 2 picks. The Cho can quickly go through the shrubs, get vision, check areas, have a good chance to get away also. If ever he just wants to get a check on where the chip is.
Yeah. CC's there too.
No, Benedetto, wow. Whoa, 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 Onic.
Wait a minute.
I mean, Renmar, you said it. Onic Philippines could go fast.
Yeah.
And what more with the Benedetta and is this a debut pick in the playoffs, the Kufra?
Yep.
In the playoffs it is, but I believe not for the entire season.
Yes, we've had precedents on the Kufra. Blocks the dashes. This is going to be a tough game for Carl TZ's Joy. Onic, fantastic draft on them. They just had to pick up the Farsa. If Liquid can pull this off, they played out of their minds. If Onic wins this, it's because they won the draft. Glue, it's all on the glue. It's gonna be always all on the glue now.
All drafts are set for game number 3. And just looking at the draft, do you expect another long game, or is it gonna be as fast as possible?
I feel like that's what they're attempting to go for, right? Like extending the game, forcing it to fall entirely on who pulls off the better macro with the amount of global presence that both of these lineups actually have. They have the Chip and they have the Louis as well. But it's gonna be difficult. Once the team fights break out, Onic Philippines, their lineup just has so many direct answers to what TLPH can actually do.
1-1, Team Liquid Philippines, Onic Philippines, Game 3. Now in the books. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, panel, for breaking it down. And we're going to find out once we jump into the Land of Dawn. It's Game 3 here. And who's going to get the upper hand in the series?
In the finals of the playoffs, I'm glad that even this late into Onyx Season 15 run, they seem to have that roamer game changer every single time.
Yeah. One of the best things that you can do in this draft and why it's been so demanding for roamers and EXP laners is to be flexible and have so many options for you. Oheb and Kelra, wow, right out of the gate, understand this matchup so well. Both bring each other to the limit. Regen's already popped for both.
I like how that is in the gold lane, you know? I like that when you watch some of the best gold laners right now. Oh, hold on, Brusco.
Coming in, forcing a wings by wings from Sanji. Kirk almost caught him.
Yeah, he was there. He got the Purify out too, so you know, that's one thing about the Kufra. Kufra didn't pop up. What did he pop up maybe 2 or 3 times during the regular season? But typically, it's such a niche pick into a composition. And you already, oh, hold on again.
Another jump in, point blank. JP forced the flicker away. Onic put pedal to the metal already, not even 2 minutes in.
It's a whole lot of value, Renmar.
Yeah, that's going to be a preview of what could happen to Team Liquid Philippines for the next 6 to 8 minutes of this game. As Onic can just continue to invade, check shrubs, poke down JP, poke down Sanji, and just make farming a living hell for Carl TZ. See, King Kong and Kirk are going to be contesting this, although there are 3 members of Liquid that could assist the Young Goat.
Yeah, they're going to fight for that one. Just a little stare down for some extra XP, and it'll go to King Kong. So now again, a jump for Brusco.
One more time. Brusco checking range, keeping him down, bouncing ball. Story of all this time, the bouncing ball feels like an ult that isn't an ult.
Yeah, just so good. Blocks dashes. And by the way, for those who remember, that used to block flicker.
Now it doesn't. Brusco charging up that rage. Instead it's King Kong jumping in first, getting that taunt onto Sanford. Sanford looking for that grab, finds it. Like a final blow, dropped in by Kirk already. Oh, Turtle at a 10th of its health. Who's gonna get it? Carl TZ secures with retribution. Down goes the Sigma jungler.
King Kong goes down and the Turtle gets taken for TLPH. That was a fight for them.
Incredible resilience by Team Liquid. Eventually, once that shield was secured by Carl TZ, that meant Team Liquid could fight just a little bit longer so that they would walk out with the win with the Turtle and a kill onto King Kong. That is not how the fight... Onic didn't expect the fight to go that way. Clearly, it really looked like I thought they were going to win, but the presence of the glue, Sanford, again, this broken hero turned busted, became a huge X factor in that last one.
Yeah, he's just been an X factor the entire season, the entire playoffs here.
There is an unexpected amount of damage from Liquid's lineup. Again, you're looking at it, sure, there's a lot of Sanford setup, there's a lot of JP setup across the map, but on-demand damage, it's so much easier for Liquid to dish out.
Yeah, and it's on-demand magic damage early on in the game too, which even though you know how tanky a Fredrin is, Kufra is tanky as well, especially with the right emblem set, magic damage early on in the game makes any tanky presence cry.
That's why that Farsa has been such a big pick for a lot of the teams here throughout the playoffs, and even back in the regular season, the damage pressure early on is great, but then it also allows you to have a really good damage profile throughout the game, because then eventually, then you have the Granger online, and we know how well he's done so far. Overall, diversion, going to go ahead and send him down in the other half.
Sanji read the situation wrong. Feathered airstrike into the wrong brush and gets caught by Onic.
Onic knew where the Farsa was, and it was an easy diversion and gank. Oheb's going to be pushing the top side though, but he needs to back on out of there. JP has read where King Kong is. Liquid though might actually be in a slightly better position for this turtle. Sanji will be able to come back on time. King Kong and Onic still want to get resources away from the Joy.
Sanji literally making like the Farsa. He was blinded.
Yeah.
Eyes closed.
Eyes closed, trying to flap away and wouldn't be able to. Still in the mid lane, they're going to hold it down. The turtle is up here. See how they play this out. Everyone, Carl TC's got some information on his own. He's going to wait for this one. Again, this is where we start to see a lot of... hold on, Carl TC.
Kirk spending that petrify. Sanji answering back in kind. Better dare strike. Here comes the shortcut. Sanford takes down Kirk, and that's a man down for the super fam.
Looks like he was jebaited by Carl TZ, man.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He's just hanging out on that side of the jungle. And then I was going to say, before that actually happened, was JP is just come on in, shortcut down, and you're fine. Look at gold lane right now. Little 1v1.
Oh, wow. Kelra's
up
in
there.
Too deep. Crossing over through that tier 1. I'm looking to take him down, but no! Calra, the Filipino savage. That's why they call him that, is he would pull out the most savage plays. I'm glad we caught at least a tail end of that sequence.
The shield was the difference maker. Of course, a little bit of that impure rage as well on him. Oheb outplayed. He tried as he could, but at the end of the day, there's very little you can do against a hero kit that gives shields when it dashes.
Bro crossed a turret.
He did.
And still won the 1v1.
He cut it in and then made it happen. I'm so glad we had the opening sequence of our grand finals with both of them staring each other down in front of the Immortal Cup, because that's the gold lane. When you put Kelra and Oheb there in a matchup, that's exactly what it seems like. And this is interesting too. You've got the matchup here, and it favors the Grangers slightly. I mean, they've seen 64 games. This is basically the gold lane throughout Season 15.
Yeah.
I mean, it caused a lot of discussion out there.
Might even be for even before Season 15.
That's true.
The past 6 months.
So this is the new Fred Baksha, huh?
Yeah, with Fred Baksha still in the game.
It's a little bit more exciting version of the Fred Baksha. There's actually damage and the duels you can see. Now just two beefy dudes
staring at each other,
slapping each other with wet tissues.
It's good sometimes.
That can be fun sometimes, but like not all the time.
Only on Tuesdays.
All right. Okay. All right. Team Liquid Philippines. Shame for them. They weren't able to get a tower up top. Onic sent Kelra very quickly to the bottom lane to equalize the tower and minion pressure there. Liquid now won't be able to push this, as JP will get the info that Brusco is nearby. Yeah, he'll be able to see Super Prince and Kelra. So now Liquid will have to try to get a macro win elsewhere first. I feel like if they go into the next objective without breaking at least one tower down first, that's going to be quite risky, because they'll be losing the macro battle. Again, it's a low Ether up again.
Sanford spots it, but only for a second, because Onic does the same play, taking out the other half of the Sansan duo. Now Sanji answers back, forces to use the Purify, wings by wings out, cutting through the Liquid lineup. Oh my lord, is Kirk, but he can't save Kelra. Kelra's down. Carl TZ running away. Kirk and Bruce go on his tails. Oh, having JP coming through.
Oh, he can't get the taunt. He's not able to get it, and JP will survive, so he burned the flicker. But an interesting fight, and now the Turtle's up here, last one of the game.
All the more worth it. Now the Turtle up next. Onic blitzing it. Not a nary thing Liquid could do here. JP just sees the Turtle go over to Onic.
Great sequence by Onic Philippines. Started off again by the diversion of Super Friends. Team Liquid's map feels small. They do have a gold lead here, a very slight one. So they still have that to hold on to. But we see here again the presence of the Benedetta canceled Sanji very quickly. Although it was King Kong that initially canceled the Feathered Airstrike, it was Kirk that sent Sanji flying way out of position out of that fight to even deal basic attack damage.
It's interesting how many times that we've seen Onic go ahead and set that up and, in the mid lane and put that pressure that way here. I think Kirk, now that he has a Malefic Roar, and if he's able to go ahead and land, even the Petrify combination, could set things really up for Onic Philippines in the next big fight, which is now the Lord, now that these turtles are gone. So that's something that TLPH will have to deal with. Sanford, as tanky as the glue is and everything else, we saw how overloaded that damage can be on him, especially with the crowd control included with a Fredrin there and the Kufra.
And also mainly it's because he didn't see that coming.
Yeah, it was like a blink of an eye.
The third time that Onic did that, where they just diverted randomly into one of the 2 river brushes.
Yeah. Which was the last game. That's how they got Oheb earlier. So they got to watch out for that.
Yeah, and so far we haven't seen that one big shortcut play that would make Onic fold.
Maybe this one. Is it? Oh, huge! King Kong welcomes that alongside Brusco. And it seems like Liquid did not see that kind of response coming through. Kirk, 1v1 with Oheb. Oheb outplays Kirk. Some semblance of retribution from the Cavalry. Here comes a diversion. Oheb smells something.
He's like, oh yeah, wait, there's a Louis over there. I better not go here.
Yeah, he felt it in the wind, probably saw the grass move just a little bit. It's like, no, not my time.
No, that's not it. But man, talk about a play up top, you know, and you think it's a great counter initiation when the shortcuts drop down, having that Kufra and even King Kong there available. So that's something, like I was saying before that broke out, you got to watch out for if you're TLPH. How's things looking real quick before the next Lord take?
All right, very close in the gold for the 2 gold laners. Already on the way to the Holy Crystal for Kelra, for Oheb already up to his core items. I believe it's either a Sea Halberd or a BOD we might be seeing. BOD, most likely, but I want to see him consider the Sea Halberd considering the shields that he really needs to help reduce on the side of Onic Philippines.
Okay, going back to this, JP.
Oh,
scouting things on out.
Oh, by the way, we've been used to seeing the tanky Benedetta for so long. This is actually a pure damage Benedetta on the hands of Kirk. He's gone Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar.
Yep.
And this is mainly to punish Liquid's less than sturdy lineup. Because again, that thing that JP tried to do, again, answer in kind with the shortcut, it's not going to work 8 out of 10 times. And now, Liquid are looking at Onic burst down this Lord and a quick knockup, and it's still JP who falls. Oheb does get a double kill. Kirk and Brusco fall. Now it's Sanford holding the ground here.
Carl.
Front line diversion play. Where is Prince going? Prince goes back to mid. King Kong gets taken out. Oheb gets his 3rd kill.
That one, Carl Tease is going under the turret. Oh,
Prince.
Not able to get Prince.
Saw his life flash before his very eyes. Liquid, this is not a time to fight. They have to defend against the Lord.
Way too close there. If Carl got that kill, could have been insane, but Liquid still gets the win in the fight. They lost the Lord, but they'll be able to stop it. As you look back here, Brusco went in first, immobilized by Sanford. JP, I set on the Lord. King Kong got it, he got knocked up, Brusco, but then Carl Teasy's late entry as he was coming from the bottom lane, distracted by Kirk. Kirk eventually joined the fight, but was taken down relatively quickly by Team Liquid.
So ultimately that Lord really didn't get Onic Philippines anything. Right? I mean, there was a distraction there. Might have gotten them a little bit of, obviously, gold there to work with. But ultimately, we look across here on the lanes, it's pretty much even, right? Because we can't factor in the Fredrin versus the Joy in terms of that gold. But overall, it's still kind of at this equilibrium between the two teams. Yeah, there's a minor gold lead for TLPH, but you're seeing how these fights are breaking out and playing out.
Still problematic how Liquid can't pick a full frontal fight against Onic. Whenever there is a jump or a dash in from Onic, Liquid have to scramble.
Yeah.
That is their only response.
Somehow, some way, Liquid need to get Super Friends. They need to get a jump on this low Yi, but how do you when you are going up against a hero that's designed to get the jump on everyone else? Because of the draft of Onic Philippines, they've completely shut down any massive shortcut play by JP, unless it's going to come super late into the fight just to bring in a super late entry Carl Teasy. But as we've seen, JP can't even initiate with a shortcut because what? He'll just be putting his team in danger under the Electo final blow.
Yep.
Brusco can just knock him up with a revenge into the rage combo stun if they're up next to a wall. Even the bouncing ball, the ultimate that's not an ultimate, can block them from getting away. It's difficult for a chip. And again, Onic have drafted this so well that they've shut the key hero of Liquid down.
That's why I think you got to shift the focus. Yeah, JP is going to have to do that, but it might even be up to Carl Teasy in a way to go and, you know, cause enough havoc in the back line on a Joy just because he is so mobile that he might have to put pressure that way to allow JP to be able to utilize a shortcut and not just get caught out against it.
And that might be the best way to use said shortcut, is have JP go the long way around, use a Y-walk portal, flicker into one or the other, you know, Kelra or Super Prince, and then go from there. That's it. It sounds easier said than done because it is, but that's one of Liquid's options.
Yeah. But it looks like for Liquid, they're just trying to play catch-up in terms of map control. Easy push up top. It was just heralded by Kirk. He has 3 deaths, but he's been opening up the map, has been forcing reactions out of Liquid. Now with the Lord spawn, King Kong holds it. How will Liquid deal with this?
Right now, King Kong will hold the Lord. This is one of the things we always talk about when the Benedetta was in play so often before, is that pressure you can put on the map. So they'll have to keep Carl TZ dealing with that. They're actually going to go 1v1.
Whoa! Oh, TZ gets it! Kirk gets popped, and that's the go signal. JP gets to conceal. Lord gets soft reset here. King Kong doesn't want his job undone. He spent the past 30 seconds working on it. And because of the man lacking, Onic are now second guessing.
Yeah. They are playing around the tanky jungler though, so Onic can afford it if ever Team Liquid decide to rush conceal play into the mid. They see Sanji.
Oh, they want Sanji right now, but the mid lane's still going to be held down.
Feathered airstrike coming in, forcing Brusco to get that bouncing ball. They pull that Salmon Force out of Kelra. The shortcut been dropped by JP. Diversion play into that bush. Down below from the south, Carl TZ pushed out of that pit. Oh! The grab on Sanford finds the perfect target. Down goes Kelra, and the Lord wears Liquid's jersey.
Onic decided to split that fight, and it costed them. Sanford, clutch, able to get the grab of the Harith, meant Team Liquid can now begin the slow trollop to a stampede. 3,000 is their gold lead. Divine Glaive, Blood Wings, Holy Crystal, and the Starlium Scythe already for this Joy. Already up to a concentrated energy for Kelra. That's something that Liquid needs to watch out for. Oheb full built as well in terms of their frontliners. The Benedetta still going full damage. Has the Bloodlust, Endless Battle, excuse me.
There you go.
It's been a while, it's been a while.
Gentlemen, what I tell you, it's going to take a long while for Liquid to get a win. It was a 3-step, 4-step kind of fight. They cannot shock Onic in submission. They have to be very methodical about this.
There's a conceal. JP was using, he flickers forward.
Whoop. Finds it on the Kelra, dropping the rest of the Calvary on and pays the iron price. Down goes Carl TZ. You can't do that, not twice in a row, not like this.
Was that just off timing, or like, I mean, they were deep under the second turret.
They crossed 2 turrets, Joseph.
Yeah, that was way too greedy. I thought that'd be okay, but once I saw that second turret was still there, it's like, nope. JP, there's been a reason why you've been so hesitant and disciplined in using your shortcut.
Yeah.
Because of things like that, so...
This is interesting. I mean, this is a literally thumbs up, guys, let's do this moment. Like, jumps on in. It's
a big oopsie.
Leroy's into under the turret, and they just get obliterated. Like, you still, even though with a lead, you still got to respect what Onic Philippines has.
I hate to point it out, in the player cams, when that moment happened, you could almost see Oheb vocally saying, y'all shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. Well, what does that bring us? Back to this. It's even Stevens across the board.
They lost their lead.
They lost the lead. They had what? Almost a 4K lead.
2 freebies. Again, they had no business being down there that deep.
Yeah, Liquid need to recover somehow. That was just emotional damage at the end of the day.
It's equivalent of slipping on a banana peel.
Yeah, it's like, all right, I just got out of the gym. I'm jacked. No. So, where is it going to come from? It's definitely not going to be coming from a shortcut again.
Not like that.
Not like that.
Oh, look at this.
Oh,
Lord advantage.
Look at the Lord advantage.
Yeah, they lost gold on that.
They lost gold on that. Like seeing that negative, that's not good.
Let's get a big push in. Nope. Okay, damage dealt, 40,000, almost there for Kelra. Same goes for Carl TZ and Oheb. So Team Liquid Philippines are winning in the damage department so far. We have seen, though, as long as a fight somehow gets split, it's good for Liquid. But when it's a full 5v5 slow front to back, weirdly enough, it's Onic that actually wins that. So if Liquid can find a way to split the fight, because again, the last fight that was split, it wasn't because of their own doing. It was Onic who decided to take that movement instead.
Yep, the reverse collapse.
Yeah.
Onic tried to pull something out of it, but and again, just spread out these sponges that Onic had and that allowed Liquid to decimate them. Now the dance begins. Again, Onic still at the lead. JP spots it. Sanford nearby. Conceal play.
Conceal's going to be used again. Sanford will give the information. JP trying to swing around. Meanwhile, Carl TZ managing the bottom. They're going to have to fight.
Dropping that shortcut. Can they clutch it? Carl TZ scores! Retribution! JP gets popped by Kelra. Sanford follows through. Trade now for Kirk. Down goes Carl. 3 for 1. He current exchange. Liquid reeling from the Lord take.
But their unit is way too solid. The Super Fam way too strong. It's only Oheb. It's only Sanji. Can they defend this?
Okay, the turret's going to go down in the mid. It's still Sanji and Oheb. And that might be all Onic Philippines gets off that one.
Another Pyrrhic victory for Liquid. Yes, you get the Lord, but at what cost?
Seems like that's always the question at the end of all these fights. Every fight they're forced into that slow 5v5. It's expensive for them. They lose more than they gain. But what can they gain with this Lord? As Onic will have to go fall back to base, wait for Kirk. Let's see if they'll be able to stop it before it gets to the tower. There will be enhanced minions coming out though for Liquid, so they might be able to start a siege.
Gentlemen, if you'll remember, Kirk is comfortable playing this way. Yeah. He won a major international championship in Indonesia, Mobile Masters, by playing a CC with 8 deaths. So he's fine, like that's what he's used to doing. He's a scapegoat.
Yeah. I would say you won't like him when he's angry. You know, Kirk, that's what he likes to do. And that's his playstyle sometimes. He fits the bill here, and this time they're going to manage the Slord. Onic Philippines on the defense. We'll see if TLPH decides to go. Conceal's going to be dropped in.
And the shortcut follows through. In comes Carl TZ. JP gets blasted. Kelra drops the summon for Sanji with a third airstrike. In comes straight from the back line. Down goes JP. Kelra gets a kill.
And they're going. Kirk still looking for Sanford. Carl TZ trying to get out of there. But Sanford just accepts his fate as he's going to go down by Kirk.
Kirk gets one, and the rest of Onic clap back. Gets sent via the diversion. Down goes Sanji. It all went sideways for the Cavalry.
On point of the diversion again, but Carl TZ sees one. He might need to get out of here though. He doesn't even decide to clear up the minion waves because his baby cakes needs him.
It's just baby cakes left. They can't defend against 5 members of the Super Fam.
Oheb's gonna stare him down, and Carl can't get back in time.
Kelra drops the Salmon Force. Got a chunky wave of minions to come through, and Onic scores 2-1.
Onic Philippines have now overtaken Team Liquid in this race to 4. It's still a tight race though, but Liquid need to go back to the drawing board. Onic have shown 2 drafts that have them red.
Again, even at a Lord take, again, the question is at what cost? We're gonna throw it over to the panel to break down our game number 3.
In a bout between legends, en route to immortality, mistakes are what matters most, and Onic capitalize on the over-aggression plays of TLPH to score a win, and now they're up 2-1 in the grand finals.
What a response from Onic Philippines, beginning draft all the way to execution in that game. You saw how they were just able to deny much of the ideas, much of the plans that the Cavalry had, and this is Kelra with 100% kill participation as he takes the game MVP.
Oh, down to the first few minutes, even getting a solo kill.
Yeah.
On to Oheb at the top lane, even down to Oheb's own turret. We saw Kelra as proactive as possible all throughout, and it was honestly activated by the way Onic played. The desk mentioned that Kirk became a sacrificial player, became the scapegoat, but in the end, it was all part of a major, bigger plan to enable the gold standard to wreak havoc over the Cavalry.
It's so hard to move on from that solo kill you just mentioned because they tried doing that from minute 1.
Yeah.
Like they were going hard in terms of the micro. They were exchanging blows from the very beginning, from the moment they saw each other in the lane, and when it came to a point where the solo kill was just successful for Kelra, it was just an additional layer of problems for Team Liquid Philippines, because if you were to look back at even the first few objectives, they were unable to contest and fight back, and this was the solo kill we were talking about, because more often than not, the diversions, they were just too quick to decide on where to go, and it almost felt like Onic with the lineup they drafted, it's so weird that they are on a Kufra. This is a roamer who tends to hold the brushes. This is a roamer who tends to want to like go for the surprises and hold the brushes first, but they're the ones who get more information instead. They're the ones who are able to pivot from all the information that they get.
Yeah, the last two shortcuts actually was countered out beautifully by the Kufra and the Luyi. The first one was the 16-minute shortcut onto the bottom lane despite Onic Philippines still having their second turret. That was a good revenge rage combo. This one I'm talking about. A beautiful stun there coming in from Brusco and the collapse of Onic Philippines onto Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah. And this play, like I felt there was a plan. Because like, you know that Benedetta is on damage. So Carl TZ earlier felt like he could take him on, but Kirk did not decide to split. He decided to join Onic Philippines in the fight. And so Carl only had to rely on JP and the shortcut to catch up to the contest of the Lord. And fortunately he did get it, but that resulted to just a lot more chances for Onic to take control of the game.
In exchange for bodies of the Cavalry, they got the Lord. But again, if you're going to look at the last play, Kirk played a huge role also to why Onic was able to defend, because Sanji wasn't able to use the feathered airstrike that much because of the threat of the Electo final blow. The damage Benedetta, and you can actually see the difference between the diversion and the chip. Nice who mentioned this a while ago, that diversion doesn't have to be necessarily used aggressively. But if you're a chip, you're forced to be to cast it aggressively on the offensive end, and it bit TLPH in the back, and Onic capitalize on those crucial moments to take the lead 2-1 for Onic Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, JP tried to do so much, but there were chances where he felt a little impatient as well. Like that one instance we saw in the bottom lane, it could have not happened if you were Team Liquid Philippines. You were already taking control of the game. You were already in the lead. And once you have information, you have vision on where Brusco is, on where Kirk is, then that kind of minimizes, it lessens the problems that you'll have, because you don't have to worry about where Brusco is coming from. You don't have to worry much about Kirk because you already have an idea in advance. You could position yourself in advance, anticipating all these electro-final blows, all of these skills and everything he could potentially do, especially with the Petrify. But it was a completely different story when Onic Philippines were the ones making Team Liquid Philippines feel like they're always on their toes, because it's the failed attempts from Team Liquid Philippines that could result to a much more aggressive response with the diversion from Onic Philippines.
And all that resulted to Kelra being the BPI rich guy, GPM of 727. Our rich guys are looking a bit low because of the average game time that they have. It's more than 20 minutes. So far, it's bang for the buck for everyone who bought tickets here in the Champions Arena, and of course the sandbag was Sanford. And looking at the goal distribution of Kelra, clearly he was active down to the minute 1.
He was. He was too free. Like, if you're Carl, you have to worry about the bouncing ball. You have to worry about the Benedetta, going for your other targets, going for your other teammates rather. You have to worry about the Luyi. It could potentially force you down with just a single successful dispersion rotation. But Kelra, he had barely any or a single person to worry about.
And now I have to worry about you, because you're going to take this by yourself, Brigitte. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Now we will be dissecting the game a little bit more as we head into the gold graphs and the item progressions which took place in this game. So starting off once again with the gold difference timeline, it looks like it was a very close fought fight. Majority, I know how it felt that Onic had control for majority of the game, but if you were to look at the goal difference timeline, it was honestly Team Liquid Philippines who actually had more of an advantage up until the 11-minute mark, and even being able to regain that past the 11-minute mark, not until Onic Philippines just found a game-closing play towards the 17-minute mark. And this is something you could likely attribute to them being on the Joy Jungler. The farming speed, the farming patterns, and the rotational speeds overall were just in favor of Team Liquid Philippines, albeit not entirely guaranteeing them being able to convert it into much. You still get to see that they were able to keep hold of the lead in that very difficult situation, in that entire scenario where it felt like you could barely engage in a fight with the amount of responses, the amount of punish that Onic Philippines could actually go for against you if you do decide to go for that. So all of the jungle creeps, all of the farm, they were Carl TZ's best friend at that point. He could barely go for the team fights. Later on, we do see him eventually getting some successful pickoffs here and there, and that's mostly onto Kirk. But that too was something part of Onic Philippines' plan, because Kirk willingly allowed himself to be that guy, to take those kills, to take away the threat of Carl TZ and the electrifying beats, because once that's over, then his team has almost nothing to worry about anymore. They have endless reach to the other members of Team Liquid Philippines. And now if we were to look at the item progression, this felt a little too difficult for Team Liquid Philippines to catch up or to even respond back to Onic Philippines, and the way they were just too quick in terms of securing their core items and their key items. I feel like one of the biggest indicators too of how ahead Onic Philippines was in that game was when Elra actually had the option to opt for an Oracle even. He put in an Oracle towards the end of his build just to allow himself to ensure that he can survive a little bit longer, because damage was out of the question. They already had a Benedetta on the damage build. They also had the Luyi, who had a terrifying amount of burst damage, and so Kelra didn't have that much of a huge responsibility on his shoulders. Like, he could have went a little bit more on the defensive, which is why again there is that Oracle present. And if it does come to a point where Carl TZ actually gets to reach him, then he'll have additional sources of sustain, which clearly benefited him greatly, because he wasn't the best target. He was barely taken out there by Team Liquid Philippines.
And now Team Liquid Philippines looking at a one-game deficit from starting out strong, winning game number 1. Onic Philippines now on a win streak in the series by taking games 2 and 3. But still, this is a best-of-7 series. Stakes are still high. You know, from these legends, we call them legends, titans, even gods, to now being immortal. Which team will raise the Immortal Cup here in the Champions Arena? And the best part is we're just halfway there, Brigida.
We are. We've been 3 games in. And Onic are still 2 games away from actually securing the series. And a lot can happen in between.
Yes.
There is a chance that Team Liquid Philippines yet again surprise us with reversing things around. But they have to work on a couple of things. They have to be a little more prepared, and they have to think in advance. Because, again, the past 2 drafts, which we saw in that game, it felt a little too much in favor of Onic Philippines rather than it being balanced out and boiling down to execution once we head into the game.
Yeah, major adjustments need to be made here for not just Team Liquid Philippines, for Onic Philippines to stay as creative as possible, keep Team Liquid Philippines at their toes. But again, and here in the Champions Arena, it's full of excitement, full of exciting people. I even see actually local artists in the building now. But now let's take a look at this VTR in a very short while.
There we finally have it. You just saw a glimpse of what could possibly be the future of a phone with the Infinix GT30 Pro. You know, Jamie, that is going to be pretty intense when our players set to use it.
I even want my hands on that phone. But we have the expert to talk about that today, so why don't we invite them over?
Yeah, for sure, because we have from Infinix Philippines, their marketing manager, Ms. Jelly Buan, and of course, from the Infinix Regional Game Marketing Lead, Harry Leonardo.
Hi,
Jelly,
Jelly.
Harry, it's so
Hi,
nice to be here
Harry.
with you today. Kamusta? You know, Harry, I felt like you've been watching MPL Philippines for a while, but I want to know, what makes this Grand Final so different for you?
For me, this Grand Finals, it feels very different kasi napaka-competitive. talaga ng bawat teams ngayong playoffs. And we see now with the 2-1 score of Onic and TLPH, hindi talaga natin alam kung sino yung pwedeng manalo. So we're hoping for the best and good luck sa mga teams.
Do you want it to be a best of 7? Do you want it to go game 7?
Yes.
Okay.
What about you, Jelly? How do you feel here in the Champions Arena? What's the feeling being a part of this very intense crowd?
I love the energy. It's very intense. And I think both teams are giving everyone a really good fight and a really good game. So let's go.
Let's go indeed, Hans and Harry, and of course, Jelly too. You mentioned it's very competitive here. You mentioned let's go. Let's talk about that phone we just witnessed in the video here in the Champions Arena. GT30 Pro. What makes that phone the perfect match as the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines? Jelly?
Yes, of course, you know, when we designed the Infinix GT30 Pro, we had ultimate gaming power in mind. So it's really built for serious mobile gamers with its all-day 120 FPS system that's powered by the MediaTek 8350 that ensures ultra smooth, no frame drops, and just pure gameplay. Plus, for the first time, we're adding in the built-in GT Trigger, which offers console-like control so that it's really made for the ultimate device for players looking for their next win streak.
The ultimate device for the players looking for their next win streak. You need to have your hands on this phone, but where can they get this?
That's a good question. Where can we get it?
Jelly, when and where?
The Infinix GT30 Pro will be available this coming June. June 1 na ngayon, di ba? So,
ang bilis kasi sobrang intense dito sa Champions Arena. We don't even know what the date is, but yes, it is the 1st of June. When can they get it in June, Jelly, and where?
very soon.
Okay.
Where in your favorite e-commerce channels and of course in Infinix stores nationwide.
I like it.
Love it.
Jamie, I like that it's going to be available very soon. It's already June, but soon, all right? You guys are going to have to wait for a bit, but I think some of the people na hindi na naghintay are our players, right? Because they were able to at least test out the device. So Harry, walk us through it. How was the process like for MPL players while they were testing out the Infinix GT30 Pro?
Actually, we're very grateful for Bunton Games and MPLPH because of the smooth cooperation all throughout the testing process. And this not just happened here in the Philippines, but also across the MLBB Pro tournaments that we sponsor across Southeast Asia. So yes, it's also in MPL Indonesia, MPL Malaysia, MPL Cambodia, and also in MSL Myanmar. And with that, the GT30 Pro underwent meticulous 4-phase testing process. So first, it encountered intense stress tests from Munton headquarters, and then we also did here locally on-site testing, game simulations, and as you mentioned, even up to the pro player level usage, the players actually tested it themselves in order to meet the highest standards of MPLPH official tournament device recognition. So for us, this is actually not just a technical approval, but a celebration of the hard work, of the teamwork, and the shared commitment of Infinix, MLBB, MPL towards esports excellence.
I love that. 4-phase testing process. And it really feels like it's custom made for MPL Philippines, MPL Cambodia, MPL everywhere.
MPL everywhere, for sure. I think that is, pretty interesting that you got the approval of the pro players because they're very specific with their phones, right? So with that being said, they are playing as of the moment. Give us a teaser on what you'll give them, actually, Ari.
Yeah, so actually we're excited to know also who will be the champion tonight because the MPLPH Season 15 champions for the first time ever will take home the exclusive Infinix GT Champion set. Ano ba yung laman nun? Of course, we have our GT Champion jacket. We have our GT AI ring. We also have our GT30 Pro phone inside a customized champion box. And of course, magkakaroon din ng GT trophy for their MGT or My Greatest Teammate.
Oh, wow. Now that's
can't
a lot.
wait to see that.
Yeah,
Hans.
that's a lot. Again, Jelly and Harry, thank you so much for being here with us today. And we're happy to have Infinix as the official tournament gaming phone para sa ating mga manlalaro. And hopefully we get to see you more in the future. But now, we're going to toss it back to our panel to know more about this match.
Thank you so much, Hans and Jamie, and our good friends over at Infinix. And I have to say, I'm going to be upfront and unhinged as possible. I want that phone. That champion set. I want it.
I want the champion set too. I wish we got a chance to get that.
But of course, guys, we have BPI that empowers Pinoy gamers with next-level banking solutions to help you level up in life. Digital deposit accounts, insurance, investments, loans, and many more.
Yep, you can start saving now so you get a more epic tomorrow. So you can open up a hashtag SaveUp account today via the BPI app. One ID and 5 minutes is all you need and you get an account already. So go for a more epic tomorrow together with BPI.
Yeah, we have a lot in store once again. Current score, 2-1. Onic Philippines is leading, so us Onic guys are happy compared to the Liquid Girly. But of course, guys, we have an epic news for you because the Vive app is also available. You can finally pay via QR for faster payment on your monthly bills.
Yep, you can claim rewards, everything. And also you get an epic bonus once you sign up because you get a chance to win 1,250 MLBV diamonds.
You get diamonds. You also can use it for skins, for anything else, emotes that we continuously flex. So what are you waiting for, guys? Join the Vibe now and download it today for an epic tomorrow with BPI.
Yep, there are a lot of in-game items you could still purchase once you get to recharge. So I feel like you should take this chance.
Yeah, but be financially responsible, guys, because, you know, I spent a lot with a Naruto collab skin. I got 3, and I don't know how much money I have left in my BPI app, but still. Okay, this time, Onic Philippines, instead of going or choosing the red side, they are finally back in the blue side, so we can see major or slight adjustments to their creativity going up against TLPH, because if I were Onic Philippines, of course, who doesn't want a 3-1 lead over the Cavalry?
And this has been their side previously as well, so we just saw how they were able to last minute bring out the Kufra, last minute bring out the Benedetta. So these are things that you can still expect from Onic Philippines as they still take hold of the blue side. But for Team Liquid Philippines, again, we're looking for those adjustments. We're looking for that presence of mind to be a lot more mindful of the possibilities heading into this, because if not, it's an automatic match point for Onic Philippines.
Exactly. Every time this countdown timer starts, I feel the whole ground shaking. So might as well call just Renmar for help.
All right.
That was a shorter one.
Did not expect that. You kind of threw me off guard there.
That's what TLPH needs to do.
Yeah, I agree with you. Smooth segue, I'll give you that. Okay. Lucas, Fanny Kalea, I think still similar to the previous game spans that we saw.
Yep, it is.
I think the changes of Team Liquid Philippines, if ever we're going to end this with the exact same bans, you know what? No, I think they need to ban out the... Oh, Onic banned the chip?
What?
Yeah. They're still respecting it, even though they outdrafted it? Oh, it's like they're forcing Team Liquid Philippines to play different, while Liquid makes the same smart choice Onic made with priority banning the Matilda. They're not giving the low Yi anymore to Super Friends.
But that opens the Baksha for this game. So Onic Philippines can consider that if they wanted to.
Previously, Onic Philippines on the blue side, they went for the Harren first bid. So
yeah.
they can explore that route again. It went perfectly with the gold standard, racked up an MVP in game number 3. So let's see if that's still the route Onic is willing to take. But King Kong wants to enjoy. He wants his joy.
Team Liquid Philippines, I think, would want to pick up the... It's either the Harith or Granger.
Yeah.
And you know what? Yeah, just pick up the Harith, you pick up the Jusin, and then later you pick up the Fredrin, then you just revolve your draft around that. You could also potentially go for the Batang if you want to, but I'm really leaning towards just getting the Jushin.
Yeah, I feel like it's
Harith.
a Harith Jushin. because it's also been in the EXP where they've been flexing things a little bit.
Wasn't that Falcons?
Yeah, it was flop TC, but I think the surprise, the X factor of the draft from TLPH can come from Sanford. And now they still go with the back shot, still flex.
Oh. So we aren't entirely sure just yet, again, of where this is going, but the Jushin will then be available for Onic Philippines if they wanted to secure it here. And it's been, again, Super Fritz's most heavily contested hero so far. They could play around this hero if they wanted to.
So most likely this is just going to be the Granger and the Jushin. But then they show 3 cores. Now most likely Granger. If they don't pick up the Jushin, it'll be surprising. But maybe this is Team Liquid's approach. They are forcing Onic to pick up their main magic damage dealers already. So this will be a very magic heavy lineup.
Oh!
So they go for the big swerve. They don't even pick up the Granger here. They pick up the Badang and the Farsa instead.
Who can forget the last time TLPH went up against the Badang and was in the hands of Master Ogwin. Stole away a Lord, and now we get to see Carl TZ on the Hayabusa.
Now, at least they won't have to worry as much. The 1-1 was still out there too, but considering that they already have the Hayabusa, that might not be such a go-to option now for Onic Philippines. As well as the Farsa.
Okay, Liquid needs a bit more range unless they decide to double down on the idea that they don't need to play around that. Okay, they want to keep their backline safe. They take away the Hilda. Great ban. With the Phobius gone, Glue could come in for Liquid as their 4th pick.
Again.
Yeah, it's going to be Sanford just on the Glue. I think Glue's probably going to show up in every game now.
Yeah.
One way or another.
100% draft participation this time around. We won't be forgetting about the Glue now, but TLPH final ban. Will they ban out even the Glue for Sanford, considering that Badang's still a flex here?
Yeah. They would want to go for the utility EXP laners, considering that they're both playing the Assassins. Yep.
The Ranger as well.
Good ban.
You know, Rockhart actually mentioned this a couple of days ago, or not yesterday, that surprisingly, the Selena hasn't been popping up in the playoffs so far that much. I mean, Super Prince has been using it alongside Few, but there's the Glue for TLPH.
I think carry would be okay here for Kelra. Either the carry or the Beatrix. The Airthil is going to be a bit lacking, considering that the Glue and the Basha can rush blade armors.
The magic damage is already there, so it's probably not going to be the Kimi as well. It's probably either going to be really the carry or the Moskov.
Oh, yeah, of course, you're right. Moskov would be a great safe pick also, with the front-to-back nature of Liquid. Oh, no, it is Beatrix. Cool.
Oh!
Kufra Beatrix.
2 consecutive Kufra games for Brusco. Okay.
Blocks the dashes, good against the Harith. Will also make the entries for Hayabusa even more difficult.
Was it gonna be Sanji?
This is so tricky. There's a... I mean, there's the immune from the RWM, but...
The Eve might be okay.
Yeah.
It's not going to be the best, considering he's up against the Joy, the Kufra. But the Eve should be a good balancer. They can even go Valentina, but...
Oh! Bro, I just called it!
Against the Kufra, though? That's a ballsy move by Sanji.
Oh, Red 5 never fails to surprise us. Rockhard was asking this question yesterday, where... Selena's nowhere to be found. Where is Selena? And now it's in the hands of Sanji in a crucial game number 4.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you guys think about the Selena swerve?
It's a bit tricky, but hopefully Team Liquid Philippines are just really gonna play this aggressively all throughout. Gonna bank on their ability to just constantly interrupt the plans of Onic Philippines later on, and also the Vision. The Vision is definitely going to be there for them, and they can capitalize on that if it's just that. So this is hopefully space creation once more for both teams. but all the more for Team Liquid if they want to even out the series.
Crucial game for Team Liquid Philippines, so that's why Casters, take it away.
And take it away, we shall. We're going to load up into the Land of Dawn. It's game 4 upon us with some great drafting here.
Some old throwbacks and some returning heroes. I'm more excited to see Kufra go back-to-back with that Brusco.
Yeah, and considering that he's up against like the
3Ds.
Harith, he's up against the Selena, even the Hayabusa, again, as we mentioned earlier, has the time the entry's better. Bouncing ball is going to be a big ticket skill here.
Yeah, not only that, but at least for this one, JP has revitalized. I feel like a lot of the team fights we've seen break out in the past few games, it's just you're duking it out. But Revitalize always changes some of those team fights, especially when the other team doesn't have it, right? So Onic Philippines isn't going to have those in those team fights, whereas TLPH can play around some of that sustainability. But at the same time, I love the fact that they brought it up in the draft. Yeah, the Selena has been not really slept on. I feel like there's just a couple players who like to play it, but this time around, like, has Sanji played it much?
Nope, first time this season
First time,
he's going to be playing the Selena.
And I forget myself, even the return of Badang in the series alone.
Oh, Remar mentioned it earlier. He's like, it's kind of weird that we haven't seen the Badang pop up.
This has been a pretty Badangable series.
Oh, nice catch here by Liquid. They find Brusco. Again, the story of that opening draft is why the Kufra showed up so soon is you got to time it well, and they timed it well.
Yep, very sharp timing. Oh, and JB even found Super Prince. All right,
camera.
He's mad.
Oh, they want to watch this in the gold lane. Yeah, we're not getting away from that. But
I don't know. Is JP angrier at Onic or himself? So far, it's a great start, man.
Hey, that's what you got to do here. After what we saw in the previous one.
Wrong either way.
Yeah, it's fine. And Turtle's up for the taking. Look at the lead. This is the fastest or the biggest lead, I think, throughout the series so far.
Sanford with the forward flicker, looking for that grab early on. Onic better for it, not even thinking to take that Turtle, conceding it over to Liquid.
Yeah, King can't farm as fast as Carl TZ. Dude, it's a 2-level gap between Carl and King Kong already. Just goes to show how fast Team Liquid are doing their rotations. And again, the pick in the middle really set things up for starting the pace here for Liquid.
Say what you will about Carl TZ's questionable plays from time to time, but he is still #1 in EXP per minute in all of regular season 15. So this man knows how to get EXP across the map.
He definitely farms like a goat.
Yes,
I was waiting for the sound effect, but
told you.
That's the thing, man.
Can't escape it.
Yeah, and if you can't escape the fact that he's going to get that lead, he's going to get that momentum based off delaying King Kong, but so it puts King Kong in a position where he just has to catch up, and I feel like he's doing that. Obviously, he's trying to close the gap. They might not take some of the next fights even, and that's why TLPH trying to make a play here.
Oh my God, projectiles on projectiles. Oh, hey, dropping that 7 force. Another arrow thrown out. Killer barely surviving. Dashing back. Here comes Super Prince. Point blank. A feathered airstrike. JP caught in the crossfire. Down goes Oheb. The Filipino Savage joins the fight. Nay, rejoins the fight. Flickers forward and gets Oheb.
Can't blame Team Liquid Philippines for making that call. The targets look good, but Sanji lands arrow.
Prince stayed a second too long. And the Calvary clap back.
I feel like that happened earlier when we didn't get to see it in the mid lane. Like, same thing. He probably stayed a little bit too long and then gets caught. I'm not sure if it was by the arrow as well, but again, the Selena seems to be playing a big part already in the early game.
Yeah, they got to balance it out, and all of these stops mean that Carl TZ just keep getting farm and keeps expanding the lead between him and King Kong, who is up top trying to get farm, and there's a lot of focus down bot.
Magic arrow catching Kirk. Kelra firing back underneath the Zaman Force. Luckily for the Super Fam, that turret stands. Turtle spawns lower quarter.
Okay, Turtle's up. Got to watch out for these arrows, man. That's always the thing. Even with Sanji, the first time he's bringing it out throughout this season, seems to be doing pretty well.
Yeah.
And so right now, they'll just kind of face it off. Oh, King Kong?
Gets caught by a shadow kill. 1v1 with the young goat.
Carl TZ finds King, and this should be a turtle for Liquid.
Yeah, the lead builds even more. He's going to be spotted by Kirk. Carl just make his way down to the turtle after getting that kill up top. So even furthering the lead that he already has against Onic Philippines' jungler King Kong. This is not looking good for Onic Philippines right now.
Everything has gone right for Liquid. I was skeptical of this Selena pick. But again, just smart rotation, good timing between JP and Sanji. Carl going wild!
Coming in, throwing that shadow, forcing a response from Super Prince. Fed airstrike, JP very low. Throws Moisans out. Sanford catches a bead. No losses per side.
A little bit of a push happened up top with Kirk trying to get that turret down. He should be able to get this as he clears it out. But yeah, that's the thing. You're seeing when those fights happen, it's just Onic Philippines lacking the damage, right? Obviously, they're down by a few thousand gold, and that's going to be the case. We'll see this. Look at this. He might get caught. Kirk might get caught here.
Yeah, Kirk actually has slightly more gold. Oh, no. Uh-oh.
JP delaying the jump. Forces out a flicker from Kirk. In comes the rest of Onic. King Kong dashing through. Sanford and JP. The conceal by Liquid disengages.
And as we saw right there at the end, the backup by... Oh, it landed!
No. Massive arrow! Keeping Super Prince in place. Flickering wings by wings out.
An entire season of not showing Selena. This could be the hidden weapon of Liquid. While Keller and Oheb continue their duel down bottom. Keller has switched to the Wesker.
Oh, don't tell me. He's going to go for it.
The shotgun! Oheb face the flicker. Kelra does it again! In comes Sanji, looking for the punish. JP jumps onto Kelra, finds him, takes him down, and they're not done. Kirk does get the spread onto him. Sanford trying to keep him down. They will find their man.
And that's just, Kirk had no choice. King Kong can't go help either because he's just trying to catch up.
Not worth it in the end, 2 for 1. Arrow lands.
Another one. JP jumps in. Calls easy shadow kill on a Brusco. Popping that ball.
Sanji. Oh, he's in trouble.
King Kong dashing through. Super Prince with the assist. Down goes Sanji. Sanford, JP going for more. Can't find it. Turtle spawns.
It's getting really scrappy. Teams forcing out trades and skirmishes across the map. The right play to make. And still, at the end of the day, it's the Hayabusa in the lead against the Joy. 12 to 10 in levels. Another turtle slain by Liquid.
Yeah, clean on the board on the turtles here. 3 for 3. And it's going to look like even that first Lord, unless something miraculous happens for Onic Philippines right now to catch back up, is going to be an objective for TLPH. But look at the difference here.
2,200. Hunter strike straight into the BOD. No wonder this Hayabusa hurts like crazy. Conceal in the mid. Is Liquid going to find someone? They will not force the issue. They're also playing around the arrows. Look at where Sanji's positioning. He wants to toss his arrows into potential flank areas.
Oh!
Let's get spotted out.
Brusco bouncing ball out of here. Sanford pushing through. Bombs away. Kelra cover fire for the rest of Onic. In comes a bouncing ball. The full combo from Kirk. Sanford's very low. Flickering back. In comes King Kong. Dashing through. Way too many bodies from Liquid here.
Arrow.
Salmon Force dropped in. And another arrow. Immobilizing Kirk. Liquid skittish from that last game.
Again.
And they find Super Prince Sanji. Bullseye!
Arrow after arrow from Sanji. Is this the secret weapon? Is he the bow and arrow for TLPH?
The Monster Mage showed off his skills with his Selena, but the chef is cooking.
JP and OF find King! King Slayers these two are, and Sanji keeps Kirk at bay.
TLPH just doesn't let up. This is that Stampede gameplay we've talked about time and time again, and right now it continues on. They balloon to a 7,000 gold lead under the 10-minute mark.
Liquid can continue this onslaught. They still have to be careful with their execution for the next couple of sequences, considering that they are up against the Badang. The damage output of the Joy will be enough to put a dent in the armor of Liquid, maybe even punish them if they are not careful. Just no other slip-up, similar to what happened in the previous game. Continue the discipline that they're showing, the timing of JP, Sanji, Sanford together. You can see them talking and timing their entries. Keep that up.
Another shadow kill by Carl Teasy, putting multiple members of Onic at low health.
And look at that, Sanji was ready to toss the arrow right away. Brusco had to block it, good sense, but Liquid will get this Lord with no problem whatsoever.
Another objective under TLPH. And with a lead like this, now 8,000 gold, they should be able to march towards the base of Onic Philippines, and you've got King Kong scrapping for whatever he can, and these arrows will continue to scout things out for TLPH. Look at the disparity between the items here, even at this point.
Struggle here for Kelra. Only up to a Malefic Gun. Of course, all of them packing the Rome Boots Blessing, so the lowest gold holder will earn a gold every 5 seconds.
And the XP.
And the XP, yes.
Catch up Brusco. Again, every little bit of kit you can get when you're behind helps. So leveling up Brusco's skills could help you claw back from this 8,000 gold deficit.
That's so tough to be in here. Beats are going to be popped.
Oh. Shadow kill coming through. And a defensive use of the bombs away from Kelra. Liquid are knocking to the base.
If there was a voice pack you could add there, it's Carl Teasy simply going boo.
Boo. There we go. Lord charging in. They're going to lose some turrets, lose some shields here too. They might force this in a little bit further. An arrow.
In comes 40. Dropping the 7 Force. Oheb can smell blood in the water. Kirk goes down. Underneath the 7 Force, they're still going. Brusco goes down. Sanji gets a double. The Super Fam are in shambles. The Lord still standing. Oheb gets taken down. Liquid might not want to force the issue.
And Liquid, another arrow land just to add insult to injury. Sanji on point. The arrow that landed on Kirk that opened up the picks for Liquid really set the bar.
Are they going to push this one in? Mid turret going to fall down. Waves pushing in on the bot. Even with a lead this big, TLPH will take the discipline route and back off for now after getting the 2 base turrets.
I have to say, this is a must win for Team Liquid Philippines. If they still somehow lose this and they slip up, Onic going to match point 3-1 after a massive turnaround. Consider the Immortal Cup already in the hands of the gods of the game.
Kong?
King Kong looking for Sanji, finds him! I think Sanji just understood that he was out of breath, like he was not supposed to be there.
Yeah, accepted his fate. That's one slip up. They can't afford any more. That's shut down, although not massive. Let's see if Liquid can minimize their losses. They still have the item advantage, the damage advantage.
The map
as well.
Basically every advantage at this point. Lord's going to be up in 30. They might get a turret down here. They're going to go ahead and charge things up. Conceal's going to be used.
JP looking to engage. Carl Deasy throws out the shadow. Salmon Force from Oheb. Super Prince already spent. Defender Strike. No ult available for the Super Fam.
What a reaction by Kirk. He was so ready to bump into Carl Teasy there. To fist bump him. Almost started a chain reaction that could have meant Carl Teasy got taken down, but it didn't lead to that. Liquid, though, because of the 2 towers, they've broken in base. Now have the Lord. Looks like they're going to blitz it, but Onic might just be crazy enough to contest.
Hints of hesitation from the Super Fam as Liquid bursts down this Lord, Carl Teasy, and the back line holding the line. Free objective for the Cavalry.
And this is where we find out if Onic Philippines can stay in this game, facing down a massive deficit. Items are not where they need to be for them just yet, so they're going to have to pull something out of the hat here to stay in this game and possibly turn it around. This is going to be a massive win for TLPH if they can get it on this push here.
On the other hand, Team Liquid Philippines have played this game so well that Liquid losing this seems like such a massive impossibility at this point.
Save for the actually winning moment, this is the largest gold lead we've seen all series long.
Yeah.
So Liquid holding on to this is massive.
The Lord's up. Conceal's going to be used. They're going to punch this one into the base. Kelra trying to get some space. They got to deal with this Lord and manage it here.
JP jumps on to Brusco. Bombs away from Kelra. King Kong dashing through the Salmon Force. The answer from Oheb. Lord still standing. Down goes Brusco. The base up next on the docket. Down bottom, King Kong going 1v1 with Sanji. The base barely up. 10% left. And Liquid have equalized. 2-2. Hold on, folks. We're going the long way around.
This ain't the chef anymore, the lone stallion with the rest of the cavalry. Good night, exit light, that's the Sandman coming into the field.
The arrows were on point. Sanji bringing out the secret weapon. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break it down.
And again, we are down to a best of 3 with the best of the best. Team Liquid Philippines put on the fastest game so far in the
Oh my
grand
God.
finals in the backs of Sanji, which
Yeah.
for me, if TLPH wins, a potential finals MVP, because 11 and 13 was Sanford FMVP, and I think it's time for a San duo to have it. If ever TLPH wins, but just like that, 2-2 again, Brigida.
Yep, and imagine, this guy is also our game MVP after bringing out the Selena. And in other terms, I'd say saving it for this moment. He never showed this hero, or barely showed this hero at all to all of us, but now he suddenly brings it out in the grand finals in a very crucial moment to shift the momentum, to shift the tides in favor of Team Liquid Philippines. And again, we did mention it earlier before we actually entered the game that it has to be played aggressively. It has to be played in such a way that it'll just constantly disrupt whatever intentions Onic Philippines will have, and that is exactly what we saw. Brusco here felt like he couldn't even jump. He couldn't even look for a target because every
Couldn't
now and
bounce.
then, yeah, he'd have to worry about all these abyssal arrows.
I mean, a strong start.
There you go.
From Team Liquid Philippines, to the point that the cameraman couldn't even catch up with the action because a lot of isolated clashes happened. A 2-0 strong start for TLPH. And this is actually one of the games that Micro was the main point. Speaking of Micro, there was a Kelra solo kill onto Oheb. Imagine seeing the shotgun again in action in the hands of the Beatrix. And not to mention, Carl was able to even solo kill King Kong. And of course, when you talk about Micro, it's all about the arrows from Sanji.
Yeah.
The monster mage had a taste of his own medicine. Imagine you're a Farza just walking up, 2 consecutive abyssal arrows connects, you're bursted down immediately.
There's no way you can survive that. Not when you're on a flicker. Not when you have barely any resources to actually sustain such amount of burst damage. And even during these last few sequences of the game, you see he had to willingly use the flicker mid-feathered airstrike just to make sure that the abyssal arrows will not land onto him, just to make sure that he can maximize the amount of wave clear that he has, because they were that desperate. They had to do this much in order for them to hold on to their base. But Team Liquid Philippines, they did not let up. They made sure that they were able to end things at that moment, because yes, you did mention it. We saw the Wesker after quite some time, and those are options you can pick up, especially when you know that you are in the lead, when you can move a little more freely around the map. But when you're left to defend, it has to be the Nibiru, it has to be the Bennett, and Kellera had to use or shuffle between those two options just to get the game past a little longer, get past the 15-minute mark, and that didn't happen. Again, Team Liquid Philippines just forced their way through.
Yeah, honestly, even if Kellera had 4 guns at the same time, it couldn't stop the onslaught, the attack of the Cavalry in the final push. Every single member of the Cavalry played their parts well. 6-12 kill scoreboard. A flawless KDA even for JP Sanford and Carl Tizi, who put on a show for game number 4. And again, we're back to 2-2. And I just can't hold on to the fact that imagine you're in a high-pressure situation and Sanji puts out the Selena game 4 and he pulled it off. I mean, I'm not doubting it because we saw the game heroics of Sanji yesterday with the Farsa, the fast buy and sell Winter Crown plays to be able to come back from a potential loss up against Team Falcons. And now TLPH is showing the defending champions that what you have, we also got it.
And actually, for just the second Joy game we've had from King Kong throughout the playoffs, it felt shut down again.
Yeah.
He barely could do what we usually would think King Kong would be able to do when he's on the Joy. The fast jungling wasn't that much evident.
The turbo
jungling.
jungling pattern of the real Sigma King Kong. That was so long.
That was so long, but that was something we did not see at all, because the PPI rich guy of this game is actually Carl Tizi on that Hayabusa. We'll be looking more into how he was able to establish this much of a lead later on, but that's a 911 GPM. We barely see that in this game because, again, the games tend to go a bit longer than usual, but this is one of the fastest games. This is an absolute stampede that we saw from Team Liquid Philippines.
It's a comeback game from Carl TC after losing 2 Hayabusa games up against Onic Philippines in upper bracket finals. But Brigida, please explain What the hell happened in game number 4?
Oh my goodness, a lot actually happened. A lot of arrows, a lot of charges coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. But in order to dissect it a little further, we'll be starting in from the gold difference timeline once again, which if you would look at closely, barely went or absolutely did not go in favor of Onic Philippines. They had to take their time so much, and especially considering that Team Liquid Philippines, they were just able to secure the first turtle without all of their level 4s. They didn't go for the standard rotations, which made sure that they were on their level 4s before they actually took the objective because they were preparing for a team fight whatsoever. They did not. They actually just went full aggression, threatened the members of Onic Philippines, zoned them out so well that they were able to burst down the turtle without any problems. And this aggression was led by JP and Sanji. JP, he kept on pressuring Kelra in lane. He kept on pressuring the other members of Onic Philippines so much to a point that they actually had to respect this backsha. And it's not like we've seen instances wherein the backsha had such an easy time before. There were a lot of times where in teams, they just built lineups that could directly punish the backsha. You commit a mistake, you do not get to land on your key targets, then you can already say that you might fall in the hands of your opponents. But that was something we did not entirely see happen to JP because he was just that much on point and accurate in terms of whoever he wanted to target on the backsha. He applied so much pressure, and just that brief amount of time that you allow or you provide Sanji to actually land another arrow, it was just chain CC and an additional layer of burst damage over and over again coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. Now, speaking of the pressure that JP did apply throughout the members or towards the members of Onic Philippines, there were direct responses necessary from them. If you would look at the item build so far, Kelra, he actually decided to first opt for the Sea Halberd before anything else. This was the item that he went for first because, again, JP was just so consistent. He had to constantly hunt him down, and he did secure this in less than the 5-minute mark. So they somehow had ways to answer back. But not even this was enough, because towards the 7-minute mark, you could already see the 5K gold lead that was existing between these two teams. That was just too much of a lead that you could definitely feel how Team Liquid Philippines just wanted to play it so aggressively. And I feel like it is most evident in terms of the jungler pickups or the jungler item pickups. The Hunter Strike, the BOD, they were already intact for Carl TZ. Whereas if you look at King Kong, it's only the Starlium side that he's able to build so far, and then his Holy Crystal came in at around the 12-minute mark. So it definitely took a bit more time for Onic Philippines to feel more comfortable, to feel like they could already hit, or they actually already hit their power spikes. So that just enabled Team Liquid Philippines again and again to play this game as aggressively. And we really have to give it to the mid duo for setting things up, for making sure that the tempo would be heavily in their favor. Now we look at the draft recap for Team Liquid Philippines and Onic in this most recent, in this game number 4. Team Liquid Philippines, despite the bumpy drafts that they had in the first few games, they're actually favoring the red side. So this is probably one of the examples in which we see Team Liquid Philippines playing to their strengths. 36.6 total crowd control time for Sanji in this game, which is actually considered as the shortest game we've seen throughout the series. And it has been a very reliable Selena for Team Liquid Philippines to just constantly go in and not be as afraid of Onic Philippines and their potential to counter or punish, because it felt like Brusco had no choice. Brusco and Kirk, it's their responsibility to keep their members, to keep their teammates safe. And whenever they actually did get to catch the arrows, then it was difficult playing as a team who was playing from behind, because it means that there is a high chance they actually get to poke you down low enough or even burst you down.
You know, I still can't grasp the fact that the total CC time of Sanji with the Selena was 36 seconds. If you'd combine the Badang and the Kufra, Sanji was still ahead by a lot of seconds.
Yeah.
That was just that just goes to show how Sanji performed in game number 4.
The amount of crowd control Sanji had in that game were mostly converted into kills.
Yes.
If you were to look at the amount of crowd control combined by Kirk and Brusco, they weren't necessarily converted into kills. It was just more of them holding down the members of Team Liquid Philippines so they can't play as aggressively, so they can't just fully commit in the fights, because if they didn't do that, then there is a high chance the game would have ended way faster than it did.
More of a defensive crowd control compared to what TLPH was showing. And now the scoreboard 2-2. You know, we're so used to the grand finals of MPL being a 4-1 or a 4-0. And last season, it was Game 7. And I think we're en route to replicating what happened last S14 between Onic Philippines and Aurora. Because so far, I don't even want to predict anymore or say anything, because I can't see who's going to win.
Honestly, I do not want to predict anymore.
But we had to in the start.
We did, but
if you were to
like,
change your prediction,
I don't.
For me, I won't.
I won't.
I still believe in the Sonics.
Mirko already did the
Mirror Curse.
So,
Or could be a Mirror Bless.
Or could be a Mirror Bless. It depends.
We
It
never
depends. But the way it's looking right now, the series is evened out. So it's literally back to what?
Best of 3. And we saw them with best of 3s. The first half of the regular season, TLPH was able to sweep Onic Philippines, and in the second half, it became a Game 3. So I think they're going to replicate it again. But of course, everyone wants to see a Game 3, win or lose. The action here in the Champions Arena is just so much. Again, I can already feel our stage here, our mini stage here at the English desk.
Panel.
English panel, sorry. Vibrating, shaking, because the drums, everyone. And you can see not everyone is seated because of how jam-packed Champions Arena is right now.
You need some time to breathe.
You need some time to relax.
You need some time to get out. I mean, the venue is pretty cold, so they also might want to warm their
You even have your own
hands
blanket.
a bit. I even have my blanket. I see the players while they're playing. It's weird, but you know, when they die, they tend to like warm their hands a bit with the hot water.
I think we have to warm our hands for a bit right now, because we have to pass the mic to our lovely host. It's going to be Hans and Jamie. Take it away.
Maraming salamat sa ating panelists. It is 2-2 ang ating score para sa Grand Finals. Nasa likod namin ngayon ang Super Fam. Of course, together with their country manager from Onic Philippines, Sir Rafael Sanchez. Boss Raf, bihira lang kita makausap dito on cam, but I want to know, because this is a really important milestone para sa Onic Philippines. I believe this is your first time representing the Philippines in MSC, correct?
Yeah, correct.
What is the significance of this? Anong ibig sabihin nito para sa iyo at para sa buong team?
I think yung significance kasi ng pagsama ng MSC kasi is, to be honest, yung pangarap namin magkaroon ng Golden Road. So yun yung gusto namin ma-achieve as a team.
I like it. Golden Road being achieved by the Philippines dito sa Onic Philippines. And I like it. The Super Fam likes it. I want to know more thoughts coming in from Jamie over here. Jamie, kamusta?
Thank you so much, Hans. And you can hear it. I am here at the camp of the Calvary. Let's go! Yes. You know what? We have Mr. Daniel Santoso, who traveled all the way from, where did you travel from, Mr. Daniel?
Jakarta.
Jakarta, to be here to witness the games. You know, it's an important day. Now, Hans just talked about how important it is for Onic Philippines to represent the Philippines at MSC. What about you? How important is it for your organization that you have the representatives for MSC and MWI? How does it feel?
It feels truly amazing. I'm very proud of all of the players and all of the hard work that they've done, and being able to represent Team Liquid in, you know, the World Esports World Cup means everything to us. Winning is everything, and we're here to prove ourselves.
Winning is everything, and they are here to prove themselves. Hans, what can you say about that?
Now we're talking about winning this time around, Jamie. So I think this begs the question, Boss Raf, why is Onic Philippines more deserving of this Season 15 title than Team Liquid Philippines is?
Well, to be honest, either or of us are willing, are deserving. Because I know that the players of Liquid and even also on Onic are very hardworking. But in all honesty, for us, every international championship that we've joined, we've won. So I think we deserve MSC.
Every international championship is an instant victory. Jamie, what do you have to say about that?
Well, if that is what Mr. Sanchez says, Daniel, I want to know what your thoughts are. Why does Team Liquid Philippines deserve this win today?
Well, I also agree that, both teams are deserving here. We're very grateful that, we have these rivals that we've fought through, that we'll continue to improve ourselves. It's not just about winning today, it's about lifting the MLBB scene for the world to see just how much passion, just how much work that all these kids do. And we're just here and really happy, really proud for everybody. And may the best team win today.
I love that answer. May the best team win today.
Like it. Such a
Hands.
sport. Such a sport, Jamie. I like it. Now, with that being said, Boss Raf, nanggaling tayo sa Onic Philippines. You've been with the team for the longest time already. And you've watched the Super Fam grow. There are a lot of people supporting you and the entire team. Right here and moving forward sa MSC, ano ang mensahe mo para sa lahat ng sumusuporta?
Sa totoo lang, gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa amin. All to our loved ones, our fans, and the family. There were times na it was the hardest for us, the challenges that we overcome. But we're happy that no matter what happens, you've always stick through us. Actually, it's not even just the Sonic fans, but I would say everyone here in who is an MPLPH fan in general. Thank you for giving us more reasons to work hard. Thank you for giving us all these reasons to show you the best that we can. And thank you for always making sure that you guys are supporting us with all your heart. So thank you, everyone.
Maraming salamat din, Boss Raf. I want to know, vibe check from Super Fammer, the Sonic family. What time is it? Everybody's alive. Jamie, kamusta naman dyan?
Daniel, you heard his message for the Super Fam. What about you? What is your message for all the ones supporting Team Liquid Philippines tonight? The ones who are here at the Champions Arena and the ones at home as well, and all over Asia and the world too.
Yeah, no matter where you're from, I'm extremely grateful for all of the support the fans are. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the fans. Whether you're in the Philippines, whether you're in Indonesia, the community is what we're all about. Look at this. The amazing community that we have is just amazing. And I think for all of the players, they would feel the same. I just want to say, let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go! Let's go!
There you have it, hands. Let's go!
I like it. Buhay na buhay ang Champions Arena. We started off in a best of 7 and now it's only a best of 3. Who will take the next 2 games for the championship? Let's throw it back to our panel.
What time is it? Let's go! What time is it? Let's go! And it's time for our next matchup. And before all of that, I'd like to thank organizational heads. Imagine, they're so uplifting because the passion that they share with the fans is, you can clearly see it. And shout out to Boss Raf. That was a most professional way to trash talk your opponent.
I know.
Saying that we both deserve it, but we deserve it more.
Yeah, every time we
we
go
win.
out.
Yeah.
Or we join an international tournament, we win. So it's something that we definitely deserve. But Boss Dan on the other side.
Yeah.
It's about uplifting.
He took the higher road. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
it's
took the higher road.
uplifting.
Yeah, he
the
thinks
MLBB
both deserve. It's uplifting the scene, and win or lose, they're gonna represent the Philippines anyway. So, props to them again. Fortunate that we have such very passionate organizational heads for the side of Onic Philippines, Team Liquid Philippines, and the rest of our organizations here in MPL. But now, again, we are faced with the fact that our best of 7 just got trimmed down to a best of 3 once again.
They've been able to even out the series again and again. It's not necessarily just reverse sweeps happening here and there. It's
No.
literally alternating game. No, not exactly alternating games, but like
1-1.
It's a one.
TL, Onic, TL.
Onic, TL. So.
Yeah, but the point is, you get the point. You get the point. It's evened out.
You get the point. You get the point.
And now things will change. Momentum will change as we enter drafting phase of game number 5. Let's call on and ask help from the man with the biggest calves here in the Champions Arena, Redmar. Let's go.
Really glad you said calves there. Okay, Liquid Philippines fans out the Fanny the Kalea. Wow, pick off. Interesting. Okay, I think these are two teams already showing that they want to play for the Harith Granger trade, honestly. No, for Onic, it's due diligence. They take away the Matilda, but Liquid have their eyes set on the Harith Granger trade now.
Yep. Seems like at least for the past few games, Team Liquid Philippines, they will be going back to the blue side indeed. So October will be taken out for their last ban here. So yeah, majority, like most of the gold laners are still available out there, and so are the previously banned heroes such as the Lucas Jushin. They are still potential options here since Onic decided to ban out the Baksha instead.
Yeah, recently one of the heroes Onic had to respect was even the chip of JP that can't pop out anytime soon, or if they want to get it for themselves for Brusco, could still be an option. But apart from that, a lot of the first pickable heroes are still here, and they still decide to ban out the Lucas.
Wow. The oh my goodness!
It's his turn now.
Red Maro, what are the chances of TLPH doubling down with a Luyi chip pick?
I've always been a believer that Luyi chip is extremely overkill. I, for one, see that TLPH are more willing to now pick up either Luyi Hayabusa or even Luyi Fredrin in the jungle.
That seems like a great way. I feel like there's been a game in this series where Team Liquid Philippines felt how difficult it was to have a lineup with no hero to manage the side waves.
Prediction.
So there goes the Fredrin alongside the Luyi.
Badang.
Oh, then you get banned down. No. Oh,
I know. Yeah, of course. They need to go to the first phase with their Granger already picked up.
Going with Reach once again for the Filipino Savage. Kelra goes with the Granger, and this is the second time this series we're seeing a Luyi and Chip present for both of these teams. So final pick for Onic Philippines. Still no jungler here for King Kong.
Yeah, and they can pick it later. However, because I mean, it's not like Liquid are gonna ban Ling and Lance and Hayabusa. They're gonna only ban one of those. Most likely this will end up being an assassin in the hands of King Kong. So they go for the Kimmy first. Ooh. Okay, all right. Kimmy has popped up a bit as a soft response to the tanky fighter junglers.
Red Rins and all that. It'll be a lot easier to complement the Kimmy with the chip too, especially with the recent adjustments made on this hero. Once you do get in, you have a way to immediately reposition and not just put yourself in danger. So these picks so far from Onic, they're so heavy on damage, and you can expect like a very reliable output from them heading into this game.
We know that Kimmy is good paired up with Gatot Kacha, the two combos of the ultimates, but with the presence of Luyi on the side of TLPH, that might be the best option for Onic Philippines on the XP laner right now. But they do, however, take out the Arbot that can be paired up. As you mentioned, you guys have been calling this combination that can pop off if unchecked.
They take out the Fabius too, although for Sanford, I believe the Blue and the Terizla, there's still options that they can consider heading into the second phase, considering that there is again a chip in the lineup of Onic Philippines.
Most likely a Glue Badang trade. Considering that Onic has the chip, they might be more encouraged to pick up the Badang. Because the Badang would absolutely mess up the chip lineup. So let's see if that's going to be the case. With the ban of the Hayabusa, Lancelot is the last best jungler available for King Kong. They might pick up the Lance here, and then they'll just adjust their EXP laner depending.
There you go.
There! Lancelot for King Kong up against the Fredrin of Carl TZ. Major throwbacks experience here again.
Whoa!
Whoa! Okay.
Oh, that's a big counter to the Kimmy. We played this early. Okay, pull back the Curtis. We played this earlier in our ranked games. Courtesy of, I believe it was Midnight of the Lolita Rome playing it earlier, and he just kept reflecting it.
Yeah, and the best part is if you reflect.
Oh, and Leo was Glue, and it was really good.
You can pull. you can reflect the traction pulse and it'll still pull the enemy. So it's like you're having a Kimmy on your side.
Yeah.
And Midnight actually mentioned this previously that in the backstage that players are actually exploring now the Lolita roam because of the resurgence of Kimmy in the mid or in the gold lane. And Kirk responds with a Sanford.
With a Sanford?
With a Sanford, yes.
Kirk responds with a Turisla, I'm so sorry.
Yes, BOS stands for Body of Sanford.
Body of Sanford.
He's been the only guy playing it so far, so I understand. I went through that too. They banned the OHEB.
Yeah, banned the O. So far, I think we have more than two debut picks in the playoffs here in the grand finals. The Kufra, the Lolita. Now game 5 is fast approaching. What can you say about the swerve again for the side of TLPH?
I'm so excited for the Lolita, honestly. We'll finally be seeing it once again. And it's gonna counter so much. I feel like even Kelra has to be wary about the presence of the potential skills that will just come back to Onic Philippines later on whenever they do engage in a fight. But at least for King Kong, there's probably only the energy eruption that'll stop him from dancing around the members of TL.
Down to a best of 3 in the grand finals. We Bear Bros, you got this.
Thank you very much, panel, and welcome
Legends.
back to the desk here. It's me, Nice Suit, Leo, and Renmar to bring you the action.
So far, previously unbeatable weapons out of their arsenals have already tasted defeat. Now a new weapon enters the fray, the Lolita.
Need some dominance ISIS up on board here for Onic. Actually, even for Team Liquid, there's a lot of shields going around, Spell Vamp going around the two lineups. Super Prince has Rupture, Wilderness Blessing. Okay, standard with emblem builds.
Yep.
Could be a difficult one for King Kong, but at the same time, I see a universe where this could actually be an okay game for him. Question is, how is it going to fare for the rest of Onic, considering, again, one of their biggest tools in the traction pulse of the Kimmy could be reflected back into them. The basic attacks of the Kimmy could be reflected back into them by the Lolita.
Yeah, JP's pick here is going to be crucial for TLPH, but I will say I am rather happy about our current meta in that down in the grand finals, we're still getting debut picks.
It's so wide open.
Yeah.
Again, there are games wherein you swore it was Badangable. Nary a shadow Badang shows.
Yep.
And Selena!
Yep. It's such a throwback. Again, Fredrin, man. He just straight up back at this point. Even Lancelot too. Baksha too. When are the Banes and the Barristas gonna come out?
Ooh, don't get me tingly. I'm glad that Sanford's back, you know?
Yeah.
There's a reason why that penalty zone was such a game changer a couple years back.
Exactly, and Body of Sanford is a fantastic passive ability. Allows him to survive. So let's see if that's gonna come into play as Sanford on the glue. Is getting pressured just a bit, but no ganks. Oh, Onic are giving up this first turtle.
Sanji flickered forward, smells the blood and friends, Phantom Execution, the answer by King Kong, puncture it, and the first blood drawn. The Lone Stallion falls, JP, where's he going? They were all just playing faint because Liquid, they were working on the Lord, Turtle.
Liquid gets the turtle. That was a risk that Sanji was willing to take by burning the flicker.
Yeah, added to the Oxford Dictionary earlier this year, the word gigil. Now officially an English word, not just in Filipino. Search up what it means, but that's what Sanji showed there. Too much giggle, way too expensive. Costed his flicker. He forced the flicker out of Super Frizz, but they gave a kill to a hero that they did not want to give a kill to.
Yeah, so going back to the whole point about King Kong, in this game, specifically on the Lancelot, getting an early kill like that, probably is going to give him a little bit of confidence and room to work with now to go ahead and scale up the way that he wants to. Early game even, and they'll have to play around it.
Okay, the items. Oh, Molten Essence straight for Carl TZ, of course. So that he could farm up a little bit quicker. Brusco might get caught out. Shortcut.
Carl TZ answered by the shortcut. There's his Summon Force, dropped by Kelra. Upraisers Wrath. Shutting down Brusco. In goes JP. That's a quick turnaround for Liquid. Down goes Kirk and Friends.
That's one bonk and then two bonks that come through with this composition.
Bonk. Oh my God! Numenon Blast.
It's been a minute.
It's been a while, so I guess timing fights with it isn't natural anymore. Kelra coming in 2v1. Brusco to the rescue. Liquid backing out.
I will admit, I have been desperately crawling in my memory banks to remember the ultimate of the Lolita. So I'm glad that you said it. The Nyum Nyum Blast. Oh, Friends!
Friends gets popped here. Who would have thought that there wasn't enough firepower between a Fred and a Lu Yi this early?
I wonder how many people have literally looked at that ultimate and tried to say it.
Numenon is an actual word, by the way.
Yeah,
Yes, it is. It's not made up.
It's not made up. Wasn't created in the land of Dawn. But that's essentially, you saw the interaction between having an Appraiser's Wrath, having the Numenon Blast available to you. There's a whole lot of area that Onic Philippines does not want to get caught in.
Glue, Lo Yi, and Lolita, along with the Fredrin all together to supplement a strong backline gold laner. We are so definitely back. King Kong misses, so does Kirk.
Oh man, Kirk committed the penalty zone there. And it's the same play, look at this. Liquid go for the turtle one more time for free.
They don't want to go for these objectives. They're going to diversion now up top. They're in a threat here for King Kong's jungle.
Oh, I could have sworn they had ill intentions for the king there. Let him go. Scot free.
I thought, like, once they saw that the orange buff was pulled or it wasn't there, it's like, hey guys, maybe we should try invading this. But no, they didn't want to waste the time to check and confirm it. The Grand Final Pocket Pick, the last time Lolita was played in a Grand Final match, I remember this so well. Season 11 by then Echo Romer Yaoi versus Blacklist International. If I'm not mistaken, that was in game number 2.
And Yaoi won.
Yeah.
That was the season they became champions.
Yeah, and of course that Lolita for then Echo. That Lolita was what costed them the Season 10 Grand Final. So wait, King Kong.
King Kong could be in trouble. Phantom Execution's on out. Carl Teasy though.
Kirk looking for an entry. Carl Teasy very low. Penalty zone once again. Zaman forced by Kelra. Now goes Brusco. Trade off for Carl Teasy. 1-for-1 the exchange. Make that a 2-for-1. Kirk. Mopping the floor with the Sanford. Super Prince goes down. Oheb finds him within range. Kirk still wailing away. Glue versus Terizla. Terizla versus Glue. This could go on for days. Here comes Oheb to finish the job. Kirk, where you going? Kirk, POS doing its job. Finally he bites it.
Man, the body of Smith, the body of Sanford will help you, but not enough to deal with the bullets from Oheb.
He took a lot of time. The Team Liquid Philippines eventually got the trade they needed to get. They will not be able to convert it into a tower. Maybe they can. Sanford with the zone out, and they do get the major trade, not just with the bodies, but with the towers as well. Liquid solidifying their lead and control in this game number 5.
Oh, the diversion. They sent Caltizi out. Just enough time to spot the purple take by King Kong. Onic are holding on this mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, they're going to be able to hold on to that, but this turtle, I don't know if they're just going to give all the turtles up here. King Kong working on his orange, but this is just blitz, so that's going to be 3 for 3 in the turtles for TLPH. We'll see if Onic Philippines wants to go ahead and contest that first Lord once it's up. But right now, turret, it does go down in the bottom lane, so they at least put 1 on the board. Onic Philippines will have to go ahead and scrap around with what they can, because it seems like, again, they're just kind of at the whims of answering to this aggression that TLPH has thrown at them right now.
Yeah, King Kong's been able to farm up well, but again, there's only so much Lancelot can do in the sequences. The only time he actually got to get a kill was that early aggression by Sanji, over-aggression, which in the big picture of it all was actually just chump change they were willing to give to Onic. Now they might get this tower in mid.
Coming in, penalty zone from Kirk. Kelra with the Zaman Force. Brusco pushing the rest of Liquid back. They've cut through the formation. Oheb backing out here. Numenon Blast forward. Super Red gets caught. Oheb gets a kill. Down goes Kelra 2. 2K for Kiel 1. The diversion by Sanji. Covering all the bases. Liquid don't want to take no prisoners. Sanji and Caltizi pushing King Kong out.
This is a problem right now. Oheb is online, locked in, 5-0-2, and just gets the BOD.
Numenon Blast in the clutch again for JP. After that error with the chip earlier in this series. Previous game, it was the Basha. This game is the Lolita. Daddy JP has been showing up for the kids.
He is a man on a mission. He will not let his legacy be tainted by that chip. One more look at that gameplay here.
This is so good. Again, the shortcut comes through, bang! But that Numenon Blast stops them in their tracks. Yeah. And that really wasn't the shortcut angle that you were looking for in that exchange anyway in the mid.
Yeah, add to that the taunt by Carl Teasy to solidify that kill and that win at the center. Onic are still very close in terms of the resources. They have items on Kelra, very far away though from the Holy Crystal. He's still on the Starlium side and the Feather of Heaven, so it's going to take a lot of time. Super Prince as well struggling with the items. They have gold, money, damage on King Kong, but they need significantly more. They're going to give this up.
Yeah, Lords for the taking here.
Unless.
I'm not sure if Onic Philippines really wants to contest this. It's being blitzed down though.
Brusco with a conceal, coming in from an off angle, sets up the shortcut. Lord still in a very perilous position. Retribution unneeded. Sanji scores it. And Kirk here gets pulled in. The grab serves up another stack for
Diversion.
Oheb.
Diversion.
Where are they sending it? Right behind Super Prince. Carl Teasy and the gang finds him. Mr. 2K helping baby cakes. Double kill for Oheb.
7-0-2. Oheb to some, kill one to others. To his enemies, the last thing they never see.
To Brigida, the Oheb. And now in the mid lane, they're going to push in a little bit further. The shields are going to pop. And this is a moment. Still, Lord is up. TLPH, how are they going to continue on this? And Onic, what do they do here?
They split push. Look at King Kong here. Committing Grand Theft Purple, pushing that tier to up top. And he needs to get back home. That inhibitor is in jeopardy. Look at the back line here. Numenon Blast one more time. No flicker. In comes Brusco. Shortcut coming through. Sanford trying to clear this spot here for OM to fire back. Down goes Brusco. Traded out for Sanji. Carl Teasy very low as well. JP gonna bite it. Bulwark able to save him for just that much longer. A winning trade for Onic, but they do lose their inhibitor.
I asked what could they do, and that's exactly what they did. They split push, they come in with a shortcut, they get a double for King Kong, and they get some much needed gold in the hands.
Yeah, Kirk and Brusco, who both have Radiant Armors to boot, and an anti-cuirass on the Terizla. They opened it up, they gave Onic that opportunity, and it was a brilliant follow-up from the Super Fam. As JP was forced to commit his Flicker out, he could not use the Flicker Numenon Blast to turn the fight around. He had to use the Numenon Blast defensively, and Onic just waited for the animation to end before they entered, before King Kong got his double kill.
Onic pulled the trigger at the very right time. If that fight happened underneath their tier 3 turret, and when the Numenon Blast would be favorable for JP to pull, it would have been over. Like, there's a world I see where this is done.
Yeah, it definitely could have been, and with that, it was a good response because they chose that fight once they saw that opportunity. And it's always the case, like anytime we have a Louis and a Chip on these teams or on the playing field, you know that those ultimates are going to be crucial here. Once again, the diversion has played a part. It's even good for faking things out, but so is that shortcut where Brusco has to be a little more calculated with this. So items, are they looking pretty good for Onic now?
Yep, already with the Holy Crystal on Kelra, so Team Liquid Philippines have to be more strategic with how they take their fights to ensure that they get to put pressure onto Kelra. Super Prince actually built up a Demon Hunter sword. Again, there are elements of Kimmy's kit, most importantly her abilities that also scale with physical damage as well. And of course, we know with Kimmy, the more attack speed you build onto her, she does get more magic power as well.
So DHS, a winner of an item here for Super Prince, might provide that power spike they're looking for. Help them maybe contest. I don't know, man. I'm not in a position to say if they should, because that's a good position for Brusco.
Yeah. We'll see how they do it. He's actually he's going to get spotted out. Okay.
The jig's up. The jig is up. Whoa!
Shortcut.
Numenon Blast to respond. A couple of big ticket ults though. Brusco's going the long way around, man. This is a Pamela angle. Here comes the rest of Liquid. Popping the bruiser. And look at this, Onic. This is a clear go sign. When the cat's out, the mouse goes play. Sanford gets that grab on the King Kong. A 4v1. In comes the rest of the cavalry from the back.
Here they come. He can't get away. Still going to be worked on. Sanford now half health. Do they just go for the Lord? It's been started up by Carl Teasy. You know, Super Prince will keep Sanford at bay, but they have no choice without Brusco to just get ready for the defense.
The Lord looks good in blue this time around as they score another one.
The Apex Predator held down the line. And I want to go back to see what Brusco did. He could have used that that wide walk to go somewhere way safer. But I felt like that was telegraphed. He wanted to try to pull the attention of Team Liquid, which he did, to force an answer so that they would commit the diversion to him, which they did. Onic just did not have enough resources to bliss down the Lord as Sanford stuck with the Lord. Yeah. Team Liquid Philippines telegraphed the move that Onic wanted to do. Great MLBB by these two teams.
Again, it's just showing how much these teams know about each other and about high-level decision-making. Onic Philippines is going to have to make that happen here as they defend at full force into the base. You saw Brusco off on the side, though. He might look for his angle here on the back line.
Traction pulse already spent up. Kelra with the Salmon Force. Massive DPZ here. Sanji gets taken down. JP barely alive. Look at the back line here. Oheb blasting away at King Kong. Down goes JP. Kelra getting 2 so far. This is looking like Onic have picked a good fight. Liquid should back out of here. Down goes Sanford.
And with that defense, Onic Philippines will find 3 kills and stay in the game.
Liquid gets nothing.
Brusco with the gank. The Bruiser coming up big time. Bruises do heal, but the emotional damage from what he did just now does not. Oh no,
Here comes the rest of them. It's not over. Another Salmon Force underneath here 2 this time around. Kelra takes down Oheb. And Carl TZ to boot.
All part of the plan, says Brusco, as Redmar was just talking about it.
That was Aftershock.
Liquid are turning purple, black, and blue. Brusco, 2 massive shortcuts, massive plays on the chip. I thought he stood there for nothing, but he was able to get the shortcut off in time, just as he was going down. As we look at the instant replay, this was the gank. Conceal, flicker committed, Oheb got space, but Carl Teasy was busy with Super Friends. He used the Appraiser's Wrath, but Super Friends already flickered before that. Sanford went in, lashed on to King Kong, but Oheb could not help him out as Brusco was covering Oheb's sentry. And now Onic have made this an even ball game. This could go anyone's way. The towers lean towards Liquid, but if they have another massive error again, then Onic might run away with it.
Again, we'll find ourselves in this position where Onic had to crawl back at one point. They've done that, and now they have evened out the field for this Lord take here in 10.
They've been so good at breaking up Liquid's formation. As soon as I saw the traction pulse not get hit by the bulwark, and Liquid just go, okay, we'll still go anyways. That was a clear sign that Onic was comfortable. And when Onic is comfortable, you better not be the opposing team because they tend to do things like this now. Onic, not even looking at the Lord. This should be a singular sign of something's up.
Something's up here.
Yeah.
You see how much threat Kirk has too because of what just happened in that base defense. He was able to get the penalty zone on multiple members, so TLPH has to not be sure that they don't clump up because that's exactly where Kirk wants to go, especially when that flicker is available. So they'll go ahead, have it reset for now, grab the buffs that they need, and then get ready. You can see Calvary holding on to that purple buff for now. And this could be a game-winning Lord really at this point for both the teams.
50-50. Brusco staying with King Kong with a split push, so just in case someone decides to gank up there, he has backup. Chip can get here fast though. Sanford holding the beacon.
Up!
Oh, they're going.
Here comes Brusco, wide walk, plus a shortcut, flicker spent. Lumen on blast underneath does not stop the Sigma jungler from taking the Lord. Black and yellow, this major objective will be. Liquid still alive, the rest of Onic as well. JP coming through, looking for that bug. Diversion up from the back line. Not much of a play. Sanji and Sanford can make from that angle. King Kong answers with a Thorn Rose. Nothing phased Onic.
No one goes down in that whole interaction, but the Lord ultimately secured by King Kong.
King Kong, of course, one of the major strengths of the Lancelot. Press Thorn Rose and you are out of the map for a moment. And there were so many things going on that he was in a safe retribution spot. At this point, I would not be surprised if you told me that King Kong was made in a lab somewhere.
Hey, back in what? His debut was at season 9, season 10?
12.
Season
11.
On TSC, I remember when he was making those retributions back then in his rookie season, we were saying, and look how he's performing now, you know, up to this point.
That's a world champion you're talking about.
That's a world champion. But we saw the potential back in the rookie season, and right now it's Onic Philippines with a huge momentum leading into the base of TLPH. Lord's going to charge into the top turret. They'll hold it together. Kirk has the penalty zone, but no flicker. So they might just try to get turrets for now, not try to force the game win push yet.
We've seen many Lolita defend from inside their base and clap it back. So this is something Onic respects very well.
It's one massive Numenon blast versus one massive penalty zone. Kirk landed a really good one there in that last fight. Didn't lead to kills, but it gave Onic the win in the big picture. More minions coming in for them, and they continue their siege.
Great, base is going to be worked on still. Waves are pushed in, but I think that's all they get. Gentlemen, this is just going to get the top turret. So this is going to be a long game. This is going to be one of the ones that goes the distance here so far in the series. Next to the next Lord, it's a minute away. But we could still see what we saw back in, game 2, when you have a Loi Yi and a Chip in play. They can go for a surprise factor. Are there anything that could happen here with the items? I know they're not completely locked in.
Okay, so the Rose Gold Meteor from OHEB is a great item choice. Keller decided to go for full damage. No Blood Wings around here. Concentrated Energy, Divine Glaive, even the Wishing Lantern. So that Rose Gold Meteor will come in the clutch for OHEB. For how much, we'll see. JP now just built up an anti-Karash, should help with the damage output a bit of King Kong, and it even reduces a little bit of the damage output of the Kimmy, again considering that the Kimmy abilities scale with physical and deal physical that will proc anti-Karash stacks on the Kimmy of Super Friends.
I'm impressed that Kirk isn't building any damage items, like not even a War Axe.
Yeah.
Like he knows he's a penalty zone machine.
He's just the guy to jump in. You know?
Just a guy with a big hammer.
Just a big hammer.
It's just a wall.
You know? You go through life sometimes. That's a burden itself.
Whoa, what?
Sounds too real. Are we still talking ML?
Yeah.
Man.
Talking about Kirk here, man.
Ah, yes. I like how that was great. But now I'm getting quite reflective and overthinking everything. Anyways, Onic still sticking with his formation of 2-3 with Brusco hovering around where King Kong is. Playing on the possibility that King Kong might be able to split push as the objective is up. Good control of the shrubs. Good formations from both, although Liquid Philippines cannot play the same spread as Onic. They have to play close, they have to play tight. I think if they can force a very early engagement by Onic, that should be their turnaround point.
Both buffs are up here, so they'll give Kel the purple. King Kong is going to go grab the orange, and TLPH working on theirs as well. Both roams going to be playing a crucial part here. JP too, if he can get a Numenon Blast with the flicker available, that could turn the tide of this fight, and that's why it's going to be they're going to take their time with this. And they continue to do this. We saw Onic Philippines pretty much do this all game. They'll go ahead and plant King Kong alongside Brusco up top on the long portion of the map. And I would say it's a minor advantage. You know, they have that long lane, whereas instead, Onic only lost that mid turret.
Yes, and to add to that, Onyx kit, what they're threatening Liquid with, is a surprise from an off angle. You can only cast Numenon Blast from a certain angle. If Brusco finds you from the behind, that's so much harder for JP to recover from.
Okay.
Unless he flickers backward.
Yeah, it's the Euro step.
The Euro step.
Euro step fade away 360 Numenon Blast.
Yeah, made popular by Ben Things.
Yep.
Yeah.
But again, it's easier said than done.
You also have to consider that the Guardian's reflection of the Lolita does reflect the basic attack of the Harith. It counts as a projectile, so that might come into play later on. I think, again, besides the Numenon Blast, it's really the Guardian's reflection that Onic want to play around. But their damage output is so great at this point that they burn that Guardian's reflection so quickly.
Right now, we'll see if they can... This Lord hurts.
What is this positioning? Carl TZ holding the shrub. I think they're going to try and set up either for a diversion or a conceal play from that middle shrub later.
Yeah. They'll try something they haven't tried all game long.
Yeah. All right, they put Carl TZ in a roam style positioning to try to get vision for his own purple buff. It's like, I'm the roam now.
I think you just kind of have to. Like, you got to get... We were in this position, a couple games ago where you just got to get creative, you know? And it was, unfortunately, it was the other way around. So right now, TLPH, they'll just kind of see what they can get the information that they need here.
They're flushing Brusco out.
Yeah.
They would rather face Brusco head on and then force a respond with a shortcut, because so far, Onic doesn't like that. Onic doesn't like when Shortcut comes in as a reactionary ult.
Yeah, they're looking for the chip first. That's why Brusco decides to back off. Onic shifted their position into something more defensive, because they know that if they can find Brusco, they can use the diversion to quickly get back to the objective. Sanford can hold on for as long as he could against that. Now a shift again, a long dance around the map, not just around the objective pit at this point. The top minion wave though. Let's see if Liquid will try to find a way to leverage that, knowing that Onic knows that Liquid wants to control that.
There could have been a fight breaking out. Prince threw out a traction pulse. Odd.
Maybe that's just the chance. You know, like, oh,
Yeah.
if I grab someone with the traction pulse, then great, we can maybe start this up, but they'll start the Lord up anyway for now here.
Yeah, 40 has vision. 40 knows that Onic wants to dance. Onic is beckoning Liquid to respond. Lord here at less than half health. King Kong is not in vision, so even 40's looking for him.
Yeah, and Onic are very smartly holding the middle shrubs because they know if ever Liquid are on the other side of the map, that is the most likely shrub Sanji would want to enter. So they're also denying the potential of a diversion play through there, and I think Sanji's thinking the same way.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, fantastic macro from these two, managing the minion waves, trying to play around their big ticket transportation, teleportation ultimates. And now TLPH are trying to force a reaction. They show themselves up top, but Onic are not biting the bait.
They're not going to bite the bait here, man. Sanford is just able to go ahead and plant himself and give the vision.
Welcome to late 2022. Lord dances would go on this long. This is the normal tempo of a late game Lord dance. What's going on? Diversion? Just a feint. Wonder if Onic saw that.
Kirk got to see it. Actually, since Kirk went in there, Sanji decided to call it off. 1,156 Skypiercer stacks on this Granger. It's not a question of does O have a damage. It's more of a question of does TLPH have enough to hold on long enough, considering that the late game magic damage scaling of the Kimmy and Harith is what's making their front line crumble relatively quickly.
Yeah, this is probably the most stalemate we've had. I feel like maybe in the playoffs even, but definitely this series where neither team can really give it a go. You know, they have such big macro ultimates available to both of them that they really have to be decisive on it. And that's the thing, when you're looking at this.
Oh, Brusco?
Why walk?
Are they? Oh no, he's trapped.
Oh no, Brusco's going to be trapped. He's going to need the help.
There's a retribution by Caltese. Numenon Blast. Here comes the rest of Onic. They pop Brusco's immortality. Good. Here comes the Zaman Force. And the sling from the puncture. Down goes Caltese. No trade so far. Liquid finding it hard. Look at the back line. Another catch. Brusco will go down.
Whoa, Brusco goes down. Sanford immortality going to be popping. Look at the
They're
lane.
setting up a split push.
It's a base race.
OM and Sanji. Rico's coming through. Here comes Kirk first. Super Prince flickers forward. And the base falls. Textbook vintage Liquid.
To go back to the 7-year history of our league, Liquid vintage. And it's not just vintage, it's signature for Liquid.
Oh, they came out of the stables and went with their own stampede. 3-2 right now. Let's throw it over to the panel to break down the game.
I mean, look at the Champions Arena right now. What just happened?
Oh my God! The DNA! Renmar has been saying this all throughout. The DNA of Team Liquid Philippines. Still in there. The split push. After... how long was that? 24, 25 minutes?
26?
Imagine you had to endure a long game like that and you would lose to a team like TLPH via split push when you were already able to take down 2 members of the Cavalry.
It looked so good for Onic Philippines, like that entire last sequence where they could have clearly punished Team Liquid Philippines' attempt to take down Brusco, but oh my goodness. Again, it indeed wasn't a question of whether or not this guy already has damage.
Yeah.
And I fear it wasn't neither holding out long enough for this guy to deal out the damage. It was buying enough attention so they could utilize his damage in other areas and in other ways to close out the game.
And that was through a turret crystal push in the middle lane, set up by the diversion again of Sanji. Our game MVP is the regular season MVP of S15, no other than the latest addition in the Calvary, Oheb, with an amazing game. Started out strong, and even came to a point where he was at 8-0-0 before he got taken down in a crucial moment. And all throughout, you could feel that the momentum has been shifting. The pendulum kept swinging. You really didn't know who was winning.
Yeah.
It started out strong with TLPH with an aggressive start, despite Sanji actually getting bit by the first blood. And you can continuously see JP very active with the Lolita, not just with the Bulwark Shield, but also 2 consecutive Numinum Blast that set the tone and aggression of the Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, and Sanji, you did mention he was the first blood, but that was an exchange of the objective. It was an exchange of the turtle that Team Liquid Philippines got earlier in the first few minutes of the game. And eventually they were just able to hold on to this lead that they had. There were so many beautiful Numinon blasts coming in from JP throughout the I'd say up until the 10th minute mark, like this moment more or less, because this was when Onic was able to look for a way to clap back. This was when they were able to slowly gain control over the map as well and limit Team Liquid Philippines in terms of what they're able to do. And this was the play which actually maybe not just evened out the game, but put it a little more in terms of Onic, in terms of the advantage.
Yeah.
Onic Philippines felt that they could play things a lot more aggressively than they were able to do so in the past few minutes because of that play, but we have to look closely on how the decision came into play for TLPH. Sanford bought enough time, but just when you thought that they just walked towards the base, once you take down Sanford, you could already end the game because that's 2 Hanky members already gone for a minute. They just decided to use the diversion all the way to Onic Philippines and their base.
Yeah, right straight to the goal. And if we were to hear a mic check for any of the games that we will witness today, I would surely pick this one. What were the comms? What were the comms of both TLPH and Onic? And looking at the game time, 26 minutes. Actually, the previous game was an anomaly. 14-minute game. Even came to a point where in day number 3 of the playoffs, we were already at 5-hour runtime with all the games. But it was a relatively close game, but in the end, the decision, the decisiveness of TLPH to really go for the goal, sacrifice Sanford, go for the diversion play in the middle lane, split push, resort back to their DNA and to their old tactics to beat a god like Onic.
If it were, or if this game ended in maybe less than 20, less than 15, it'll be all about the Lolita. It would have been all about the Lolita. Like, we would just be talking about Numinon Blast. We would just be talking about the Guardian's Reflection and the way they're always able to deny Onic Philippines of the amount of damage that they have. But it went past that. It went way past the 20-minute mark. So this boiled down to macro. This boiled down to who was the more patient team, who made the better and the right calls in that game. And it nearly was a wrong call for Team Liquid Philippines that Onic clearly capitalized on, but they just bounced back. They just regrouped and said that there is another way out of this.
Yeah, DNA, in their DNA, champion is still there. They're calm, composed up against a team like Onic Philippines. And if the game were to end by the 3rd Lord, one of the few standouts would be Kirk, because Kirk kept them in the game despite the 2 Lord pushes of TLPH. He also had 2 consecutive 4 or 5-man penalty zones to even out the score, and as you mentioned, give Onic a slight advantage. But again, our BPI rich guy, no matter what he says, it's still gonna be the Filipino sniper, Oheb.
Yeah, the Filipino sniper who barely died in this game.
Two
I think at
deaths.
most 2 deaths. Yeah. On the Granger, who was just heavily protected. He always had the Lolita by his side, and there were people, there were heroes in Onyx lineup that were reliable to actually hunt down Oheb, such as the Lancelot, but King Kong had to calculate his dashes. He had to make sure that he wouldn't be put in such a dangerous position, even though he wanted to carry that out.
Yeah, and I think the camera's gonna fan back out to us, but no, not us, just you. So Brigida, take the floor again.
All right, it's just me now. The Next few segments will indeed be a deep dive regarding what took place and what happened in that game. And starting off once again, I feel we have to take a look at the goal difference timeline, which went through a major shift by the time we reached the 14-minute mark. Again, during the 9-minute lure, that was a lure that went into the hands of Team Liquid Philippines. That was when they were slowly and gradually able to take control of the map. But if you look closely towards the 14-minute mark, that was actually when Onic Philippines were able to pull off a team fight that were able to shift the tides in their favor. There were a couple of moments wherein it felt like there was almost nothing happening across the game, but that was just really both Onic Philippines and both Team Liquid Philippines being very patient in terms of what they wanted to do next, because this was a game which initially felt like you could just go all out in terms of the Numenon Blast, in terms of the setups, in terms of throwing out the damage, since it came in early for the cores here of Team Liquid Philippines. It came in early for OHEB to dish out the necessary damage, but it was something, or it was a game that was prolonged long enough by Onic Philippines, so it didn't necessarily matter. And it wasn't entirely about the team fights anymore. It was more about the decisions that could happen because they could play around with the map as well, given that they had the chip in their hands. And now, looking at the item progression, this is where I feel like I have a lot more key things to talk about with regards to how the game actually progressed. So the way that JP just really wanted to provide that assistance to his teammates and especially to OHEB was reflected in the way that, again, the Flask was the priority pickup here for them. So if you would recall the first few minutes where even though Onic Philippines wanted to play a little more aggressively, there was King Kong, of course, who could just use the puncture to dash towards his key targets, then you could rely on JP, especially if you stay with him long enough. There will be some additional shields that you could get from him, and that'll allow you to sustain the fights a little longer. And in response to all the sustain, there was also a Demon Hunter sword pickup coming in from Super Prince around the 13-minute mark of the game. And again, this is the beauty of seeing a Kimmy. There is just so much flexibility and versatility that can come into the way you decide to go about the builds. You can either go for the typical Kimmy builds when you put her in the gold, but once you put her in the mid, there are a bit more options to choose from. And this probably has been definitely felt when we extended the game a little longer. But ultimately, again, it was the macro that mattered. It was the macro that allowed Team Liquid Philippines to eventually close out this long game.
Yeah, and what matters to Onic Philippines now is to do everything they can to extend this series, because right now the Calvary is making some noise. They're now on match point against the defending champions. So,
we need some time to breathe.
We need some time to breathe. We need to have a change of scenery. So let's check out what's happening at the MPLPH playgrounds.
Superfans, this is your very own Odin, and we're here right now at MPL Philippines 7-year history wall. So this features the highlights that we've had sa loob ng 7 taon from 2018 to 2024 na nangyari sa history ng Pilipinas sa MLBB. And we have a fan here na mga kasama. Hello! What's your name?
My name is Joko.
Joko, so sa ating 7-year history, anong pinaka-paborito mo nangyari?
For me, yung year na pumasok yung Bren sa M2 Worlds, I think 2019 to 2020.
Pre-pandemic to pandemic, yan ang peak ng paglalaro mo ng ML. And up until now, you're here, ha? Sobrang masaya kami na we're sharing this floor with you. And bakit nga ba Bren lang malakas para sa'yo?
Favorite ko kasi si Carl TZ. So, at that season, medyo na-addict na ako sa ML.
Nung time na yun, ang bata pa ni Carl TZ, young goat talaga siya, and up until now, I assume na siya pa rin ang sinusuportahan mo, right?
Yes, I support Team Liquid for this season. Sobrang gusto ko yung play style nila.
Wow! So ngayon ay malinaw na malinaw, kahit di pa natin tanungin kung sino champion niya, TLPH para kay Joko. Thank you so much, Joko! And if you wanna visit our MPL Philippines 7-year history, madadaanan niyo siya bago kayo pumasok ng Champions Arena. See you around! We're here right now with the Infinix Fancy Laban champions for Season 2, the Calvary! Hello, boys! Introduce yourselves, your IGN, and your role.
Echo, Mage.
Rome po. Ayato sa X-Lane.
Si Ansay Jungle.
J, Gold.
So for the second time around, sila ang nagkampiyon sa ating Infinix Fancy Klaban, nakakatapos lamang na ginanap dito sa MPL Playgrounds. So Echo, ano naman pakiramdam na two-time champion na kayo?
Sobrang saya po.
Wow, sobrang saya ngayon ni Echo. Ano ba yung preparations na ginawa nyo knowing na sasalang ulit kayo at nakaabot kayo ng championship?
Practice lang and then scrim sa mga ibang teams lang.
Ah, so may mga ka-scrim din talaga kayo?
Naghahanap po kami.
Pero nakakalaro nyo ba yung pro team ng TLPH or sobrang busy nila?
Ibang MDL teams lang po.
Oh, MDL teams ang nakaka-scrim. So, ganun kayo kalakas. Nasasabay nyo yung mga MDL teams. Kumusta naman so far yung experience nyo dito sa MPL Playgrounds?
Sobrang saya din po. Nakaka-EJ po siya sobra dahil sa mga boots po.
Ay, siguro naman. Alam natin kung sino magcha-champion para sa inyo. Oh, isang cheer naman para sa TLPH dyan.
1, 2, 3. Let's go, Liquid!
Okay. Energetic sila sa loob ng MLBB. Balik na muna sa inyo.
Thank you so much, your very own Oding, for giving us an insider of what's happening at the MPLPH Playgrounds. It's also jam-packed. We just saw the back-to-back champions of our Fancy Laban. And of course, she talked also about the 7-year history of MPL. So far, what has been your favorite memory in the span of 7 years?
For me, I guess it's M5.
Oh, don't take mine. That's mine also.
We
can
both
share.
had, like, oh, whoa, wait.
Oh! That's our clear head super fan of the day, and I believe he's also a singer here locally in the Philippines. And did you know that men like me get 5 times more dandruff versus women like her scalp? What? Use Clear Men with 3 times triple anti-dandruff power for 100% dandruff-free hair.
Because apparently no one understands men like Clear. So power up your dandruff scalp, supercharge with Clear. I can't believe that's real.
Yeah.
His hair looks like it's straight out of an anime or something.
Fortunately for it's good timing that Clear's entered the picture in the MPL scene, because finally my hair has grown and I can finally use shampoo, just like our super fan there who had a luscious, very luscious hair.
Oh yeah, you gotta use shampoo so you could, of course,
Smell
avoid
good.
dandruff and smell good. Like Clear has, it got your back. So I hope you guys got some freebies if you did visit us here.
Yeah, but if you don't have hair and can't use Clear, you can still enjoy other stuff like Time Zone has an exclusive promo just for you. Get for 100 pesos. Power load for only 200 pesos.
All you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, you're seeing it right there, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
You know, I love it when we have a lot of spiels because that means we're really, really growing, and we're still not done because you can get the 2,000 pesos discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways during MPL Philippines. Just stay tuned for more info.
Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back. And now you really want to use that voucher code because earlier they debuted an amazing collab with Naruto, and I have my eyes set on getting that Kakashi. And Hans earlier on interviewed that the price actually went down, and with this code you can get it at 12,999 pesos only. So that's a steal, honestly.
That's for the Kakashi chair. There are other prices for the other chairs, so you might want to check it out. I honestly miss sitting on a TT Racing chair, you know, but
you know, it's so durable that if you bring it up here, you will fall down.
what? We haven't tried, and maybe we shouldn't.
We shouldn't try
because there's someone right under us. The teams, Onic Philippines.
Who chose blue side?
Yeah,
Did they choose blue side?
Their staff are right under us. I feel like it was indeed Onic Philippines who went for the blue side.
Oh, and now you can see all-time MSC kills. Kelra leading by almost a landslide. Second to Second is Benny Cutie, and of course it will also increase once MSC at EWC 25 will start. But all-time M Series kills on the other hand is not Kelra, not Benny, but none other than our reg season MVP. It's Oheb. So you know, I just like MPL Philippines keep showing us stats that heighten the rivalry of Oheb and Kelra that will get settled.
Yeah.
Now.
And I saw the Baby Cakes duo there too in terms of those standings. So they've already gotten a lot of kills throughout the M Series, and they can definitely get more. But for now, how are they ending this season?
How will they be able to extend their tournament life? Match point for Team Liquid Philippines. And we have to call, of course, I don't have any more intros, Redmar, so please just jump in.
That in itself is an intro. I will count it. So Liquid going for the Baksha Harith to start things off. Granger's gonna end up in the hands of Onic. Onic themselves banned out the Fredrin. Smart call considering that they prioritize the Joy. The Kelra's gonna be safe. I think we're really gonna have to look at the Juicin Farsa trade, it seems like, for the two mid laners and what roamer it will be paired with. We might see some call back to some favorites here, but considering there's an Harith on the other side, maybe Cho might not be the best bet for Brusco.
The draft's happening too fast. The chip's still out there too, in case they might want to consider it, but for now they're going for the Granger. And yes, I did mention the mid laners. I feel like that is something we have to watch and pay attention to later, but it seems like it's going to be the flex for now. They're saving the mid lane matchup for the second phase.
I think the last time that Carl TZ used the Hayabusa this series, it was a 14-minute game. Could it be the same result? They also secured the Baksha and the Harith, so now who will TLPH respect coming into the second banning phase?
I think it has to be Brusco. They still have to consider a Kufra ban, I believe. But the lineup of Onyx shows that Sanji might end up with Selena again.
Yeah, there's also a Jushin that's still out there. Like, there are endless options still for the mid lane role, that it might be wise to actually go for those heroes that can just limit whatever Team Liquid Philippines can do, because they've been through that. The Hayabusa and the Harith definitely won't be having a good time if ever there's a Badang and a Kufra again in Onic Philippines lineup.
Tough thing about the draft right now for Liquid is if they want to pick up the Farsa, Onic could very easily pick up a Gata Kacha in the roam for Brusco and or Kirk. Badang and the Gata Kacha both flex for both of them. So how is Liquid deciding to play and to pick 4? I'm sure they're really thinking about the Gata Kacha and or the Kufra. They might take away one more mid laner so that the best possible mid laner remains for them, as Valentina is still on the board. You have to remember that. Take away the Faramis.
What are the chances that Super Prince decides to use the Selena, suggests Coach why not go all out?
Yeah, actually very possible for both. Possible for as a red 4 pick for Sanji, blue 4-5 for Onic. Wait a minute. Angela. For Liquid. But it's not going to be on a Baksha jungle if ever. It's going to be on a Baksha roam. I don't think we're going to see an Angela here. CC Glue trade in the EXP still active. There's Glue.
Blue 4th pick for Sanford there. It's now Onic Philippines. What's it gonna be for Super Prince?
Yeah. Super Prince still has a couple of options.
For Kirk, you guys mentioned the Gatot Kacha. It could be a flex for both again. Badang and...
They could bring back either a Valir or a Veil for him. Valentina, not a lot of options. Farsa would still be okay, but let's see. He gets a Selena. And Brusco will still go for the Cho. They're going for pick off. They're going for the crowd control. He ended up with it as Sanji did not pick it up.
What is with these mid lane gods that when their backs against the wall, they want to use a harder mid laner to
Yeah.
pull off.
It's a good point.
And then we see the Zask.
Guys, we're about to lose. This game is so difficult. Let's go, Selena.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, okay. They're keeping the... Nah, it's not them who used the Kimmy earlier, but they're the ones using it this time.
Whew.
Kimmy, okay.
I'm honestly looking at 2 picks here. The Selena for Onic, the glue for Liquid.
I'm thinking about how the Kimmy is gonna fare in this game. It has to worry about the Joy. It has to worry about the Badang, the Cho even. It might be forced to bring out a Purify when it comes to it.
I mean, that's why they gave her a jetpack that she can fly with now. That is safer, and she deals damage along with it.
So there you go. We're seeing even Oheb with the Purify.
Yeah, 2 Purifies here for TLPH. Match point for them. Is it gonna be Team Liquid Philippines crawling back to the lower bracket to regain their crown? Let's see as we enter Game 6 of the Grand Finals. Casters, take it away.
And once again, we jump into the land of Dawn. It's match point right now for Team Liquid Philippines. Will we see a Game 7?
The Golden Rivalry, the pride of Lakas ng Pinas. The world is watching. This could be it.
Match point. 1 win away is the Calvary. Look at the emblems. Double boots for Kurt. Brusco. I like this.
Brusco forced to flicker out. Sanji, relentless. Do they want to do this? Friends forced to dash in to protect his roamer.
That's too close for comfort, man.
Yeah, way too close. Oh, Calra getting pressured. No shadow kill just yet for Carl T's. He's still level 3. Brusco and Super Friends willingly took that trade. 2 flickers burned though by Onic. 1 on the Cho, 1 on the Granger.
Liquid are firing off on all cylinders. Barely a minute in.
That just, I mean, dealing with Kimmy like this just feels bad. Oh,
JP forced to use the Revitalize. Just 1 HP and a dream. Does not survive. King Kong comes in, draws first blood.
You gotta do something, and they catch JP. Oh!
Carl Daisy finds a better target though, scoring 1 on Kelra.
They get the God in the Gold lane down quickly. JP fell in mid, but Liquid got the more favorable trade.
And it went, both junglers have a kill here, so, you know, but ultimately that's what happened. It all started with burning those flickers you mentioned earlier on, Renmar. So, again, this is the downside of dealing with a Kimmy. The poke is great there, especially paired up with this Baksha. And again, it's going to be that tanky kind of front line that Onic Philippines has to deal with when they approach these objectives. First turtle of the game is now up. This is going to be a little bit difficult. Brusco not level 4 though.
Sanford's going to hit level 4 first. He will have grab.
Carl Daisy catches that arrow with his face. Sanford now threatening a grab, spacing out Kirk, spacing out Prince. In comes King Kong. JP misses. Retribution. Not needed because Kirk will secure JP. And Sanford very low. A trap going down Sanji. Down goes Dad. Sanford caught between a rock and a hard place. Finds the grab on the Brusco. Oh, he's circling around the super fam. They are not going to do good things to him.
Yeah, just Sanford's got nowhere to go.
40! He's trapped.
He's trapped.
Nowhere else.
He's just buying time.
That's it. I mean, for that kill, not for the game. I'm not saying like that's it for the game. But
it's the equivalent of having good cardio in an MMA match.
Exactly. Kirk saving Onic. You know, I've never been a fan of the Kirkatech name, but I have always admired the Kirkatech game, and he came in just in time with that flicker, fist bump, fist crack, fist break, all the fists right in the key targets, and Carl Teasy was able to get his retribution off in time, but it was difficult considering that he had to shadow out away from the pressure that Brusco was dealing onto him. And when Carl Teasy got in, it was just a second too late. It was Kirk who miraculously got the last hit.
Yep, so a little bit of a lead here for Onic Philippines right now. Nothing too major though just yet, so TLPH will go ahead and continue to farm up the way they need. And now that you have Brusco on the level 4, now that he has the Way of the Dragon ultimate available, you could go for some pick-off potential. Now, paired up with the Abyssal Arrows, those are also something that can work around Onic Philippines' game plan. It's go for picks, see if you can isolate someone down, and then scale up. And that's already happening for King Kong, having those 2 early kills on this Joy. And like we mentioned, there's Brusco.
JP thought he caught Brusco, but instead he caught an arrow and a trap slowing down and breaking Onyx formation.
Slowing down, key phrase here. With the Abyssal Arrows getting tossed out by Super Prince, stopping what JP wants to do on the map to get in the good position, to get in a surprise flank angle. Carl Teasy steals away. A Rock Golem away from King Kong.
A game of inches. Carl Teasy is slowly but surely creeping up, getting more value than King Kong, and those things add up.
Turtles up here once again. Second one. Sanford will go ahead and just try to keep Kirk at bay this time. He'll spot out King Kong as well.
40
damage.
Gets a grab on the Kirk. Gets him closer a little bit to Liquid. JP going hunting. Jumps one. Got one more in the tank. Gonna let that one go. Slow take here. Goes, bumps right into Kelra. Dodges an arrow.
Oh, JP could be in trouble. Pops to revitalize, but it's too much damage.
Salmon Force dropped in by OM, but Onic do not want to take this fight. Another arrow thrown out by Super Prince. The coast is clear. Men all around. Just waiting. Which one's gonna pull the trigger first to take the turtle?
Yeah, okay. JP got caught out there, but wait. Ooh, Sanji. Sidestepping. You mentioned a game of inches there earlier. That arrow almost landed. Let's see if TL... No, it doesn't look like Carl Teasy will be able to get here in time. Another free turtle for Liquid as Carl and OHEB go up top.
They might just try to trade up top. Kelra burning the flicker. So, again, that's something down, but objective going to the hands here. Second turtle to Onic Philippines. King Kong will secure that. The fight, though, for the purple buff.
King Kong kept his retribution. The confidence in the face of Sanford. Committing grant that purple. Carl Teasy. He's starving here. And this fight's about to break out. Sanford. Grab the kick by Brusco. Down goes Frizz. Carl Teasy gets his kill. And they're not done. Sanji firing away. JP pops the Puissance. Brusco at about half health. Kirk goes for the crack.
Here's Kelra taking a shot off, but there, they disengage even with Kirk finding a few and then burning the flicker. So they'll go ahead and just reset after that.
It's a small consolation as Sanford was able to get the right grab to ensure that Super Prince would get taken down. But the Hayabusa of Carl Teasy does not have his purple buff as King Kong, as mentioned, saved the retribution. They invaded, and now Liquid have to find a way to recover. Thing is, the only way to recovery might be through brute force.
Seems that way, and playing around this kind of pick-off potential, TLPH. We'll see what they can get, but also you look at across the lanes there, it's relatively even. You know, they've been doing their, hold on, JP too. He's going to be fine tanky enough, but they've been doing their due diligence to go ahead and maintain as much as they can. And you notice in a lot of these fights and the objectives where Kelra will go ahead and swing down quicker to join them because, you know, that Granger is going to be really important to them earlier on to have that physical damage because of this kind of lineup. Because even if you get the Badang combo off, you got to be able to have that follow-through damage. And sometime, mid lane.
Super Prince got 40 on him. Is this going to be enough? Oh! Kept in place by Kirk. And now underneath here too. Up top, Kelra gets bumped by OHEB and JP. The Salmon Force still active. Brusco might regret this. Arrow thrown out. No one home. Another cross by Kirk. Down goes Brusco. OHEB is bloodthirsty. Kiel 1 gets a triple. Kirk looking to punish. OHEB gets some shields. Synchro fishing through. Dashing out. Picking this fight. Salmon Force still on cooldown inside the base. It just came off of cooldown. Gave over a kill to Kirk, the shutdown.
The value for OHEB and the triple there.
Massive play for OHEB. Lord still goes to King Kong.
Carl Teasy hesitated. What was that?
What? A hesitation on the retry.
I don't think he saw King from the off angle, and literally King just dashed in retried, and now Carl Teasy has all of the regrets.
That's Grand Theft Turtle right there, man.
Highway robbery.
That's just...
Joseph, somebody better call the cops.
Somebody get somebody. Because right now they're going to get a turret off of that too. Objectives are still building up for Onic and Brusco, checking things out. So even with whatever OHEB was able to pull off there, ultimately they still have a lot of ground to cover from not letting this game and this lead slip out of their hands.
A major story thread that underlines our playoffs is redemption. King Kong.
Underneath here too. Down bottom. The Salmon Force not enough to keep OHEB and JP alive. Onic just ran through them.
Oh, you can see the confidence building here for Onic Philippines. They want that game 7.
That was a flicker? Yeah, Prince flickered. He thought he could get a quick abyssal arrow off to stun Carl Teasy. Liquid still holding on to the third and mid.
Sanford holding out, pushing back the rest of Onic, gets the grab onto Kurt. But now Kelra dashes forward, almost takes out 40.
Onic getting closer and closer to forcing game number 7 to leave it to a best of 1 to defend their throne. But this game is not over yet. 3,500. Oheb's at level 10. Kelra's at level 12. Oheb doesn't have the Holy Crystal just yet. It's going to take quite some time, while Kelra already up to a Malefic Roar and I believe a Wind of Nature or Sea Halberd. Damage for Onic, much better.
JP finds the angle, forces the puissance from JP. That was the point of no return. Carl Teasy, shadow. Sanji gets mobbed by King Kong. Kelra looking to fire back. Hits Sanford. The Zaman first from Oheb, ineffective.
That's a whole lot for Onic again as they continue to stack on the lead. Carl Teasy still up, but Kirk and Brusco will keep him at bay as long as they can. Shadow Kill gonna be used, so Kirk is gone.
But Kelra looking at the Baby Cakes duo. Kelra be hungry. Forcing his up and force, dashing through that wall. That was close. Kelra is a man possessed. He just wants to keep going.
I am both equally mesmerized and terrified by the god that Kelra has become in the gold lane. 5-2-0, but it's not just all Kelra. We have to credit King Kong and his efforts. Brusco, Friends, Kirk, everyone on the side of the Super Fam has showed up when their throne is at most threatened. They hold on, and they are playing one of the best games they've played all series long. The entries on point, the man marking, the pickoffs, everything. But can they finish it here? Or will Liquid somehow defend?
This is like one of those moments that we saw from TLPH when they had this kind of lead. There's Brusco!
Jumping in with the flicker, gets that kick on the 40. Salmon Force dropped in by Owen, not gonna be enough. He goes down, Kelra gets a double. Shadow kill by Carl Teasy, fails to find anyone. Onic, scatheless.
Oh, they could still go ahead, punch on in, and arrow's gonna land, but ultimately, they just want these turrets. We'll see that they still hold on to all base turrets right now. Some of the shields are popped. Super Prince will disengage. Kelra's here. We'll see if they can still cap this one out. An arrow's gonna land, but ultimately the shields keep things together. King Kong will go ahead and back off, so TLPH is okay. They are facing a huge deficit, 8,000 gold, but they stay in the game.
Everything about the lineup of Onic screams instant gratification at this point. Press ultimate once or twice, burst. Too much for Team Liquid to handle. While the damage output of Team Liquid at this point, again, they're playing around the Kimmy in the mid lane. Yes, the Harith, still on the way to Holy Crystal, not quite there yet in the damage, will deal a lot of damage. It's like there's a process to it. It's more complicated to play the game that Team Liquid wants to play. Well, Onic can just toss out an Abyssal Arrow, tell King Kong go in, pop your ultimate, tell Kelra, who is so far away from the action, to just toss out the Death Sonata. It's so much easier right now for Onic, and they have an almost 10,000 gold lead. This is going to be a massive crawl for Liquid and an easy end for Onic, if ever.
The damage under the turret, they're going to break down.
Zaman Force dropped in already by Oheb. King Kong dives on the Sanji. Oheb does take out Brusco, but is that going to be enough? Shadow kill! Carl Teasy takes down King Kong. Liquid's first win in quite a while, and it comes at the cost of their top lane inhibitor.
18 seconds before the Lord spawns, 27 until King Kong gets back. The minion waves do not look good for Liquid. As Super Friends Kelra and Kirk can hold on here. Liquid cannot blitz anything at this point. They have to play for the dance.
But a chance is a chance. It looks like Liquid is willing to take it. There's not enough of a front line nor a back line damage source to threaten Oheb, to threaten Liquid.
Oh, they know King Kong's not back up just yet, so they might go for the blitz here. JP up on the front side, gonna try to keep Kirk at bay.
Fritz still throwing out these arrows. Carl Teasy got hit by one. JP goes. The retribution, the shadow kill. Carl Teasy secures. Gets taken out by Kelra. Liquid PH getting on out of here. The coast is clear, but Liquid might not be able to back out. Brusco takes out Oheb. Lord spawns.
Oh, Sanji's still up, but Sanford's gonna have to sacrifice himself. They might have the Lord, but they're wiped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, all over the world, it is my pleasure to say we're going all the way.
Game number 7 for immortality. It falls down to one last one between the gods of the game and Team Liquid.
We wouldn't have it any other way. We're gonna have to throw it over to the panel, Brigida and Ingan, to break down this Game 6.
The race for the first one to raise the Immortal Cup down to one game. Oh my goodness. Again, the Selena from Super Friends. Everything just piling up for the Sonics. Whew. What's it gonna be? 4 rings, 4 championships for Carl and JP. Or the third team to go back-to-back for the Super Fam. And we have our MVP of that game. No other than the Bruiser himself, Brusco.
How many times have we seen the flicker Jeet Kune Dos, the flicker way of the Dragons from Brusco, which just throw off Team Liquid Philippines and all of their plans, which just suddenly force them to back away and worry about all the follow-up abyssal arrows that can also come in, the follow-up damage from King Kong that can also come in. Brusco has said so much of how this game has turned out from the very beginning. He reminded us of how he was able, or how he's just able to play the Joe.
That was not just a reminder, more than a reminder, it was a statement for not just TLPH, but for all of the people watching, that the Bruiser has got it. Whatever you want, the Badang, the Cho, even the Angela, he can pull it off. And the Super Fam again.
Yeah.
You know, this is the second consecutive time, Brigida, that the Grand Finals of MPL Philippines finally reached a Game 7.
This guy, he's done so much. We did mention all of the setups. We did mention all of the interruptions that he's been able to offer. But beyond that, I feel this lead wouldn't have ballooned to this point if it weren't for his consistent denial of Carl TZ and a peaceful jungling in the early stages of the game. He limited Carl TZ so much, who, by the way, seems to be up there. He seems to be ahead in terms of how quick he's just able to get all that XP, level up, and actually contest the turbo jungling patterns we know of King Kong even. But Brusco did so much in terms of stopping him in doing that.
Yeah.
And that just denied Team Liquid Philippines of playing aggressively as much as they wanted to. They had the Baksha, they had the Hayabusa, they had the Glue. These heroes, they could just all go in at the same time. But how could you go in? How could you be confident to go in if you know that you are so much behind?
Yeah, and how can you go in? Because at any given moment, Kirk with the Badang can turn things around with one fist break, fist crack combo that he clearly utilized their advantage. Second 14-minute game done in a flash, a 28-kill scoreboard. An amazing win for Onic Philippines. And you know, I'm speechless. These guys came prepared, did not disappoint. Whatever happens, whoever wins will deserve the first ever Immortal Cup in S15 of MPL Philippines. And what can you say about that?
Yeah, it's going to be a hard-fought battle between these two teams for the last game we'll be seeing. But this sums it up. Only 4 purple bucks have went into the hands of Carl TZ for the entire 14 minutes we've seen in that game, and 5-8 also is the score for the orange buffs that they were able to secure throughout. So just brings us back to, yes, we didn't see King Kong perform this well on the Joy earlier, but this is him redeeming himself. This is him bringing it back, whereas this is Carl TZ being completely shut down from that beautiful Hayabusa game we also saw from him earlier. And I feel it's not just Carl. You, as Carl, would like follow through whatever JP and Sanford are able to do, but whenever they actually try to do something, it felt less in sync. It felt like Onic Philippines were just able to deal the necessary damage towards JP, constantly shutting him down, and Sanford was left to attack everything all alone, so that wasn't that wasn't like the best scenario if you were Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, one of the things I think, or sequences that showed that they weren't as in sync was the OM outplay down at the top lane, where he was able to outplay and bought enough time for TLPH. But the problem was King Kong just slithered in and was able to retreat the third turtle away from TLPH.
That was such a massive play done there by King Kong too, by the way. And if you see the BPI Rich guy in front of your screens in this 14-minute game, it's going to be Kelra with a 991 GPM. We don't get to see these numbers.
Yeah.
I feel like yesterday we did see 1,000, but that was the only one we saw throughout the entire playoffs. And now this is close to 1,000 in the hands of Kelra. So you know that he's just had such a great time in playing this Granger. He's just standing in front of everyone and throwing out the Rhapsodies.
Yeah, and you should also stand in front of everyone, Brigida, because it's your time to shine. Take it away.
So we are indeed going all the way. So we have another game to break down for you as we head into this segment. Now we start off with the gold difference timeline. So this was the point in the game where it was, I say, slightly in favor of Team Liquid Philippines. That was around the first minute mark, and that was the only time I'd be able to say that, because this was the moment wherein they traded Kelra for JP, and that was the most favorable exchange we've seen in that game, because everything went downhill for Team Liquid Philippines from that point onwards. Again, we did mention that the pressure coming in from Brusco was just too much. They were consistent in terms of denying Carl TZ of his farming, of the way he's just able to secure his buffs freely. It almost always happens that whenever they go for the turtle, which, mind you, all went into the hands of Onic, they're just able to quickly transition towards the purple buff as well, and that greatly denies Carl TZ of whatever he wants to do. And this has been a consistent trend, allowing the gold lead to grow up to 8K when we approach the 11-minute mark. And the 11-minute mark I'm talking about right now is just 3 minutes before we actually wrapped up the entire game. So you just see that this was a clean game pulled off by Onic Philippines. You may consider it to be another glitch because this is the second game we saw in less than 15 minutes, but these are just games that are cleanly executed by our teams, and that barely allowed for any room from Team Liquid Philippines to actually fight back. It was just 2 turrets that they were able to get away from Onic Philippines, and you couldn't do as much. You could barely operate when almost the entire map is covered, when your buffs are constantly being denied from you. And this is a Hayabusa. You definitely want to get your hands on those buffs. You definitely want the space so the Baksha could just hunt down the opponent, so he could just look for the targets, and so that Sanford as well on the glue could just provide the continuous zoning. But this wasn't the case. Clearly not. It was a struggle as well for Sanji to do things in this game on the Kimi. It was a Kimi game wherein he had to worry about the Selena, the Joy, and that we mentioned too before heading into this game, and it was just tough. It was rough for Sanji overall. Now, if we were to look at the item progressions for our players here in this game, all throughout, you could definitely observe how quick it was for the other members to just rack up on the necessary items. Carl TZ, he took some time before he was able to get his core items, and that was probably what limited them so much. Another key item pickup here from Brusco definitely was the early Radiant armor that they were able to secure, because majority of the damage that will come in from the side of Team Liquid Philippines, granted that they were already able to deny Carl TZ much of his farming, was gonna come in from Sanji. But Sanji prioritizing the concentrated energy, well respected too, that there is just too much damage that has to be sustained. There's just, he needs just more and more avenues to keep himself in the game, to keep himself alive. And this was clearly a struggle. This wasn't the best scenario for Team Liquid Philippines in terms of the way that they drafted. And how many times does a Selena just shake things up like that? When we saw Sanji on the Selena, it was great for Team Liquid. Now that we see them against the Selena and in Super Friends' hands, it was too good for Onic Philippines.
It's becoming an X-Factor pick for our top mid laners so far, not just in the grand finals, but even in the whole playoffs. We even saw Few rock with the Selena, and it was perfect for them. And now, Brigida, best of 7. We are in game number 7. So who's gonna win it? It's gonna be Onic Philippines versus Team Liquid Philippines. And at this point, whatever happens, happens. I for sure had an amazing day. Did you have an amazing day?
The day's not over, but I already had an amazing day. These amazing matches, these split pushes, these team fights.
There was a split push earlier on.
These chaotic ways of ending the game. I mean, I have all my attention for Game 7.
And let's put our attention to the MPL Playgrounds once again.
Let's take a quick break from our Grand Finals match. I'm gonna take you to a tour dahil ito rin naman ang pupuntahan ng ating mga players after ng ating championship. So, you can see here the Road to Esports World Cup wall. Makikita natin ang trophy, of course. Ang ating representatives of the Philippines, we have here sa MWI Navi PH and Team Liquid. They are the representatives from the recently concluded Athena League. And on the other side is MSC. Ang representatives natin ay ang Onic Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines na ngayon ay naghaharap sa ating Grand Finals ng MPL Philippines Season 15. Isang tanong, isang sagot. Sino ang champion for MPL Philippines S15?
TLPH po.
Who's your MPLPH Season 15 champion?
Of course, TLPH. Yes.
Your MPLPH Season 15 champion?
TLPH.
Onic.
Your grand champion for the season?
Onic.
And back to where we started, this is MPL Playgrounds na nakasama namin kayo sa loob ng 5 araw dito sa MPL Playoffs. I hope na-enjoy nyo lahat ng inanda naming activities para sa inyo. Mula sa meet and greet kasama ang inyong paboritong players and teams, papunta sa team showcase na hinanda ng ating mga super fans sa mga palaro at mga prizes, and even nakapag-uwi sana kayo ng mga paborito nyong merch from your favorite team sa ating merch booth and sa ating mga freebies galing sa ating mga sponsors like Infinix, Smart, BPI, TT Racing, Clear, Nor, and Time Zone. So I hope nag-enjoy rin kayo at maraming natutunan sa ating watch party hangout with Ben Things as well as ang ating GG Truck watch party. We can't wait na maghanda pa ng marami para sa inyo dito lamang sa MPL Playground. This is your very own Odin. Balik muna sa inyo, Champions Arena.
Thank you so much, Odin, for giving us another preview of what's happening with the playgrounds so far. A lot of people from the playgrounds are actually voting for TLPH. There are actually Liquid girlies out there.
Yeah, and even a lot of the guests we had here in the Champions Arena, they did predict for Team Liquid Philippines, but this is Onic Philippines putting up a really good fight. They are looking to defend their championship.
Yeah.
And prove that they're just really up there, you know? Like everyone, the entire world, they just have their eyes on Onic Philippines.
Yeah, they're the team to beat for a very long while now, ever since the start of latter half of 2024. And now they're on the verge of becoming the third team to be back-to-back champs. You know, Kelra's journey has been amazing. Started out, we could safely say a bit of immature, but now you can see his maturity pop up, and at the same time, his excellence also show out from being an uncrowned king to finally becoming a champion last season and can become a back-to-back champ. But on the other hand, Carl CZ, JP securing their 4th title.
Yeah.
Man, are they the lead? I think S1's the lead right now, but if they secure it, I think they're all tied.
We'll find the numbers, especially once the series is over, but imagine that. We're on our 3rd best of 7 so far in the entire history of MPL Philippines. That includes Season 7, Season 14,
and today,
Season 15. That's this season. So it's only been the 3rd time wherein we see a full Game 7. And what's funny is that in all of those games, in all of those Game 7s, Kelra has to be part of it.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Every single time. Again, the first one was Blacklist versus Execration. And of course, Aurora versus Onic. And now TLPH versus Onic. And 2 out of the 3 times also, I believe, Oheb. Oheb was there. So battle-tested warriors are gunning it out today. Again, the heated rivalry between the 2 gold laners, Oheb and Kelra, still in action right now, will be settled. And I believe we will have a little bit of reinforcements because the We Bear Bros, they're going to be with us right now.
Oh, we're calling everyone.
Everyone.
After all. So that's the watch party that's happening all across the Philippines. By the way, Ingan, I hope everyone was able to catch wherever these watch parties are happening right now, because like we have one in Luzon, we have one in Visayas, we have one in Mindanao. We're bringing the MPL experience closer and closer to everyone.
Everyone's having the time of their lives because again, Game 7, and you can clearly see everyone enjoying, because who doesn't want a non-stop action here in MLBB? And of course, we also know that a lot are actually streaming.
Yes.
I actually saw a video yesterday about streamers and even casters internationally reacting to the amazing play that Sanji did. Everyone was screaming at the top of their lungs. So, you know, they're far from the Philippines, but they're enjoying the fight, enjoying the action here in the Champions Arena. Because again, best of 7.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? I mean,
Yeah.
I expected it. I mean, it's Onic and TLPH.
I feel like everyone in the MPL playgrounds right now, having the watch party with Ben Things, are suddenly getting a boost in terms of how they're going to play in their ranked games. I feel like doing a watch party with Ben Things is very informative and very fun at the same time. And it's just, it looks so cute, right? If you imagine it, you have a question, then you can approach Ben Things and then he'll just answer you because he's right there.
And then he'll say his tagline. do you know his tagline?
What's his
It goes
tagline?
like this. Sana makatulong. In English, that means hopefully it helps.
Yeah.
Coach Ben Things, third content creator. One of the best content creators, by the way. And one of the main reasons why it's so hard to play RG in the Philippines.
Oh my goodness.
Shout out to you, Ben Things, Fuego, Elgin, and even our co-casters here, Renmar, Umi, everyone.
Do you see that?
What's happening at the back?
I see Kimmy.
There are Valentinas out there, the IMUs, the cosplayers.
Oh.
Kimmy, what's the big one? But this big one...
I was wondering, what do you mean, Valentina?
This big one is a really big one because, again, make some noise, MPLPH, because it's gonna be the final game of the season. It all comes down to this. Will it be a back-to-back for the defending champions, or will it be TLPH crawling from the lower bracket to regain their top spot? We're gonna call out the best and most handsome analyst in the entire universe, Renmar.
Wolf? Oh.
No.
Hey, what up, guys?
That was a not that long intro, but it was a surprising
factual.
one.
It was a factual one. So Renmar, are you still there?
Yeah, no, I'm still here. I'm just blushing over all the gushing that you're doing. Low Yi right away for Sanji.
Ho, ho, ho.
I wouldn't be surprised if Super Prince ends up with the Selena later on.
Oh my goodness, that's such a high possibility right now, considering that they just came from a...
Selena! What early on? What later on? They want to pick it now. Selena for Super Prince in the mid lane and Harith.
Look at his face! Look at how they were just shaking hands right after they picked that Selena.
You know, at this point, I feel like all the players are involved in this draft. Everyone's saying, I want to use this hero, and I'm going to dominate with this hero.
Yeah, I'm a bit iffy about, like, the Baksha is there, but considering that there's a Selena again, there'll just be so many ways to stop him in his tracks.
Busa right out of the gate.
Okay.
And the JP. Team Liquid Philippines are pulling out all the stops. When they won the championship in MPL Philippines Season 13, it was the height of Chip. And in this Game 7 for Immortality, they bring out the Chip yet again, this time paired up with a Low Yi. Ling for King Kong. Assassin versus Assassin. The best picks on the board, but what will OHEB end up with? As Onic will most likely take the Granger out.
Granger out.
Does that mean the Filipino sniper will end up with the Beatrix?
Oh! Callbacks after callbacks. Nice you kept mentioning Throwback Thursday. Everything's throwing it back right now.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Onic, who are they going to respect this time still? No XP laners and gold laners. Will it be the Granger, the Moscow bans for South Earth, or the Beatrix on the Filipino sniper?
Yeah, it can be. For Team Liquid Philippines, though, the XP laners might be huge X factors as well in terms of their bans for the next few, or in terms of their last 2 bans. They take out the Joe instead, however, but fortunately for them, at least, they don't need to worry about the AoE mages. The Selena's already revealed to us by Onic Philippines, so it's mostly just really on the XP laners and the roamers that they'll have to worry about in terms of landing those diversions and shortcuts.
You guys mentioned that glue for sure will be present almost 100% in this game, but we see it now.
Rangers. Oh, Phobius is out. Excuse me. I'm very excited about that, Ranger. The Badang could be a very good option for Onic and needs to be respected by Liquid. But one of the best. Too much magic damage already. They need a little bit more if they want concurrent ones. Edith is still actually in play for Onic. We haven't seen it all series for long. And it's been a rare pick this entire playoffs. But it could show up. With the Joe out, mobility, Matilda gone as well. Bakshi's gone. Khalid might be in play for Onic. Khalid Batang.
Khalid Badang, Charizla. There's a Gatot too. If they want to consider the AOG.
Yeah.
Just jumping in whenever in Team Liquid Philippines. Whenever Team Liquid Philippines actually tries to go for a setup.
Hilda.
Oh, but they pick up the Hilda. They might want to replicate how they denied Carl Tizzy so much in the previous game.
Just all I ask for is we get a Beatrix on OHEB. Please.
If we're not seeing the Lancelot on Carl Tizzy this series, then at least the
give us that.
Beatrix for OHEB.
Beatrix, Terizla.
Yeah. Terizla.
You need something tanky. Beatrix Glue, I think, maybe. But that could be another glue game for Sanford. How's he gonna feel about that? And it's so mobile. Maybe throw it back at Benedetta even? Still the Granger.
Still the Granger glue. Okay.
Sticking to what has worked in the meta for Liquid. Playing around Sanji's Low Yi.
Yeah.
Can I just say, Sanford has not played MLBB this series. He's played glue.
I don't know how it feels to play all glue. I mean, Hans probably knows. But like, it's not that much of the action XP laners we've been seeing from Sanford. Now it's the Gatot Kacha indeed that they pick up to wrap up this draft. Woo! Oh my goodness.
Before we analyze, I just want to say, Brigida, Ingan, thank you for an amazing season. You have done amazing this Grand Finals panel. I am so proud of you two. Let's witness history together.
I'm so proud of you two, We Bear Bros, our mentors. Guys, the drafts are set for Game 7. In the 7 long years, we have witnessed legends, titans come out on top. But this game will determine who will be immortalized and raise the Immortal Cup. It's a battle between S13, S14 champions. Battle between M4, M6 champions. Battle between the Golden Goat and the Young Goat. This is the Grand Finals. Game 7 underway.
To Mobile Legends.
You got it all riding on, and once again, it's us, the We Bear Bros, to bring you Game 7, the last one of S15. Who will raise that Immortal Cup?
Pop quiz, this is our first collective best of 7 that we share as a desk. Quick action in mid, Super Prince already at half health, Sanji as well. Quick peek at the emblems.
Okay, nothing too crazy, except for Super Princess Abyssal Arrows constantly landing in the center of the map. Time itself holds its breath for this moment in history. For those who achieve immortality, dare not be afraid of the passing of the ages. Can the timeless legacy of Carl Tizzy be immortalized by being the first to win the Immortal Cup and winning his 4th MPL trophy? Or will Onic continue the destiny they've been writing as the gods of the game since December?
This is the first time we've seen Gatot in quite a while.
Yeah, he's been kind of missing, you know, for this series anyway. And it could end up being quite the pick, especially depending on Super Prince. Like, you guys saw his smile in the draft.
Yeah.
Like, this was clearly, a choice between him and, of course, the coaching staff behind him to go ahead and lock this in with confidence. We know that... Oh, Brusco charging on in.
An arrow to go with it. JP backing out, flickering through. Tempest Ablaze by King Kong. Another false engage. An arrow by Super Prince. Like Kung Fu Masters. These two just keep going.
Clutch flick, clutch battle spell, and Super Friend showing why he's been deemed the monster mage on this Selena, keeping Team Liquid Philippines at bay. They are uncomfortable with their rotations in the center of the map because of all the abyssal arrows.
It's really frightening if you've been against a Selena in your own matches. The amount of reach, technically, that she has to cause an effect here. Here's a diversion, though. Top side.
Double laning that the Liquid have done. Brusco here, very low. Got that grab on him. Sanji just wailing away. Kirk goes down. Caldeezy goes for his blood. OHEB takes down Brusco. Look at King Kong coming through. Taking down Caldeezy. Tempest of Blades out. 2 for 1 the exchange. Super Prince still dashing around. The shortcut still active. OHEB says, does not get to get out of there. Gets hit by Super Prince's arrow.
Okay, he backs off. OHEB was in trouble. But ultimately, it leads down to some extra gold in the hands of Kelra, and this turtle still up.
Super Prince delaying that means Kelra had all the time in the world to farm up even more. OHEB has a kill, but that Harith is scaling, and they have to watch out for it. So Team Liquid Philippines, let's see how they're going to play the next sequence, knowing that the Abyssal Arrow is something they really need to deal with.
Here we go, turtles up. It's for the taking. TL's in position, but there's no
range. King Kong secures. Not a response from Liquid. What are they planning?
Liquid decide to give it up. They didn't want to take the risk. Kelra in lane, winning against OHEB so far.
This has been, sometimes I wish we had another camera where we could just watch the gold lane. Because these two when they're playing, they're always going at it. They're always trading. And there's always a moment where, one of them goes down or not. But ultimately, they've tested the limits between each other in that gold lane, and that's what we love to see.
Difficult thing also playing up against a Gatot Kacha as a chip lineup is that the taunt of the Gatot works similarly to how we saw the Kufra gave headaches to JP earlier. The Tyrant's Rage, Revenge, the bouncing balls even. So, as always, now JP really needs to be on point. King Kong in the mid, sees Sanji. Items no clear advantages just yet, still very close in the gold.
Okay, bringing it down to it again. Kind of a little bit of a breather here after everything we've seen. And we got to remember throughout the series how it's been relatively longer games. Aside, each team getting their own kind of dominating game throughout this. And both these lineups can actually provide the potential to scale up really quickly, get momentum. But the thing is, as good as Onic Philippines has been doing, kind of managing this early portion of the game, the amount of utility throughout the entire game, the mid and late especially, that the lineup that TLPH has, could actually be troublesome for Onic Philippines. So I want to see how they're going to go ahead and play against that. I mean, we're talking about a Chip and a Louis Yi.
But at 5 minutes, Joseph, you got to wonder, maybe too much is too much, right? What do you do with the fact that you can fold the map and then do it again? Really, there's not much output from OHEB yet or Caldeezy. They do spot Kirk, force him out of that brush, and then they just do it again. They jockey for position. Turtle spawning at about 5.
Center of the map, Sanji blown up. Super Prince took a lot of damage as well, though. Gold lane left relatively undisturbed. If Liquid lose this big time, it will be massive, considering they're up against a Harith. So this might be the play. Send Chip with the Granger. So if Liquid lose this, they can instantly shortcut down to the bottom lane.
You can see what's happening here. Yeah, you're playing around the Chip right now. They're going to put pressure here on the bottom side. Kelra knows it. But Conceal's going to be used from JP. Are they going to go?
Flickers in with the shortcut. The Zaman Force drop. Kelra goes in, dashes through, gets taken out by Sanji. And they split out. The diversion to the exit. A feint. King Kong and Super Prince unbothered. OHEB pushes. The turtle here started up by Onic. JP can spot him. But how do they get back in?
Liquid looks very good for them. All Onic, though, in full control still. Caldeezy cannot get close enough.
Could be 100% turtles here for Onic. That seems to be the case, as it's only Sanford looking for a grab. Dashing through and around the remaining members of the Super Fam. Grabs one, the AOG, the answer by Brusco. Sanford, let's go. Kirk very low. Zaman forced by Kelra. Tempest ablaze the back line. King Kong going in.
The arrow's going to land on OHEB, and OHEB Have to flicker out. The fight's still going to be able to break out. And Carl Teasy looking for the damage here.
Mr. 2K finds the Filipino Savage. Oh, down goes Brusco. Well. Double kill for Kiel1.
Oheb and Carl Teasy coming up big time. The Monster Mage almost dashed the hopes of Liquid there, but Liquid held on. The man who they'll name awards after one day is hell-bent on adding immortality to his own.
Damn straight. There's already a world champion named after him.
Oh man, it's just in a matter of that exchange, you get a nice lead for TLPH. They can now build on this. Yes, they lost the Turtles, the objectives at first, but that shows that their fighting prowess is playing around that utility, is playing around punishing Onic Philippines if they're not able to take care of who they need to. And right now, a lot of the times, that's Kelra. He's got to be able to stay alive and farm up on this Hereth.
And slowly but surely, I think I see the mad genius behind Coach RC's draft, behind Liquid's plans here. They want to rope-a-dope, not just in team fights, but across the map.
Takes 10 damn hours to fly to Riyadh from the Philippines. If you can shorten travel time within the Land of Dawn in the best of 7 grand finals, you take that. They're already thinking about the flight. We want to rotate the map, we do it quicker.
They've been there too.
If only we had portals in real life, you know?
I wish.
And shortcuts that we could just drop down.
We'd still end up in the economy version though.
Hey, I'll take that over just actually traveling. But going back to the game right now, it's still nothing too devastating for Onic Philippines. It's a 2,000 gold deficit. The Lord is coming up. They have somewhat control. I mean, at least they got the one turret down on the top side. Blitz. But it's TLPH just blitzing the Lord here. It's holding at half health.
Oh, their only hope is if King Kong dashes in, looking for that angle. Carl Teasy with the retribution. Down goes Brusco. It's looking ugly for Onic. They know that that's the truth of the situation. They back off.
King Kong was blocked by JP. The overtime and the crash course by the chip stopped him from being in retribution range. Remember the fact hanging over Onic's heads. JP has never lost to Onic Philippines in the grand finals of MPLPH.
To add to that, Carl Teasy, Liquid as a whole is leading in Lord takes. Lord control through the roof. And now they're gonna steal away King Kong's purple.
They're taking everything here. Just in what I thought wasn't too bad of a situation for Onic Philippines based off everything that Lord and everything they're taking in the jungle. Onic Philippines is going to find themselves with their backs against the wall at this point, under the 10-minute mark already. And we've seen this earlier in the series. They're going to have to go ahead and buckle in and get ready to just buy time here. This Lord is making its way. They're going to have to deal with it. Yeah. King Kong took some of that damage. The shield's going to pop and clear out the Lord here, but they're going to lose some of the tier 2 turrets.
Carl actually forced the Tempest of Blades out. Oh, entry by Brusco!
Through an arrow, AOG clocked in. Down goes Brusco. A grab from Sanford. Goes off of cooldown in just a wee bit. Another holy defense pop.
Costly play by Team Liquid. This means that they have a chance of actually starting to break inhibitor turrets. The window is starting to close for the gods of the game as the Calvary is inching ever closer to climbing Olympus and reclaiming what was once theirs.
TLPH, 2 shields down of Onic Philippines' base, just eyes them out just outside of the walls. They've got not much else to take except maybe that shield up top, but they might just have to reset. Again, TLPH knowing they have to take the discipline route. As stampede as they can be, they still have to respect what Onic Philippines can do, but look at the disparity in the items here.
Okay, only up to a Thunderbelt Dreadnought armor for that Gauntlet Kacha. Not a lot of magic defense items for Onic, and that's a problem because the low Yi is one of the main damage sources that Team Liquid has. Same goes for the little bit of magic damage dealt by a chip. They have some Radiant armors to answer that, but King Kong, will he get his purple buff?
Got it.
Secured.
Threaded the needle. That was very difficult. The rest of Onic was just ready to collapse it if ever something went wrong.
That's 24 seconds gone for the retribution though. Team Liquid should know the time, but I think it will be back, yes. By the time the objectives are up. Lord, okay, Berserker's Fury, Haskell's Endless Battle for the Ling, 3 core items also for Carl Teasy's Hayabusa. King Kong spotted out, but not in trouble.
Hate to say it, there's 2,000 gold between Oheb and Kelra.
It was that play in the early game, man.
Yeah.
it put Kelra behind.
It's a mid-game snowball.
Yeah.
Oheb is so damn rich.
He's got so much money right now. Lord is up. Carl Teasy will go ahead and start this up. Onic Philippines, they might have to pull something out of the bag here to make this work. An arrow's going to land, but you don't follow it up just yet. Now under half health. They still calculate this out here.
40 protecting starboard. They jump in on it. Kirk bites it. Lord at about half health. An arrow misses its mark. Sanford clearing the fence brush, clearing the Y brush, and Onic call it quits. They don't want none of this.
Yeah, nothing they can do about that. Even with Kirk down, TLPH massive lead ahead. They'll get prepped and ready to march towards the base and possibly end it here against Onic Philippines.
The Granger low Yi burst, way too much. The wave clear for Onic, difficult to pull off. 7,000 in the gold. King Kong steals a buff away from Carl Teasy. No purple for the Hayabusa, but they have the Lords, they have the minions, and they have the lead. Will they have immortality at the end of this siege?
It's a big push for them. Full force for Onic Philippines. The arrow is going to be thrown out. There's a conceal, though, coming in for the base here.
JP setting it up. Look at the angle
Brusco.
by Brusco, charging up that taunt right in the middle. Smackdown on Liquid. Down goes Oheb. King Kong finds him. Tempest ablaze up into the skies. The diversion. The exit. Down goes Sanji. Liquid forced to back off. That was not how they saw it coming. King Kong gets shadow kill on him. Instead it's on Prince. He flickers out another AOG. They want to take out Brusco. Not enough firepower between the remaining members of Liquid.
They stay calm, they stay collected, and Onic Philippines will stay in the game.
Brusco had an MVP performance earlier, and he just pulled off an MVP save. He got Oheb in the taunt. We talked about the unbreakable. Perfect target by the Bruiser and a perfect follow-up by King Kong. Liquid, though, are still definitely in the lead and in the game, but Onic are beginning to see the light of hope beyond the clouds.
Half a second of that trunch. Half a second of the diversion could have saved Sanji, could have saved Liquid from much more pain, but this does shrink their gold lead and cutting it in half.
Holy Crystal built already for Kelra. Roam boots blessings all around for both Onic and Liquid so that their lowest gold earner can catch up in the EXP and the gold. Right now, it's both roamers for both sides.
Onic Philippines bought themselves the time that they needed, but the question is, was it enough, or do they still need more? The fight for the purple buff for now, and TLPH on this side of the jungle, they know they still have a lead. They gotta calculate this though too. Carl Teasy will go ahead and get in there. King Kong wants the purple buff to set things up for the next objective, but he'll get it. King Kong's fine.
No dice. It's 40 versus the world. I think if Sanford just stepped in maybe an inch forth, maybe 2 or 3 units, that would have been a little more awkward. He could have caught the arrow instead, but I think Liquid just want to play the safe, play it clean.
We're at this point where Onic is within reach and Liquid now has to be so darn careful with everything they have to do now. Kirk can only do so much, but a little bit of control in the burst coming in from the Hilda might become a difference maker. Again, especially if they could get either the low Yi or the Granger, get one or the other down, and Onic increases their chances of lifting up the Immortal Cup. Liquid, they have to play the best dance, best game they've played in a while if they want to end this before the 20-minute mark.
This is so tough. Again, a lot of this relying on Kirk. Kirk can't get caught out here and taken down or dragged out. Brusco popping the conceal again. Little unbreakable charge, but it's just Stanford that they spot out. They'll go for a reset for now. Not the ideal angle for either team just yet.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I think Liquid heard the conceal play and just dispersed and looked for another entry.
You have 2 ways to potentially end it if you're Liquid. Lord brute force or do it again. A portal. Can they?
I'm not sure if they can here. Again, look at this. Look at the placements for JP under half health.
And there you go, the retribution by Mr. 2K. Tempest Ablaze knocks up Sanford. Kelra takes him down. It's a man out for the Cavalry. JP catches an arrow, but still, the surgical approach. Liquid gets a diversion in. The off angle. Onic, they anticipated this AOG just to make sure Brusco can close the gap.
They knew they couldn't risk it. JP will have his shortcut available to bring Sanford back faster into the game. Minion waves crashing in, enhanced they are. 16 minutes in, Liquid, this looks good for them to end, but can they avoid another Onic clapback?
Carl Teasy almost forced to respond there. The Lord is inside the base.
He counters the choke, almost gone!
Carl Teasy finds him, shadow kill, Kirk follows up, and that's just 3 members left for the Super Fam. King Kong doing his darndest to clear the waves. The Lord gets taken down. Cavalry, Super Fam, we're about to witness a new age in MLBB. Brusco goes down, Tempest ablaze in the skies, but it's too late. The Cavalry reclaim the throne, stampeding through. Stallions, now immortals.
Team Liquid Philippines will get the job done in Game 7.
Changed the name, but the spark always remained. Their aura never waned. Their legacy will now echo as Team Liquid are immortals!
Your MPL Philippines Season 15 champions!
They crawled through the lower bracket. They suffered a sweeping reverse sweep loss. They lost 0-3, yet here they are.
The gods of the game go by many names, but the greatest of all time simply goes by Carl Teasy.
Again, sportsmanship all around. We just witnessed one of the best grand finals and playoffs overall that we've seen here in the MPL Philippines. Just absolute peak MLBB. Hats off to our players here.
GG, well played to the Super Fam. The Sonic Republic Worldwide mourns this loss. Again, Onic's very first tournament loss in quite a while. They've won all around the world, but here in the land of champions, in the Champions Arena, anything less than your best just doesn't cut it.
They are still flying out and will contest for MSC.
Again, thank you so much for joining us on the English desk. It's me, Naisu, Leo, and Renmar. We're checking out for today. We're going to throw it over to the hosts and the stage for our winners.
Oh, you better believe it! Cavalry, did you like what you see? Gentlemen, you have done it. And as of this moment, I am sure Jamie, they went from the lower bracket to reach this point, and now they have claimed victory.
Wow, Hans, our victors indeed. Cavalry, can we hear it from you guys?
Gentlemen, I believe for the first time in MPL history, someone will now be racing the Immortal Cup. Carl Teasy and the rest of Team Liquid Philippines, you may now approach the trophy that is rightfully yours.
Team Liquid Philippines, please step forward to claim what is rightfully yours. Get ready to lift the Immortal Cup in 3, 2, 1!
Your champions, Team Liquid Philippines!
Proudly carry the pride of ascending from legends to immortals.
They have cemented themselves. Legacy once more, created by people who were already champions in the first place. And I think with that being said, I'm sure that it felt good. And it is now time for us to present our medals and prize. So with that being said, I would like to call on stage the project manager of the Philippine Esports Organization, Mr. Victor Tan Kabuay, to award Team Liquid Philippines. The Filipino Sniper, Oheb! The young goat, Carl Teasy! It's the chef himself, Sanji! Another win for Daddy JP! And Team Liquid's very own Sanford! Also joining them is Perks! Give it up for Coach RC! And Team Liquid Philippines have now claimed their medals, and they will also be having lots of other prizes together with that as well.
Mr. Kabuay, let's make sure we have a picture of this wonderful moment. Can we ask Team Liquid Philippines, everybody, to please post in the middle over here with Mr. Kabuay as well. Once again, your champions, Team Liquid Philippines!
Jamie, I believe now is another opportunity for us to give another award to our winners.
Yes, once again, everybody, can you give our winners a big round of applause? Rightfully, there's the spotlight. Mr. Kabuay, a big thank you for joining us here in the middle. Our awarding does not end here, because next up, to present the GT Champion set by Infinix, please welcome on stage the Infinix Philippines Marketing Manager, Miss Jelly Buan, and the Infinix Regional Game Marketing Lead, Mr. Harold Leonardo. Please join us on stage. Yes, here we have the GT Champion set by Infinix. We have jackets, AI rings, and of course, in a bit, we'll see the highlight of this champion set.
With that being said, thank you so much to Harry and to Jelly. I think we also need another photo op. And with that being said, gentlemen, you now have your rings with you as well. Congratulations once more to the Cavalry for such an outstanding performance.
Really well deserved. And as you can see, there is another prize being brought up here. Again, courtesy of Infinix to complete the GT Champion set. We also have the GT30 Pro.
Lots of prizes. I'm sure of that, Jamie. There is a lot of things that is definitely deserved by Team Liquid Philippines after what seemed to be a crazy series that was showcased to the entire world as of the moment. And just for the information for everybody, I believe that GT30 Pro is still not available for everybody else, right? But it's just simply available and ready for all of our players.
Exactly. They are one of the first few ones to own this wonderful GT30 Pro. Let's make sure we have a picture of this with Jelly and Harry as well. Once again, they have their AI rings, their GT30 Pro, and of course their fabulous jackets from Infinix. Jelly, Harry, a big thank you. Can we give Infinix a big round of applause as well? Thank you so much for this amazing champion set.
Not only that, because our champions will also be receiving TT Racing gaming chairs, of course, from our partners, TT Racing. You've seen the collaborations, and I'm sure that our champions will have choices. So guys, brand new chairs. I'm sure you're gonna be happy about that. And Jamie, there's, it doesn't end there.
Yes, I am so excited for this next bit. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our finals MVP. The player that significantly helped bring this team to immortality, to present the trophy. Let's welcome to the stage the Chief of the Professional Sports and Games Division of the Games and Amusement Board, Dr. Jesusito M. Garcia. Please join us in the middle, and to present the check, may we call on Ms. Cynthia G. Canyazal, Assistant Chief of the Supervising Sports and Games Regulation Officer of the Games and Amusement Board.
Dr. Miss Cynthia, it is nice to be here with you today. Thank you so much for coming over. And with that being said, this player refused to give up, rose from being legendary. I just want to know from the Champions Arena, sino ang inyong finals MVP?
Lakasan nyo nga! Sino?
I think they all have it in unison. Now, it is time to award our finals MVP, and all you need is to look at our screen. Our finals MVP is Sanji!
Hands, I think the crowd agrees.
They definitely agree.
Loud and
Doctor,
clear.
Please go ahead and take a photo together with our finals MVP. There we finally have it. Dr. Miss Cynthia, maraming salamat po for being with us today. And I think it's only right for us to talk to our finals MVP, Sanji. Ako nang bahala magawa kasi again, you have a lot. And, we've witnessed the struggles of this team right from the start of the season. But then you were dominant to end it all. Gusto kong malaman kung anong masasabi mo sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa inyong lahat. Nasaan ang Calvary as of the moment? They're all alive and there to show support, and now you're champions. What can you say to the rest of Team Liquid Philippines?
Thank you guys. Di ko makukuha to kundi dahil sa suporta nyo. Tsaka sa mga teammates ko din na sobrang lalakas din talaga. Tinulungan nila ako makuha to.
An award so well-deserved, Hans. Wow, congratulations once again.
Is our finals MVP, and last but certainly not the least, this is gonna be the Infinix My Greatest Teammate Award. Let's call back on stage from Infinix Philippines, of course, their marketing manager, Ms. Jelly Buan, and the Infinix Regional Game Marketing Lead, Mr. Harry Leonardo. So another award is gonna be given, and I believe this was an award that was voted among the teammates. So with that being said, the greatest, or should I say, the Infinix My Greatest Teammate Award goes to there's a lot of suspense, and I think it is time for me to just say it. It's Sanji once again!
MPL is also about heart, hustle, and the ones who hold the team together behind the scenes. Tonight, we honor another great player, one chosen not by the fans or the panel, but by the champion team themselves. The greatest teammate will receive the Infinix GT Concept gaming phone powered by electrochromic technology. Congratulations once again. Sanji with Jelly and Harry there. Thank you once again for joining us on stage, and congratulations. I'm gonna say it again, Hans, very well deserved. Wow.
I think this is, I know you guys are holding a lot of prizes, but I want you to raise that trophy one more time. This is another chance for you to do it. It is all yours. Yep, you can definitely leave all of your prizes and just come back for it later. But now, go ahead, walk on the aisle of victory, the aisle of glory. From legends to immortals, the Calvary is now legendary. And is everyone from the Champions Arena ready for this? And I assume they are. We'll be doing it. Team Liquid Philippines in 3,
2, 1.
Your champions of MPL Philippines Season 15, Team Liquid Philippines!
What a day it has been, Hans. Now it is time for us to recap the day's events. Everybody at the Champions Arena, it is time for us to watch the summary of the day in a bit. But joining us, of course, here, Hans, we have our co-hosts as well, Odin and Kalusi. Again, we celebrate the win, the well-deserved win of Team Liquid Philippines. I think they deserve to hear your cheers. What a win. 7 games. So, Calvary, can we hear it from you guys?
Just a moment, Jamie, we've seen from all of our teams. I'd also like to give commendations to the super fam who came over. Maraming salamat, and I'm sure that all of Onic Philippines really showed what they can do para sa araw na ito. Jamie, Odin, Kalusi, this was a moment. This was a season that a lot of people were expecting that, you know, it was gonna be close. And boy, hindi tayo nabigo. You're right.
You're right, Hans. At kitang-kita naman natin ang energy dito lamang sa Champions Arena as well as sa mga tao sa MPL Playgrounds. Talagang nag-radiate sila ng positive energy all throughout our finals.
Yeah, for sure. I think as of this moment, that was, you know, the idea, Kalusi. This was a season that, you know, was unpredictable. A lot of people didn't know who was gonna win, and yet it's the Calvary right here. They have showcased themselves as the new immortals of MPL Philippines.
Like we discussed yesterday, marami talagang plot twist, and up until Grand Finals, 7 games pa rin talaga tayo.
And with that being said, Jamie, final thoughts for the season.
Mind-blowing, as you all said, walang talo sa mga teams ng Pilipinas. Totoong pinakita nilang lahat na ang lakas ng Pinas. You know, you mentioned the Super Fam earlier on. I think it's only right that we ask everybody as well. Well fought, guys. Can we give Onic Philippines a big round of applause as well?
Just a solid moment from all of the things that we've witnessed this season. And I believe that that is it. In behalf of all of the casters, the production, for everybody else who made it happen, Kalusi, Odin, and Jamie, my name is Hans Galeria, and this has been MPL Philippines Season 15. We'll see you at MSC!
Sa upper bracket finals, ang Team Liquid Philippines ay
Hello guys, welcome to the Grand Finals. Grabe ang mga Antolid fan. Shout sa inyong lahat guys. Thank you so much sa pagpunta at pagsuporta sa both team.
Kaya lang natin yung laro natin, pre. Kailangan gumana tayong lahat. Basta enjoy nyo lang laro. Hayaan yung laro yung mag-flow sa atin naturally. Okay?
Champions Arena. This is their final quest for glory. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 15 Grand Final!
Tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas.
Medyo U-turn dito ang ibang mga members ng Onic pero Mama Chime Lord na dadala na Team Liquid.
Aray! Kung napakababaka ka na buhay ni Super Brains, ngayon papasok din si Kirk. Kalahati na niya buhay, Bruce kayo matas na rin. Habang si Kikong pinipilit niya abutin si OM at si Sanji. Hindi na maabot si Sanji at si OM. At makakadalawa na si OM. Kikong as well ay tutumba. At ang Calvary ang kukuha ng Game 1.
A great start para sa Calvary. Taking that first game win for Grand Finals.
Imagine what we can achieve. Nagging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable.
Lahat na pinagbibenta, lahat na pinagbibili. Pero ang Onic Philippines, diretso lang ang kanilang misyon, kundi tapusin ang game number 2 at kunin ito.
Susundan ko ang wakas. Kasama palataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas.
It's official! We're going on a game number 7!
Face the golden sun and reckon for the freestyle.
At diretso na ang Team Liquid Philippines. At makikita na nga ata natin ang bagong kakatawan sa lakas ng Pinas. Ang kampiyon ng MPL Philippines Season 15, Team Liquid Philippines!